Neredeydin?
Tut elimi.
Geç kaldım. Gidiyorum ben.
Gidemezsin. Daha ıslanılacak yağmurlar, söylenecek şarkılar, seyredilecek yıldızlar var.
Vardı. Neden gelmedin?
Geldim ya. Tut işte elimi.
İstiyorum. Ama gücüm kalmadı. Tükendim seni beklerken.
Pes etme. Uzat hadi. Uzat elini.
Neden geciktin? Çok bekledim seni. Aramadılar mı?
Aramazlar mı? Hemen aradılar. Ama hemen ulaşamadılar. Saçma sapan sebeplerden dolayı o kadar çok insan aramıştı ki. Çok geç ulaştı aramaları bana. Hadi, uzat elini. Lütfen.
Biraz daha erken gelebilseydin.
İstedim. Çok istedim hem de. Ama trafik yol vermedi kimse. Saat çekip beklemeyi beceremedi kimse.
O kadar ihtiyacım vardı ki sana.
Biliyorum. Ama geldim işte en sonunda. Çok uğraştım senin yanına gelebilmek için. Hadi. Sen de uğraş biraz. Hadi uzat elini.
Uğraşmadın mı sanıyorsun? Buraya geldiğinde bile görmedin beni onca zaman.
Aşamadım ki o meraklı kalabalığı. İzin vermediler sana ulaşmama. Sanki o telefon aramasında, sanki o yolda ve burada istemediler sana ulaşmamı.
Hiç anlamıyorum. Işıkları söndürüyor birileri sanki.
Sakın ha! Onlara rağmen tutmalısın elimi. Hadi bir gayret. Ben inanıyorum sana.
Yapabilir miyim sence?
Yapabilirsin. Yapmalısın. Bak ben senin yanındayım. Hadi tut elimi. Hadi kardeşim hadi. Hadi yapabilirsin. Hadi kurban olayım hadi. Bırakma. Evet. Aynen böyle. Uzat. Buradayım ben. Hadi. Tut elimi. Hadi. Hadi kardeşim. Hadi. Hadi yapabilirsin hadi. Nabız geldi. Hadi çabuk çabuk çabuk.
Ne oluyor şimdi?
Elimi bırakmazsan ben seni buradan çıkaracağım.
Uzun sürecek mi?
Evet.
Olsun. Ben bırakmam elini yolda.
Alo hocam. Hasta travma hastası, mavi kod getiriyoruz. Ares hasta döndü. 5 dakika CPR yaptık. Nabız var. Tansiyonu alıyoruz. Şuuru kapalı. Tamam. Acilin önünde kalabalık olacak. Hastalar, hasta yakınları, meraklı bir kalabalık. Ailenden haber alıp gelenler. Onları aşarken de tut elimi. Bırakma.
Görmedin mi diyorsun? Ya olacak şey mi? Burada ne yapıyorsun sen o zaman?
Üzgün ve sinirliler. Kabul edemiyorlar olanı biteni.
Annem doktor. Doktor kızım yaşıyor mu? Ne olur
Bir suçlu arıyorlar. Acılarını çıkartacakları birileri.
Hanımefendi. Hanımefendi alır mısın?
Burada bulamazlar ki.
Doktor kızım yaşıyor mu? Ne olur söyleyin.
Buluyorlar.
Hanımefendi.
Hasta bakıcıları, hemşireleri, doktorları. Kimi bulurlarsa, kime güçleri yeterse.
Ama siz bana yardım ediyorsunuz. Elimi tutuyorsunuz benim.
Sen sakın elini bırakma. Biz onlara rağmen başaracağız. Sen yeter ki tut elini.
Ya niye bir şey söylemiyorsunuz Allah aşkına?
Söyle ne olur.
Ya niye konuşma? Öldü mü çocuk?
Kızınız yaşıyor. Ambulansta biz gerekli müdahaleyi yaptık. Kızınız iyi olacak inşallah. Tamam mı? Sakin ol.
Çok teşekkürler doktor bey. Başarılı bir müdahale yapmışsınız. Sayenizde hastayı hayatta tutabileceğiz.
Sağ ol.
Merak etmeyin. Kızınız daha iyi olacak. Acil tıp uzmanları gerekli müdahaleleri başarıyla gerçekleştireceklerdir. Bize güvenin, umutlu olun. Ama en önemlisi sakin olun. Bizim yanımızda bizimle birlikte yer almanız gerekiyor.
Eyvallah. Sağ ol.
Ben onlarla hayata tutundum. Hayatla ölüm arasındaki o ince çizgide fedakarca çalışıyorlar. Sağlık ordusunun isimsiz kahramanları onlar. Acil tıp uzmanları ve çalışanları. Beni siz hayata bağladınız. Kendim ve sevdiklerim adına hepinize minnettarım. Ben şanslıydım. Ama sizin anneniz, babanız, eşiniz, çoluğunuz, çocuğunuz, akrabanız, arkadaşınız bu kadar şanslı olmayabilir. Ne olursunuz unutmayın. Size rağmen olmaz. Ama sizinle iyi olur.
Acil Tıp Uzmanları Derneği olarak acillerimiz için, doktorlarımız için, hastalarımız için çalışmaya devam edeceğiz.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for the delay to start this symposium dedicated to opioid toxicity. So we are very happy to welcome you. Since you are not so many people, I suggest you to come to the first rows so that it's more interactive with us, because the room is relatively large, and if you sit at the end, it will not be so interactive. So it's better to come, and more people are joining us, so we're very happy. And we hope to be on time. Is English okay for you? Okay. So our English is not so good, so we'll be able to understand each other's. We have modified a little bit the program, but the content will be the same because we have 1 hour. The first hour will be in connection with also Oman, because we have to give a conference to the residents in Oman. So we will start with an overview on opioid toxicity, so that it will be also dedicated to Omani residents. And then we'll do the tract as it was previously scheduled. Unfortunately, Dr. Rebecca MacDonald is unable to come today, so we'll try to do also her presentations. So Badria is trying to connect with Omani center. Okay, so today there will be mainly 2 speakers. So the first will be Dr. Hossein Hassanian from Tehran. He's responsible for probably the largest emergency medicine department dedicated to poisoning in the world. I think about how many patients per day? Hossein? 70 patients, poisoned patients per day in his emergency department. And of course, in Iran, you will see that opioid toxicity is a major issue. So they have many, many opioid poisoned patients. Hossein is also the chair of the scientific committee of the ASEAN Pacific Society of Clinical Toxicology. So we're very happy that he accepted to participate to this tract. And myself, my name is Bruno Megarban. I am the head of the intensive care unit in Paris, which is dedicated to poisonings. So we have less poisoned patients. We have approximately 600 poisoned patients per year, but of course more severe poisonings. And I am intensivist. So I'm very happy also to be here, and I am a member of the Minatox board, and I was responsible for the organization of the scientific program of this Congress. So we are very happy both to welcome you to this symposium dedicated to opioid toxicity. So now we are in connection with Omani residents, and we will start. So good morning, everybody. Good morning to Omani residents in Muscat. And we'll start with an overview on opioid toxicity, and we'll talk about the opioid overdose crisis. And you are aware that this crisis is mainly in the US, but you will see that it is also, unfortunately, worldwide. So, as you know, today, opioids represent the first cause of toxic deaths in the US. You see on this slide the approximative number and percentage of deaths related to each psychotropic drugs, and you see that opioid, and mainly opioid analgesics, represent the first cause of mortality in the US. And this issue was recently popularized by the deaths of very important people and singers in the US, like Prince. This is also the case in Europe, but probably with less impressive figures. However, you have to know that in Europe, about 1.3 million high-risk opioid users exist, and it has been estimated that about in 85% of fatal poisonings, an opioid play a certain role in toxicity. So opioids are really importantly represented in the most severe and the fatal overdoses, even in Europe. When you look at the emergency department, and this is a study from Euroden work group, and this study reports all the drugs, illicit, mainly illicit drugs, that are responsible for the reference of a patient to the emergency department in relation to the use of a recreational drug. And you see that opioids in red are well represented among these 20 most commonly reported drugs to the emergency department in Europe. And of course, heroin is probably the most dangerous and is in the first place. You have also methadone and also buprenorphine and all other opioids. So why there is such a problem with opioid toxicity? The first reason is that opioids are more and more available in the world. And you see here, based on the figures from the US, there is a quite good parallelism between the amount of opioids sold on the market, the number of opioid poisonings, and the number of opioid-related fatalities. And you see that all these lines are going up in a very impressive way during the first 20 years of our recent century. This is also the case in Europe, and you know that since the banning of dextropropoxifen from the market, there was an increase in the number of codeine and tramadol prescriptions. And you see here also there is a quite good parallelism between the increase in the prescriptions of these two opioids and the increase in the number of fatalities attributed to tramadol and codeine. So all over the world there is an increase in the number of deaths related to opioids. Although there is a debate regarding the real consequences of the banning of propoxifen from the market. Of course, this slide shows you the evolution of the number of deaths in the UK following the banning of propoxifen. You see that, of course, here is the banning in 2005, and you see the decrease in the number of deaths attributed to propoxifen, but it doesn't seem in this study that there is a consequence on the overall number of opioid-related fatalities in the UK. So probably it's not a direct effect of the banning of propoxifen from the market. Because in Europe, things are more complicated. I don't know exactly the situation in Turkey, but we'll have a presentation later on this issue. You see that according to each country, the kind of analgesic opioids used is quite different. you see in France, for instance, we have mainly the prescription of tramadol and codeine. But you see here in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, in the UK, the situation is quite different. So each country, each European country has its own uses and prescribes different opioids for analgesia. So that complicates the epidemiology and the figures of the opioid-related fatalities. But one important issue is that when you prescribe an opioid analgesic and when this opioid analgesic become available at home, then clearly there is an increase of the risk of overdose and of fatality among the individuals living at this home. And you see that this increase will also regards the individuals who do not receive opioid prescriptions because of misuse and because of the possibility of the family members to use these opioids that have been made available at home. So, first reason, opioids availability is increasing. So, second reason, opioids are responsible for addiction. It seems obvious today, but this was not the case 30 years ago. And you see that in the US, the physicians were taught that prescription of opioid analgesics is not responsible for the development of dependence and addiction. And this was based on a simple letter of 5 sentences published in the New England Journal of Medicine in 1980, and which was uncritically cited as an evidence to support that analgesic opioid therapy is not responsible for addiction development. And you see on this slide the number of citations of this simple letter, which was based on an observational study among 1,000 patients, saying that there is no opioid dependence development. And of course, this information was wrong. And the physicians in the US were taught, based on this study, during years that they are allowed to prescribe opioid analgesics without any risk. And this was, of course, false. And based on such studies, the physicians started to prescribe analgesic opioids. And you see, the emergency physicians play also a deleterious role. And there were high-intensity prescribers and among the emergency physicians who prescribed large amounts of opioids that become available at home in those patients who consulted to the emergency department, probably initially for a good reason, but they prescribe a huge amount of opioids, and these opioids become available at home. And of course, as explained previously, supported the development of misuse and addiction among the members of this family. And of course, the companies, the pharmaceutical companies, profited from this situation with a very intense marketing among the physicians, the prescribers, but also among the patients. And you know that one company called Purdue Pharma, which marketed oxycodone in the US under the name OxyContin, is now accused for the deaths of about 500,000 patients in the US due to opioid abuse. And this is the members of this family, and they became, based on this only compound, probably one of the healthiest family in the world. Of course, due to all these reasons, availability of opioids, increasing number of prescriptions, the number of fatalities attributed to opioids increased during the 21st years of our century. They increased till about 2010. And you see here, there was a plateau in the number of opioid fatalities, just related to the fact that the American health authorities decided at that time in 2010 to ban from the American market just one product, which was the oxycodone that is able to be crushed and injected intravenously. So just at that time in 2010, just the banning of one compound from the market allowed to plateau and to stop the increase in the number of fatalities attributed to opioids. But what was the problem? Immediately, you observed here in red a decrease in the number of fatalities attributed to oxycodone, you see, but concomitantly, an increase in the number of fatalities attributed to heroin. So what was the problem? The health system in the US created opioid-dependent patients. When the health authority decided to ban oxycodone, which was abused by intravenous injection, these patients switched from oxycodone use to heroin use. And in 2010 till 2015, heroin reappears in the US, and the number of fatalities attributed to heroin re-increased once again. So it was not a success. And you see on this slide that the shift between the abuse of oxycodone and opioid analgesics to heroin was like simultaneously. You see that the number of prescription opioid use decreases, and in the same time, the number of heroin increases, like in a parallel way. So this really supports the fact that the development of opioid use in the US was only related to the development of addiction. So first reason, opioids are available, more and more available. Second reason, you created opioid-dependent patients in the country due to huge number of prescriptions. And even if you modify the kind of molecules that are available, patients are dependent, so they will change from one opioid to another according to availability. The third reason, of course, is that opioids are responsible for neurorespiratory depression in case of overdose or misuse. You know that the control of ventilation is related to centers located in the brain stem and mainly in the pons and the upper part of the medulla, And you see here these two centers, the pneumotaxic center and the apnostic center. And these centers command those responsible for the contraction of the inspiratory muscles, and those are mainly located in the dorsal respiratory group center. And you know that inspiration is active, related to the contraction of inspiratory muscles due to these inspiratory neurons, while expiration is only passive, related to the fact that inspiratory neurons stop to stimulate the inspiratory muscles. So inspiration is active, related to contraction of the muscles, and expiratory is passive. And of course, in these centers, you have opioid receptors, and that is the problem, because opioid receptors are expressed in the centers that control ventilation. And you know that stimulation of these receptors, mainly mu receptors, will cause a dose-dependent depression of respiration. So all mu receptor agonists will induce respiratory depression. And this depression is related to a reduction in the brainstem sensitivity to CO2. It is related to a depression of pontine and medullary centers involved in this rhythmic respiration. It increases the apneic threshold, it decreases the hypoxic drive to respiration, and even it has some activity on peripheral centers like carotid body chemoreceptions. This depression is characterized by a dose-related depression of the resting ventilation, with a reduction in the tidal volume, a reduction in the respiratory rate, and of course a consequent decrease of PaO2 and increase in PaCO2 with the onset of respiratory acidosis. Probably the mu2 receptors and some of the delta receptors are responsible of these side effects, while kappa receptors seems not involved or even protective in some models. So the centers of respiration are in the brainstem, and you have opioid receptors in the brainstem. So opioids are able to depress respiration, and that is the reason for the danger. And this is clearly demonstrated that when you use an opioid, even at therapeutic dose, you may develop respiratory depression. And you see on this slide, in relation to the dose of your opioid, and here morphine equivalent dose, you have an increase in the number of apnea during your sleep. So if you are treated with an opioid, you may develop apnea episodes, mainly during your sleep, and you may die, of course, if this apnea is prolonged. And this is related to the dose. And this apnea, these apneic episodes may, in case of an overdose, goes till the onset of an opioid syndrome, which is the usual presentation of an opioid overdose. And you know that opioid overdose presentations includes impairment in consciousness, meiosis, and bradypnea. And these three symptoms are characteristics of the opioid toxicity. And SpO2 and respiratory rate are surrogate indicators of ventilatory drive, although they provide rather limited information on the drug effects on ventilatory control, while the minute volume and the PaCO2 are the best markers to measure the ventilation, but unfortunately they are more difficult to access directly at the bedside. When you prescribe an opioid, you have to know that you increase the risk of fatality in your patient. And you see here, if you prescribe an opioid to a patient during 1 year, you will increase his risk of death by 50 times. So the availability of opioids, the increase in the availability of opioids will be related to the increase of the risk of death in the population. But the dose is not the only problem. That's an important point also to understand. There is, of course, a quite good relation between the dose and the risk, but the dose is not only the problem. And you see that on this slide. We compare in this slide the concentrations of various opioids, here methadone, and here buprenorphine and its metabolite norbuprenorphine. In the first line, in patients who died directly from an opioid overdose. And in the second line, in patients who were opioid users but died from another reason. And you see that the concentrations are almost the same. So it is not so obvious that death attributed to an opioid overdose is in relation to the dose or to the concentration. So there are risk factors for the development of opioid overdoses. Of course, one important reason is the molecule you use, the opioid. And you see here that the risk of respiratory depression from prescription opioid overdose is not the same, and it depends on the molecule. And you see clearly that fentanyl and methadone are the most dangerous molecules responsible for a highest number of fatality rate, while codeine probably and maybe tramadol are less dangerous. And you see, if you take one for the risk with codeine, you have about 22 for fentanyl and 14 with methadone. So the molecule is important. And of course, some of these molecules may also have additional mechanism of toxicity, and we will discuss this during the symposium. Like, for instance, tramadol is also a serotoninergic molecule. So all these additional activities on different receptors will contribute to the toxicity in relation to opioids and will increase the risk of complications and side effects. And fentanyl is very well known in this area because fentanyl may be responsible also for chest wall rigidity that contributes to the toxicity. And this complication is relatively well known and was suspected based on several observations from fentanyl-related fatalities. With fentanyl, death occurs in the therapeutic range in apparent non-naive opiate abusers. And that clearly questions the onset of dose-dependent respiratory arrest as a mechanism of the death. But also when you analyze these cases, there is a lack of measurable metabolite, norfentanyl, in almost half of the cases. And so that supports the fact that the death occurred very rapidly, probably in relation to this acute chest rigidity before the expression of a neurorespiratory central depression. So you have additional mechanism of toxicity with fentanyl that increases the risk of fatality onset. And of course, with the multiplication of the different molecules, the different compounds, you have new pharmacokinetic patterns, new pharmacodynamic patterns, and you see that the delay of action, the duration of action is very variable among the different compounds, and this is a difficulty to manage opioid-related toxicity and increases the risk, of course, among the patients. One important point also is the mechanism of toxicity in the chronic users. And this is related to the development of tolerance, but also abstinence. So there are two theories to explain why people used to use opioids are at risk of death. The first hypothesis is the tolerance theory. When you use an opioid, you will develop a tolerance. But it is supposed that the tolerance to the analgesic effect will develop more rapidly than the tolerance to the respiratory effects. So that if you have a tolerance to the analgesic effect, you will increase the dose, but the tolerance to the respiratory effect is still not here, and then fatality may occur. This is the tolerance theory. There is also the abstinence theory. And here, for any reason, a chronic user of opioids may stop his opioid use. And this is well known if the patients go to jail, for instance. Then the tolerance will decrease due to this abstinence. And when the patient will reuse or reconsume his opioids, then he will have a risk of death. And this theory have been assessed based on the measurement of opioid concentrations in the hair, and it was demonstrated that before the onset of an overdose, there is a period of decrease in the concentration of opioid in the hair due to this abstinence period. So you have both theory to explain the risk and the vulnerability of these patients. And of course, as you know, opioid is not the only molecule that is used by opioid abusers. And if you analyze the hair of those who died from opioid overdose, you may find almost all kind of psychotropic drugs in the hair. So they abuse many drugs, licit and illicit drugs. So there are interactions between all these molecules, either pharmacokinetic or pharmacodynamic interactions, and these contribute to the onset of fatality. Finally, of course, you have to know also that there is a genetic vulnerability among some patients, and this support an increased risk of toxicity. Probably all of you know this very famous case, and this was a woman who came to the emergency department after the delivery of her child, but unfortunately her child died a few days after delivery. And it was demonstrated that she fed him with her milk, and she was treated with codeine at pharmacological doses. But she was an ultra-rapid cytochrome 2D6 metabolizer, and due to this genetic pattern, she produced morphine from codeine instead of producing norcodeine, which is an inactive metabolite. And this milk rich in morphine was responsible for the death of her child. And since this case, codeine is forbidden during during lactation, during breastfeeding in women. So it's a relatively new contraindication. But this is not only the only case, and you have also genetic-related vulnerability with other opioids. And this is the case, probably less known, with tramadol. You see that tramadol is metabolized in two active metabolites. M1 with cytochrome 2D6 pathway, and M2 with cytochrome 3A4 pathway. And this patient who overdosed with tramadol presented a very severe cardiovascular failure, which is not supposed to occur because tramadol has not so severe risk of cardiac toxicity. And it was demonstrated that this patient presented a very severe cardiovascular toxicity due to the fact that he was an ultra 2D6 metabolizer, so he produced M1 metabolite from tramadol, but also in the same time, a few days before his poisoning, his general practitioner prescribed him ketoconazole, which is an inhibitor of cytochrome 3A4. So he blocked this route, and his tramadol goes only in this way by the cytochrome 2D6, and he produced a very elevated amount of M1 metabolite, resulting in the observed toxicity. So gene vulnerability is important. The fourth reason for the crisis is the emergence of the new recreational opioids. And this is really the most important problem today. And to let you understand, I have produced this slide, and please, we will follow each line to understand, and you will see that there is 3 phases for the opioid overdose crisis. So if you remember, the first one, the first crisis, the first reason is the prescription of analgesics by the physicians, and mainly by the emergency medicine physicians. So follow this line, prescription analgesics. You see that there was an increase in the number of prescriptions of opioid analgesics and the number of fatalities till about 2010. And then, as explained, just here, there was a plateau in the number of deaths related to analgesic opioids, just related to the banning of crushable oxycodone from the market. But immediately, as you remember, there was an increase in heroin. Follow this line. You see here that heroin is relatively low, and then it increases here when oxycodone was banned. So this explains the second wave of deaths related to opioid overdose in the US. And this is between 2010 and 2015. And then follow the blue line. And you see that this is related to fentanyl derivatives. And it was relatively low. And then about 2015, it goes up like in a vertical way. And this is the fentanyl-related fatalities. And to date, it has been estimated that almost 85% of the opioid-related deaths in the US are in relation to fentanyl derivatives. So now, the physicians created the patients, the dependent patients, and now the patients change from analgesic opioids to heroin, and from heroin to fentanyl, because of availability and cost, of course, because heroin, you have to bring it from Afghanistan, and it's expensive. While fentanyl, it's produced in the US territory, and it's like a pharmaceutical presentation, so it's more safe. You know exactly what you have inside, and it's much more available in the market. You can buy it from internet, from the darknet, without prescription. So this is the new recreational drugs. And why fentanyl? Because fentanyl is a complex molecule, but you see that it is easily changeable. You can create new derivatives based on chemical synthesis, and this is relatively easy to do. This is relatively easy to do, and you can produce very powerful molecules. And you know that probably some of these molecules are 10,000 times more powerful than morphine, even than the fentanyl. They are so powerful that some of these molecules, like carfentanil, and we'll have during this day a presentation on carfentanil. Carfentanil is available, but it has no possibility to be used or prescribed to humans because it's so powerful. It is used for elephants in the veterinary medicine, for elephants and rhinoceros and so big animals, but not in humans. But you can buy it on the internet easily. And you see here in Europe, we have the same problem. And you see here the number of seizures related to the new psychoactive substances. And in red here, those who have opioid activities. And you see a relatively evident increase in the amounts of opioid-like NPS during the years. And here, how you can buy them. You see here, this is a bottle with butyryl fentanyl, and it contains the amount to allow about 100 puffs. So you can buy this bottle from internet, and you can go to a party and use it. And you imagine the number of possible deaths among the people who will use this or misuse this in the party. So it's really dangerous. One interesting point also is to know that these fentanyl-related poison patients will present with the usual traditional opioid presentation. That means consciousness impairment, meiosis, bradypnea. But you see in these patients, the onset of some aspects, some clinical aspect, may question and may probably suggest to the physician that toxicity is related to a fentanyl. And you see these patients may present tachycardia, may present hypertension, may present renal insufficiency, agitation, which are not common features with the usual opioids. So such features may question the possibility of fentanyl derivatives. Sometimes you may have additional symptoms, like here, acute skin and hair symptoms with this synthetic opioid called MT45. And you see you have the development of a folliculitis and dermatitis in the patients that may suggest the use of these opioid derivatives. But of course, one important issue is the toxicological analysis, because to really know which compound is responsible for the toxicity, you will require an analysis, a solid analysis, based on the use of complicated technologies, including liquid chromatography coupled to mass spectrometry. And you see that you have to probably use mass spectrometry in tandem or very sensitive spectrometry. And this is not available in all the countries and in all the hospitals. So that the final diagnosis is sometimes difficult to assess. And that's why in many countries you have no figures, no statistics, because you have no solid and pertinent possibility to make these analyses. So what to do? Finally, what to do? Last chapter. Of course, it is important that the physicians have to be aware about the risk of opioids with reasonable prescriptions, supervised dosing with long-acting opioids, and of course, the health authorities have to limit the access to the market of the most dangerous opioid molecules and to support the spread of opioids with better therapeutic ratios. They have to regulate the market of illicit opioids, and we will discuss this during the symposium to allow a multidisciplinary approach of opioid addiction, and this is important, with maintenance treatments, with different policies like supervised injection sites or needle exchanges. But this is not enough. Hopefully we have an antidote, and this is a very efficient antidote. It is naloxone, which is a pure opioid antagonist at the mu, kappa, and delta receptors without any agonist properties. And this antidote is available worldwide. It has been widely used to reverse opioid toxicity, is efficient. It is responsible for a dose-dependent reversal of opioid agonist effects, and it is relatively easy to use, although there are some inconveniences. We'll have time to discuss about this, because it may precipitate acute opioid withdrawal syndrome if not well used in the patients. But anyway, it is efficient, so we have a real efficient antidote. And it has demonstrated that in the majority of the cases, almost 80% of opioid fatalities, the death occurs at home 1 or 3 hours after the exposure and in the presence of a bystander. But this bystander do not do anything that is useful for the patient. He just observed the patient. So BCLS by bystanders are usually ineffective, not sufficient. And there was in the US and now in many European countries the development of a policy of preventing opioid overdose deaths with take-home naloxone. What is take-home naloxone? Is the prescription of naloxone to all patients who are opioid users so that they can put this naloxone at home, and in case of any problem, the bystanders, the family members, will be able to use the naloxone mainly by intranasal or intramuscular administration to prevent the risk of fatality onset. And you see here that this policy allows in the US the prevention of about 25,000 fatal overdoses in the last years. So it is really effective, and it's now developed in the European country. I don't know if it's available in Turkey, but you will tell us. So in conclusion of all this overview, opioid-related toxicity represents a challenging health concern worldwide. There are several reasons. The first reason is the increase in prescriptions with the increase in availability. And of course, this was based on inadequate prescriptions in the majority of the situations. The second reason is the development of dependence. If you use an opioid, then you will develop dependence, tolerance, and there are risks related to tolerance and, of course, abstinence if you stop using opioid during a certain period of time. The third reason is the individual vulnerability, and this vulnerability is related to gene, but also to non-gene explanations and reasons. And the fourth problem, of course, is the emergence of opioid, new psychoactive substances on the market. So all these reasons explain why we are facing now a crisis of opioid overdoses in the US, but also in the whole world, and in Europe for sure. I don't know in Turkey the situation. So preventing opioid overdose deaths appears as mandatory. It could be achieved with some policies like maintenance treatments, take-home naloxones, but of course for the future, new strategies based on preclinical findings have to be developed, but of course with more uncertain timelines for such developments. So thank you very much. We were in connection with Omani resident staff, and now my presentation is open to questions from you, from the audience, and maybe from the residents from Oman. Thank you very much. So please, any experience or any question? Yes, please. Maybe with the micro, because...
Dr. Hassan from Oman. In the hospital that I practice in, we have a lot of sickle cell disease patients, who are, most of them are dependent on opioids. What we use there, or what have been used since the last more than 15 years, they used pethidine to control their pains. So then they became dependent to pethidine. Like per day, they are coming, each one of them is coming around 3 times per day because he is dependent on pethidine. And each visit, he will take around 200 to 300 mg of pethidine. So I don't know if there's any alternative to that, how to solve this issue, and like if we can shift them to something else, and how easy it will be. Because they continued on that, because it was started by hematology since more than 15 years back.
That's a good question, if I understood everything. That's a good question. I think we'll discuss this later on, because we'll have different presentations on how to allow the treatment of dependence with different policies, with maintenance treatments, and you will have different approaches, because you will have the Iranian approach, which is quite different from the French approach, and you have different possibilities. But it's a complicated problem, and there's not one solution for that problem, of course. But as you understood, really, if you prescribe once an opioid, then you expose your patient to the development of a dependence. And then the problem is difficult, and you expose him to the risk of respiratory depression if he misuse his opioid or if he overdose. Another question?
Do you have any questions there?
We are waiting for Omani. No. No question. Okay. Okay. So we will stop. Okay. We have stopped the communication with Oman. and now we'll back to our symposium. We have changed a little bit the organization, and now we'll start again. I suggest to continue with the opioid receptors, which is the first presentation that was expected. Yep. I will keep it. It was okay. Yes.
Used in a theatre situation, you know roughly how much is going to knock somebody out, make them unconscious if you like. But what you're trying to avoid is giving people too much of the agent that will kill them. And the difference between how much will knock a person out and what will kill them is called the safety factor. And there isn't any agent that we know of that has a large enough safety factor to ensure that you can release it and just knock people out without running the risk of killing them.
And that goes to the the cardinal principle of poisoning and toxicology, that the dose makes the poison. And when I teach my residents and students, we talk about a variety of different drugs and chemicals. If you look at ethanol itself, a typical one drink has 12,000 milligrams or 12 grams of ethanol, and that's just one drink. So to become intoxicated or impaired by ethanol, it's tens of thousands of milligrams. And yet other drugs, like digoxin, for instance, is used therapeutically at less than a milligram, of 0.25 milligrams, a very, very small amount. So when you think about opioids, for instance, if we use morphine, we use typically 4 milligrams of morphine. But when we use fentanyl, we use maybe 100 or 50 micrograms of fentanyl. Again, it's an order of magnitude smaller. And carfentanil, then again, is a whole nother order of magnitude more potent. So it really kind of depends on the drug. And even if you think the tiniest amount may not be lethal, you go up by a small factor, and it's apt to be quite lethal. So the Moscow theater crisis took place in 2002, as I mentioned, and what had happened was that there was this theatrical performance. There were about 800 folks that were attending this performance, and then this group of Chechen terrorists basically took over the theater, and they had their political demands, and they weren't going to let anyone go until the Russians met their political demands. And they threatened to blow up the building. And this gripped the nation, not only of Russia, but also around the world. This was on the front pages. And they let a few of the children go, but they kept most of the hostages. And then on the third day, they threatened to start killing the hostages if their demands were not met. And so what the Russian security forces did is they began an assault of the theater, and there was a gun battle, and then they finally got control of the building. Unfortunately, Many people died in this takeover. Now, this is a picture of one of the dead hostages. One of the dead terrorists who died. But there are also many of the theater goers died as well, or if they didn't die, they were certainly unconscious. This is a bus of people who had been taken out of the theater. As you can see, they're unconscious, and the question was, what happened? And the Russians don't necessarily like to publicize a lot of the stuff that they do, and it was hard to get information about exactly what had happened, and it brought up many different issues. So what was revealed at the time was that there was apparently some sort of gas that was put into the theater, and the intent was if they filled the theater with the gas, that everyone would become unconscious, including the terrorists, and that the Russian military forces would then be able to restore order and put down this action. But in fact, not only were almost everyone unconscious, but there again were all these fatalities, and it was kind of a novel approach to this counter-terrorism insurgency using some sort of gas. And the question was, what was the gas? And then there was a lot of speculation, because you think about a state-sponsored event, the Russian military, and the first thing you might think of is, well, is it some sort of chemical warfare agent? And when you think about chemical warfare agents, you often think about nerve agents. And so, was it a nerve agent? Now, there was a lot of attention to this because around this time and in the years leading up to this, there was the Chemical Warfare's Convention, which had outlawed the use of many of these chemicals. And so the question in the minds of a lot of folks was, did the Russians somehow go against the ban of these chemical warfare agents? And so people were thinking about, is it a nerve agent? And yet nerve agents generally don't just lead to unconsciousness. Often they can lead to seizures and status epilepticus and sledge-like symptoms as well. But that was not what was manifested here. So thinking about chemicals or drugs that may put people out, you think about, well, maybe benzodiazepines. Now, benzodiazepines generally by the oral route are relatively safe. If you take a massive overdose, you can certainly have a very significant CNS sedation. But typically to put someone out and decrease their respirations or kill them is usually through an intravenous route. There was no intravenous administration here. It was inhalational, and benzodiazepines we generally don't use inhalationally. So was it something else like BZ? Now BZ, even though it's often the same abbreviation for benzodiazepine, is a incapacitating agent, which is considered a chemical warfare agent, and mechanistically it operates like a anticholinergic agent. Again, the symptoms were not really consistent with BZ. And BZ has only been used by militaries. Not a lot of public reports about the use of BZ. But there's the long name of BC, and of interest, militaries across the world have looked at a number of incapacitating agents to be used on the warfare that may not kill, but may disable the adversary. And in this case, it would work through probably the confusion that one might generate through the use of an anticholinergic, because anticholinergics do cause a delirium. But that was not, again, the manifestation in these patients. And so when you think about patients that become unconscious, comatose, and then have respiratory depressions and may die from respiratory arrest, you think at the top of one's list about opioids. Although opioids as an inhalational agent, there really was very little experience about that. Although it sounded like the toxidrome that was associated with all these people from the theater sounded like an opioid toxidrome. So the Russians at that time said that they had used some sort of anesthetic gas, and that it was something potentially with fentanyl. So that was the information that they publicly released, although a gas. Fentanyl is not usually a gas. It's used as a parenteral agent. So again, there are a lot of missing points. Now, there was a German toxicologist who had the chance of examining a couple of these patients in the ensuing days, and he thought that there was some sort of anesthetic gas. He wasn't exactly sure what it might have been. Maybe a halogenated anesthetic. Certainly, it sounded like some sort of inhaled gas that would put people down, but he was unable to do any sort of laboratory determination specifically. So I particularly got interested in this case because I had just come back from Russia about a month before this event, and I was over in Russia actually at this demilitarization conference. It was actually quite interesting. And I've been to Russia twice. The first time I'd been to Russia, I spent some time in Yekaterinburg, which is a city in the Urals, and it was a fascinating place. I spent this time at this toxicology hospital, saw a lot of interesting poisonings there, and it happened to be the same city that the Tsar was killed back at the time of the revolution. But when I went to this conference in 2002, I got to speak to a Soviet scientist, an ex-Soviet scientist, and I asked him, what sort of novel drugs had they investigated during Soviet times. And he said a very interesting drug, which I had never thought would have been used by the military. He said they were trying to weaponize dioxin. Now, dioxin is a chemical that is not a fast-acting chemical, but it's a chemical that in certain animal species, particularly guinea pigs, is extraordinarily toxic. Although in humans, its toxicity is not quite like it is in guinea pigs. It may potentially be a carcinogen. That remains somewhat unclear, but it's known to cause chloracne, which is this very disfiguring dermatologic process. And what was so interesting was, now this, fast forward about 2 years, but the prime minister candidate in the Ukrainian elections in 2004 was Yushchenko, and during the midst of this election, he broke out with this very disfiguring eruption on his face, and before anyone pinpointed what it certainly was suggestive of chloracne, and I thought to myself, wow, the Russians or the Soviets had potentially militarized dioxin, and here we have a prime minister candidate who is very anti-Russian breaking out with this chloracne. And as it turns out, he was poisoned with dioxin, and he had the second highest dioxin level that had been recorded up to that date. So the Russians were very interested in a variety of different poisons, and this goes back years before that with Georgian Markov, who was a Bulgarian journalist dissident who, on a London bridge, was stabbed with an umbrella that had introduced a tiny bit of ricin, which is a very, very potent mitochondrial inhibitor, and he died. At the time, they thought he died of septic shock, but subsequent investigation revealed that he died from ricin. Very novel, intriguing, and the Russians have a whole legacy of using poisons, even as recently as in the last year or so. But this was Alexander Litvinenko back in 2006, who died from polonium 2010. So by putting all this together, I'm thinking, there's the use of ricin, there's the polonium, there's the dioxin, and now we have this strange gas, which is not quite clear what exactly happened. So if you go back a few years before the Moscow event, there were a series of reports that were in the public domain. Subsequently, they've been removed from the public domain, but they were public domain about chemicals that were used for incapacitation and so-called less than lethal technologies. And this was of interest because in adversarial situation, you may not want to, kill the opponent, just disable them in some way. So there were active research programs from militaries around the world looking at some of these non-lethal weapons. So here it says that non-lethal weapons are weapon systems that are explicitly designed and primarily employed so to incapacitate personnel or materials while minimizing fatalities, permanent injury, etc. Non-lethal weapons will not be required to have zero probability of producing fatalities. So again, the thought is that the chemical can incapacitate they may not be 100% perfect in terms of not causing a fatality, but the intent is not to cause a fatality. And there are a number of different approaches, some chemicals, but of interest, and this is kind of off the subject, but certainly of interesting, is some acoustic technologies. And you might have read over the last few years about various folks that have had these disabling neurological conditions thought to be from noise. This happened at the Cuban embassy in Cuba and elsewhere. I think there have been some European events as well, using noise that may incapacitate, not chemicals, but again, this kind of less than lethal technology. So in 2000, which was right before the Moscow event, there was this report that came out about the advantages and limitations of combatives for use as a non-lethal technique. And what's on the front page but fentanyl? So I thought, wow, this is really fascinating that, that fentanyl itself, which was known as this very, very potent opioid, was being investigated as a non-lethal technique, because we think, oh my God, fentanyl is so potent that it can easily kill. This report discussed this sort of drug class. It's not really a pharmacological class per se, but the so-called calmative, which is to depress the central nervous system and produce a coma perhaps. And the ideal calmative should be easy to administer, short onset of duration of action, should be reversible, hopefully, and there was a lot of research into this. And not only did they discuss calmatives per se, but they also discussed inhaled calmatives in terms of aerosolized opioids. Now, looking back then, no one had really, at least in the medical community, had been thinking about aerosolized opioids. It wasn't any sort of a pharmacopoeia approach to the treatment of pain, although in general anesthesia, one uses inhaled agents. They're not opioids. They're the hydrocarbon-based agents, but that's what's conventionally used in general anesthesia. So going back to this report with fentanyl on the front cover is actually a paragraph about carfentanil. And before this time, I'd never heard of carfentanil before, but it says carfentanil has gained new interest because of the recent pursuit of novel calmative agents capable of unconventional administration. Although not yet used in the human population, this drug offers the potential advantage of being administered to non-compliant or violent patients in situations requiring only indirect contacts. So you think, why did the Russians utilize such a strategy to try to put down this terrorist uprising? There was literature to support the fact that a opioid, a fentanyl derivative like carfentanil, may be an agent that would serve that purpose. I still couldn't get. Still wasn't clear to me about the aerosolization of this. I did an extensive literature search at the time, and there certainly wasn't anything in the medical literature. But there was this one report from this company, this drug monitoring company called Cross, and they were conducting a number of studies. And one of the studies they were conducting was on aerosolized carfentanil. I said, "Oh my God, we have a company that's monitoring a study using aerosolized carfentanil." All these people just went down in the theater. The Russians, although they wouldn't say exactly what they used, probably used aerosolized carfentanil. Now it's all kind of coming together. And so carfentanil was produced by Janssen Pharmaceuticals, the same fellow that developed fentanyl, and it's a fentanyl derivative. Its mechanism of action is similar to fentanyl. It works, through the opioid receptors, but it just happens to be much more potent, as you'll see. And at this time, it was actually available as a pharmaceutical, but not for people, but for big animals. And it was marketed under the trade name of Wild Nil, which was used to immobilize large mammal species, usually to move them from place to place, not to kill them. And in the package insert, it talks about how it had been demonstrated in deer and moose and elk and other sorts of large animals. And I have this one video here. Could you just tap? There's one more video here.
Matthew Matinda is standing by with a tranquilizer.
That's in 10:45.
It'll be a few minutes before Wendy goes to sleep.
So this is a good situation. She's not too panicked. She hasn't given alarm calls, so the rest of the family are relatively secure. She can't quite figure out what's happened to her. She's been stung by something that really hurt, but she's okay.
So this carfentanil is not meant for people. It's meant for big animals like big elephants, and you get the right dose. It's used not to kill the elephant, but to sedate the elephant so they can move the elephant from place to place. And that was the intent of wild dill. So wild African elephants, an animal that carfentanil is used on, weigh between 5,000 to 14,000 pounds, which is roughly 26 to 72 times the weight of your average adult male. And we'll get into why carfentanil over the next few slides. So this was a table I put together. Soon after the Moscow Theater event, I got interested in the whole thing. I wasn't savvy to any data that was not in the public domain, but by piecing together what I've described, we wrote this paper. And I put together this table looking at the potency of carfentanil versus morphine. And versus morphine, it's 10,000 times more potent, which is just extraordinary. Even versus fentanyl, it's 30 times more potent. So it's a very, very potent analog of fentanyl, as are a number of the other fentanyl analogs as well. Fast forward to 2012, this is the first paper, the first and I think only paper, that analyzed clothing and urine from the Moscow Theater casualties and revealed both carfentanil and remifentanil. So this is the only literature in the public domain that confirms the exposure, but what the Russians had used back then to try to sedate the folks in the theater, but not kill them, although they ended up killing many of them, was carfentanil. So if carfentanil is used to sedate elephants, why is it showing up in heroin? And that was the question that's come up in the last several years. Now, if you go onto some of these drug sites, so there's a number of drug sites where drug-using people share their experiences. There was this dialogue, this was back in 2011, about carfentanil. And one of the guys says, the last one says, "Oh guys, I just found this on another forum. A guy says he went down to Mexico, bought carfentanil from a pharmacy down there. This is the only report I've stumbled upon for wild dill, which is the trade name that I mentioned. And I haven't found any for immobiling. This stuff, it seems like that the stuff is safe for use as long as you take extremely small amounts of it at a time." So it was even discussed among the drug-using community as this really powerful opioid, although warnings that you have to take a very, very small amount. If you go onto the internet, you can find recipes to synthesize the carfentanil. And then the first reports starting in late 2016 about heroin being laced with this carfentanil at the same time that you could actually buy the carfentanil back then over the internet. So why carfentanil? It's about 100 times more potent, or 30 to 100 times more potent than fentanyl, but only slightly more expensive. So from a drug dealer standpoint, you can cut it into much larger volumes, creating stronger, cheaper highs, and the drug dealer makes a lot more money. So that's why carfentanil is out there, and the fentanyl analogs. There's a lot more money to be made by the drug dealers. And comments from users. One user was so distressed when he received a package labeled carfentanil, a free sample from his supplier, that he asked for advice on Reddit about how to dispose of it safely. Another user stated, "The only use I could think of it would be to kill people." A third user said, "Dealers are just starting to learn how to volumetrically dose their fentanyl poison bags, but killing us in the process. We are their guinea pigs." So this is further data from that CDC article just showing that so much of the fentanyl, at least in this report, was now contaminated with the carfentanil. And it's only gotten worse, and it's not just carfentanil, but it's also a number of other fentanyl derivatives. Which leads me to the last slide in terms of how do you treat these patients. And they're suffering from the effects of opioid poisoning, and you want to try to reverse the effect. Now, we use naloxone routinely in the setting of any opioid overdose. Different people have different thresholds for use of naloxone. If you go by the textbook and those who are most experienced with it, we tend to want to reserve the use of naloxone for those who are having respiratory depression, because this is where it can really make a very dramatic difference and reverse the potent effects of the opioid on the respiratory depressive centers. Routinely, it's often used for patients that are CNS depressed, and you can wake them up, but you're running some risks if you do it routinely on everyone who's depressed. For one reason is you can precipitate withdrawal, which can lead to all sorts of other complications. Moreover, the half-life of naloxone is relatively short, and so if someone goes into withdrawal, they may not ever want to be engaged with you in the hospital, and they may want to just leave the hospital. But then the naloxone can wear off, and they can become sedated with the opioid, depending on which parent opioid that they use. So a number of problems with using naloxone on every altered mental status patient. In another situation, if they've taken a combination of sedating drugs, you may reverse the opioid and not reverse the other drug. For instance, as I've had personal experience treating patients who've taken both opioids and benzodiazepines, and they're sedated, and you think, okay, well, it looks like an opioid, their pupils are myotic, let's use some naloxone. You use the naloxone, and they don't wake up, but you put them into withdrawal, and one of the manifestations of opioid withdrawal is nausea and vomiting, but they're still sedated because of the benzodiazepine, and now they're vomiting and have a significant aspiration risk because they're vomiting in a sedated state. So naloxone is not to be used injudiciously. It's best used in patients that are manifesting evidence of respiratory depression. In terms of the dosing of the naloxone, it's not clear how much you need with some of these fentanyl analogs. What we've heard is that for some of these cases, they may not be responding to the usual small doses, and they may require larger doses. Now, naloxone typically is usually provided in ampules of either 0.4 milligrams or 2 milligrams. In the opioid-dependent patient who's suffering from respiratory depression, a very small dose is apt to reverse the respiratory depression, even less than 0.4 milligrams, like 0.04 milligrams. A very small amount may reverse the respiratory depression. It may not totally wake them up, but it may reverse the respiratory depression. It works at the small dose best with morphine or heroin, which is metabolized to morphine. With some of the synthetic opioids, there tends to be a need for a larger dose, like with methadone or sometimes with fentanyl or with some of the fentanyl derivatives. And so if they're presenting like an opioid toxidrome, they're depressed, and you don't think, although it's hard to know for sure, but you don't think that they've had a mixed ingestion, you would start off with a small dose of naloxone, like maybe 0.4 milligrams or even smaller, 0.1 milligram, and then you'd go up on the dose if they're not responding. If they don't respond, ultimately it may be because it's some other exposure, it's not even an opioid, or it's a mixed ingestion where the opioid is not reversing the concomitant ingestion. Typically the maximum dose of naloxone is upwards of about 10 milligrams or so, and sometimes you do get a better response with a larger dose. The biggest downside, again, is the downside of withdrawal. But unlike benzodiazepine withdrawal or alcohol withdrawal, which can lead to seizures and other potential life-threatening manifestations, opioid withdrawal is usually a more benign presentation, with the caveat that if they're having significant GI distress when they're concomitantly CNS depressed, that may lead to aspiration. So one last concern about carfentanil and some of the fentanyl analogs is the risk of secondary exposure for the healthcare provider. They come in touch with the powder, not just the healthcare provider, the safety officer, the police, in an occupational setting? Is it possible, because this drug is so potent, that just touching it or being in the same room with it is apt to cause some sort of depression? And ACMT, the organization that I work with, and others have come out with recommendations regarding regarding precautions for emergency responders in the setting of fentanyl and some of their analogs. And on the ACMT website, which is acmt.net, under toxicology resources and position and guideline statements, we actually have a statement on preventing occupational fentanyl and fentanyl analog exposures to emergency responders. And here's the statement. You can look at it at your leisure. It doesn't downplay it as not being a risk, but for the most part, it's the chance of absorbing enough of it dermally is so low that one doesn't necessarily have to take special precautions beyond the usual precautions one would take with handling something that's potentially hazardous. And there's some detailed recommendations on the position statement. So with that, I think I'll end the little talk and open it up to any sorts of suggestions or comments. Thank you.
Is it just the standard precautions?
Yes.
Are enough for the dermal exposure for fentanyl?
Yeah, the standard precautions. I mean, universal precautions and whatnot. But the concern by some folks in the occupational sector is you have to start wearing special gear, getting onto the whole get up that you would with a potential sarin gas exposure or something like that. And one does not need to do that. There are still those who do get geared up, but we feel that's an overreaction.
May I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
Let's back to Moscow theater attack.
Yep.
We are facing... Yeah. I said let's back to Moscow attack. We are facing a lot of people that are coming out of the theater with respiratory depression, probably myotic pupil, and loss of consciousness. And we have not enough time to intubate all of the patients together. That's why the mortality was so high. So in my experience, any comatose patients should get naloxone. And I'm not sure why their medical team didn't prescribe that.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you. So in the case of Moscow, though, the authorities didn't tell anyone what they were using. So yes, clinically it seemed like an opioid overdose, and they should have responded that way. But it had never happened before. I mean, this was the first time in history that such an event had occurred. And you saw some of the folks in the bus, and they were just comatose and no airway, and many of them died because they weren't getting the attention that they needed. Hopefully, we learned lessons from history. So if there is ever a next time, we would be better prepared. There were all those ambulances. I think there was one picture, I may have left it out. There were a whole bunch of ambulances right outside the theater, but no one was prepared with the naloxone because no one had said that they're going to have an opioid effect, and so many people died needlessly, unfortunately. Has anyone in your countries seen any of these fentanyl analogs at all?
Most of the time, we don't know what they're using actually.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's true in the U.S. as well. And one of the limitations of the analytical laboratory is that it often doesn't really provide this sort of information, as I think most of you recognize. Not to say that it's going to necessarily change the management of the patient either, for that matter, because you have to manage them based on your clinical intuition and acumen. But from a public health standpoint, from an epidemiological standpoint, it would be much more useful if we had that degree of granularity in terms of what they were using. We're currently, have applied for a research grant to study this further. But beyond the research setting, in just the clinical setting, we often have no idea what we're using. And the other thing, particularly with fentanyl, for instance, depending on the laboratories, is most standard, at least in the U.S. hospital laboratories, don't have fancy technology. Even in some of the best hospitals, what they use is simple immunoassays, which for opioids look for the analyte morphine as the analyte, and things that are metabolized to morphine. So codeine and heroin are metabolized to morphine. And so if someone's been using heroin or been using codeine or morphine, it's going to trip it positive. But particularly with the synthetics, like the fentanyls, it's not going to cross-react at all. And so if they were using pure fentanyl or carfentanil or one of these analogs, you'd get a negative test for opioids. And so that can be very misleading, particularly to the less experienced physician who says, oh, the drug test is negative and you tell me he has an opioid overdose. It doesn't make any sense, but when it needs to understand the laboratory and its limitations. Yep.
This was a good point, actually. So to sum up, it means that if we face someone with the symptoms of opioid overdose and we couldn't find anything in lab exams, including morphine, codeine, or the other routine opioids, we should be suspicious for fentanyl or the other alternatives. Do you have any sort of these patients in Turkey? What's the most opioid that they are using and they are overdosed? Morphine. And maybe it is not available, actually. And maybe it is not available.
Could be. We don't know. I mean, we don't see a lot of patients with opioid intoxication, to be honest. And also, we have some certain limitations to test these patients because of our laboratories. So we can understand with our test results too. So that's why we are actually judging these patients with clinics. That's it. Most of the time it works.
Thank you very much, Professor. And Bruno, do you have something to add? Is it good we go in this way? Most of the time, actually, lab exams don't change your management. That's the main point. You should manage the patients based on their presentation, not based on the lab exams. The lab exams is useful for research or probably for further public health concern. Yeah, but for us as a clinician, it's not very useful. Not you want to add something?
Yeah, except for the one case of paracetamol. So there, it's very helpful, and if you don't have that, it's very challenging. I mean, I have to say that, with just, I mean, it's a side subject, but you know, with paracetamol, obviously with the acute single ingestion, the level is very important. But all those other cases, either the chronic cases or the delayed presentations, then the level, you know, doesn't help you. There may not be a level at all. In that case, you have to use your clinical acumen again and look at other factors such as the liver test. But with a single acute acetaminophen without getting a level, you know, it's. Well, yeah. Yeah, I yeah. Well, again, most of the time we have no idea what they took. So I think we'd start with a smaller dose, but we would escalate the dose if they're not responding. And we would have done that even 25 years ago, the same thing, because with the synthetic opioids, methadone, for instance, and others, I mean, they may not respond to the low dose of naloxone anyway, so we would escalate the dose. There is no specific protocol for dosing for fentanyl overdose at this point, and so it's still more this generic approach.
Okay, thank you. Any other question? So let's go to the other topic. Number 8, please. Number 8, yeah. Actually, opioid overdose is not just treating the patients, but also it has some effects on the public health. And nowadays, the statistics shows that the opioid overdose is rising. So, most of the time, those who are to be killed by opioids, most of them are not in the hospital. They are out of the hospital. So it came to the mind of the public health experts that they should do something out of the hospital to prevent deaths from the opioids. So actually healthcare facilities all together gathered, and they offered by WHO to prevent opioid overdose in the society. They called it SOS initiative. Next slide, please. As you can see here, they aim to cover 90% of each level together. It means that they are intended to target the relevant groups that they may face the opioid overdose. They are not just professionals in the healthcare facilities. They might be their peers, they might be their friends, they might be their communities that they are living in them. So actually in this program, they are going to educate these people how is the opioid overdose and how they should act against the opioid overdose in order to save more life. And you can see that they are intended to cover 90% of those trained people to have access to a supply of antidotes. We mean naloxone at the top. So if they face opioid overdose, and if they have naloxone supply available, they could be able to save the lives. And finally, they wish that of those who have been given a naloxone supply with a carrying naloxone under them, it should be in their hand. It should be available. So if you see all together, it means that they are going to protect people against opioid overdose by supplying and by helping the other people to get more familiar with opioid overdose, those who are not mostly healthcare professionals, and teach them how to use naloxone for those peoples. And actually nowadays in many countries they are doing like this. I'm not sure, for example, in Iran we haven't such a program. In Turkey, I know you have not such a program, but for example, in France, they have such a program. So I want to ask Bruno, if you have any data regarding less number of dead people because of opioid overdose, comparing the past when the naloxone was just available for healthcare professionals, and nowadays that it should be available for many people. Mm-hmm. Coming to hospital. Mm-hmm. To push it. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Respirators. Yeah. The ambulance. Yeah. So this is a big concern. Actually, in many countries, it depends on the cultural issues. That when they are using naloxone intranasally, it means that probably they are going to treat the patients and they don't call the emergency and the other ambulances to save the patients. So it should run some research in different countries. But nowadays, the statistics shows that it was successful in those countries that were using it, and we should rely on them. Anyway, maybe they were advising that these people should call the medical facilities and ambulances again, and they may not follow. So it should be in the programs of the public health that actually educate more people on the consequences of these behavior in order to prevent further overdose. Anyway, you can see in the next, in the right side that people who use opioids may encounter opioid overdose. And those who are around them, like peers, friends, families, actually community members, staff of medical facilities, and first responders, those are those people who may help them. So they should be involved in treating these sorts of patients. In my country, Iran, nowadays, the number of opioid overdose cases is so high. And many of them are dying because of lack of on-time management of these patients. For example, when the professor was talking about the difficulty in recognizing the opioid overdose in Moscow theater, it came in my mind that I had a patient that was poisoned by a carrot, and the other patient by a kiwi. And the presentation was like an opioid overdose. So exactly with myotic pupil, respiratory depression, both of them were child. And when we search for what's the possibility of being poisoned by an opioid by a child by using a carrot or a kiwi, we found that that carrot and that kiwi was washed with methadone. And this methadone was kept by his dad in the car. So they thought that this liquid is water, but in fact it was methadone. So they washed the carrot because the baby was eager to eat carrot after shopping, and we faced opioid overdose. So actually opioid overdose is nowadays is affecting many people in my country, in Iran. And almost 10 million people are involved dealing with an opioid overdose-related deaths. Because it is not just the patient himself or herself. It's the community that is involving. It's their families, the other member of the family. We have a lot of unintentional opioid overdose deaths because of filling methadone, filling the bottles with methadone instead of, for example, acetaminophen, instead of, because the bottles were the same. They used the drug bottles. So they put it in the refrigerator, and the elderly people in the home actually used that. And they came with respiratory arrest, and some of them died. Anyway, when we are dealing with opioid overdose, the people around us should be familiar with the symptoms of opioid overdose, and should find a way to help their family members. So actually by using web resources, by using posters, and even by using word of mouth, for those people who came to our hospitals and they are facing opioid overdose, we can somehow help them to recognize the opioid overdose in the future. And you know, one of the main points that people get overdose is after our intervention. When you use naloxone for people, actually you're going to crave them for next usage of opioid, because somehow they go to withdrawal. And when they go to withdrawal and come back to home, they are seeking for opioids, and they come again and again and again, and sometimes they don't come again because they died. So the community should be prepared in order to fight against these situations, and this is not possible without public health interventions. But our talk, I expect you get some impression when you leave this hall, and when you see an overdose patient. Just you are not visiting a patient. You are facing a public health concern. So you should get ready. You should aware the family and relatives that these patients may come again, and you are responsible to manage further overdose by going to somewhere. I don't know if there is some institutions, for example, in Turkey or not, and sitting somewhere and get some information, get some knowledge in order to fight against further opioid overdose. And also, our facility is a good area if we organize some programs for our patients who are hospitalized. We can ask psychiatrists, psychologists, and the other teams in order to have family stressing programs. Because most of the time they are not in a good family, and as you mentioned, many of them are poor people with bad connection inside each other, and they don't care about themselves. So the community and the public health should intervene somehow. And this is not possible without any previous arrangements. We cannot treat the patients and leave them alone, as they will come again and again. And probably they will advertise the act to the other people that nothing happened to me. So you can use opioid as well. So as I said, the healthcare facilities is a good area that we can intervene, because we can see more persons that at higher risks because they are overdose. And we can visit the family members and peers at the same time. You cannot convince them to go somewhere as a whole with the other family members. This is exactly a good area that we can put our net and get all people together. Patients, peers, and family members. Those essentials that are useful to prevent opioid overdose again and again. And if you have established something in your country, you can find a network of support and linking the patients to those maintenance therapies. And unfortunately, in my experience, those maintenance therapies, if you get them be free, sometimes they provide bad opioid maintenance treatments for the people. In my country, we have almost 7,000 treatment centers for opioid overdose. So that's a lot. And many of them are just distributing methadone as a maintenance treatment for those who are overdosed with, for example, heroin or the other stuff. And unfortunately, after a while, they are still prescribing methadone for weak opioids like tramadol. I'm sure you have the same thing in Turkey. You have a lot of tramadol poison patients that they are addicted to tramadol, probably 2, 3, 4, 7 pills per day. And sometimes they come to you with seizure. That's a huge problem in Iran. And nowadays, the number one of the seizure in the community is tramadol overdose. So when a young man come to us with seizure and sometimes presentation of opioid overdose, I mean respiratory depression, something like that, and myotic pupil, we assume that he or she is a tramadol overdose patient. Anyway, tramadol is a weak opioid, so it's not wisely, for example, to get tramadol from one patient and prescribe methadone to him as a maintenance therapy. If we are using maintenance therapy in our community, we should stratify it. We should, for example, use methadone for heroin overdose patients because they are at risk of HIV, they are at risk of the other infection disease related, substance related diseases. And it can help them to be on a regular diet of, for example, methadone. It can prohibit them from bad behaviors, from high-risk behaviors, and it's good for them. That makes sense. But for example, for someone that is using 2 or 3 pills per day, tramadol, it's not a good treatment to put them on methadone maintenance therapy, for example. So what is final consequence? Nowadays, instead of, for example, heroin overdose in my country, methadone overdose is at the top of the opioid overdose deaths. And unfortunately, many of them unintentional, like in the elder patients or in the kids. because they are at risk. So we have to discuss it in our community with public health authorities to overcome this problem. Otherwise, you will face the same problem that we have in Iran. Okay, we talk about that. It all refers to those facilities that make a network for them, to be engaged to them, and to provide supply for those people who are on maintenance therapy, etc. Okay, this is actually our ward in Tehran. We have some brochures all over the walls to advertise what's the consequences of, for example, using opium, using heroin, using tramadol, etc. And also we provide some pamphlets for them after they release the hospital in order to prevent further overdose. But honestly, I cannot see any difference. But it should be, probably it can be done and presented to the family members. You cannot just involve the patient himself or herself. You should involve the community. And most of the time, they are not care about themselves. So the other people who are caring, who are living with them should be involved. Okay, thank you. If you have any question, please ask. Otherwise, I can go to the next presentation regarding overdose. Yeah. No, I think, because we have in lack of time, no, methadone overdose, please. It is heroin, I think the number 3. Because we are in lack of time, I think, as an example, I start something like methadone overdose, and you can expand it to the other things. All of them are somehow the same, with some minor actually differences. Number 3. Methadone overdose is a good example for us as a strong opioid with long half-life. Half-life of methadone is around 52 hours. So if you treat the patients at the emergency department with naloxone, when you see the half-life of naloxone that is much, much less than the methadone, you can expect to see further overdose in methadone overdose patients because of half-life. After a period of time, for example, the half-life of how long is the half-life of naloxone? Less than 1 hour? 60 to 90 minutes? Still the same. You can consider even 90 minutes. So if an opioid has a longer half-life than 90 minutes, you expect to see the further overdose. So all of these people should be hospitalized first. You cannot release the patients from the hospital. Please, methadone overdose, number 3. Sorry. You have it here. Okay, I can opioid receptors. I can use it again. Yes, go to Menatox. And number 3, yes. Yeah. I will use it again, so I come back. Now I have to continue. Thank you. So nowadays, methadone is produced in Iran about, and is using in different maintenance treatment center, something like 80 ton. That's a lot. And most of them are in formulation like syrup or tablets. We have different tablets of methadone that are producing in Iran, and one tablet can kill a baby. And for syrup formulation, we have 5 milligram per milliliters of methadone in each milliliter. So it means that 2 milliliters of methadone, it's equal to 10 milligram, and 10 milligram is enough to kill a baby like 10 kilogram. So it's a bad poison that if we use these formulations in our home can kill the kids and even the other people based on the different dose that they used. Anyway, I'm going to pass the history in medical use. Let's go to, this is the advantage of the methadone maintenance over heroin. I talk in my previous talks. And accidental methadone poisoning, we have some risk factors that we can see, like very available at houses that the residents are under methadone maintenance therapy. Nowadays, almost 1 million people are under methadone maintenance therapy in Iran, out of 80 million population of our country. So that's a lot again. Syrup may be missed as cold remedies. In some cultures, they use opioids routinely as painkiller. And dealing with methadone overdose is completely different from the other opioids with short half-life. So I have a lot of bad experiences that we have some patients in our ward. We kept them for 24 hours. And when they release, they experience methadone overdose again, not by getting another dose of methadone. So that is a very dangerous, actually, poison, and we should be careful about that. If you learn methadone overdose, how to handle it, how to manage it, actually you are managing the worst case of opioid overdose that you can see in your life. That's completely difficult and very conservative, as they seem very well. But when they go to the bed and when they sleep, you can see that apnea during their sleep. So, and on the other hand, actually, one of our difficulties is that how to get them naloxone. Because you have two different categories of the patients, those who are naive and those who are not. You can easily deal with naive people. Because when you get naloxone, to them, nothing happened thereafter, because there is no withdrawal syndrome. But for these people, actually, when you use naloxone, if the dose is low, they experience opioid overdose. And if the dose is high, they experience withdrawal syndrome. And if they experience withdrawal syndrome in emergency department, what happened thereafter? They wish to leave the hospital against your medical advice. And what happened thereafter? They will die, probably in the next street or even in their home. We have a lot of such cases in the country that our emergency residents, our emergency physicians released the patients, and the patients died in the home or in the streets with no subsequent management. So, what other risk factors are? The other risk factors are taking co-ingestions. That's not unusual for those people who are using drugs, use the other drugs at the same time, especially with benzos and with ethanol. This is, for example, using tramadol and alcohol is very common in Iran. Why? Because of sexual desires. So they experience seizure and they experience respiratory arrest in different time intervals. So we should be careful about that. Actually, we have an investigation in the past and analyzed the urine of different overdose patients that came to us, and we found that every patient is using 2.5 different category of illicit drugs. So they are not using just opioid. They may use at the same time stimulants. They may use alcohol. They may use cannabis or other illicit drugs. So one of our difficulties is that how to recognize them in a limited time in emergency departments. Okay, let's pass the metabolism. You know, like the other opioids, methadone have the same presentations. Almost all the opioids have the same presentation, unless by some points. All of them have a triad, respiratory depression, myotic pupils, and loss of consciousness. But do you think that this existed in all opioid poison patients? No. In our experience, we have some data. It shows that only 25% have shown triad of opioid overdose. And the other patients were in lack of some clinical manifestations. For example, when somebody is using tramadol and experience seizure, you don't expect to see myotic pupils in him or her because of seizure. So, but by the way, pinpoint pupils, CNS depression, respiratory depression, hypotension, bradycardia, and decreased bowel sounds are most clinical pictures that can be seen in opioid overdose patients. Torsade is one of the problems that we are facing nowadays with methadone overdose patients, because many of them are on a maintenance therapy, and during maintenance therapy, many clinics have they don't take an electrocardiogram from the patients to recognize that QT interval is prolonged. QT interval prolongation is an indication of stopping the methadone. And actually, we have another study to see what's the cause of death in methadone overdose patients. And we found that almost in all of them, we have ECG abnormalities. And why? What that? Because of prolonged maintenance therapy in these patients. And you can see the growth of acute methadone poisoning patients in our hospital during different years. It's up to 2011, and nowadays it's more than 1,050, sorry. And the same, the growth of acute methadone poison in children. All of them are unintentional. And you see the peak here. Anyway, this is the story that we have drawn with legal medicine organization to see the cause of death in methadone overdose patients. And you can see that a lot of people were investigated, and finally, no, it's not with legal medicine organization, it's for children actually. We have 3 deaths in children out of 475 cases. Okay, let's pass the epidemiological aspects. It's completely clear for all of us that naloxone is antidote of choice for treating these patients. But the question is that how we should start the naloxone, and how we should we continue naloxone with pump infusion, for example, or just observe the patients to see what happened for them. Do you have any idea for your patients here? I wanted to hear your experience in Turkey, if you have any. How you treat the patients with prolonged opioid overdose. Do you have methadone overdose here or not? You don't have. Do you have buprenorphine overdose here or not? at least you have opium overdose here. I'm sure, because Izmir is a place that they produce opium, and it's one of the best places for cultivating opium, because the morphine of the Izmir is rich in the past to 50%. It's more than the other places. But probably nowadays, I'm not sure. I don't have any data. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Buprenorphine. Yeah. But I am sure some people here use opium extracts and opium, raw opium. Raw opium is also have a long half-life. No? My question is that, because most of you are involved in emergency department, and probably if these patients are hospitalized, you are not following them. Am I right? Okay, so let's start in this way. Imagine that someone with opioid syndrome come to you in emergency department. These cases may encounter respiratory depression or may not encounter this respiratory depression. I mean, he or she may come to you with apnea or without apnea, just with respiratory, just with loss of consciousness and myotic pupil. Do your prescription differ for these two categories of opioid overdose patients or not? They are the same. Because in apnea patients, you have no time, you know? Just you should do your best at the first step. But for the other patients, you have enough time. So you can go by escalating dose of naloxone one by one. So what would be your recommendation? What do you do?
So for us there, the EMS is the one who bring the patient.
Yeah.
So they have the 2 mg ampoules.
Yeah. The ampoules of naloxone is, they have different. Yeah. Yeah, there's 0.4 and 2 milligram. But you have 2 milligrams. Yeah?
So they give it Acil.
Yeah? 2 milligram instantly at yeah. What's the problem with this dose? Yes. They experience withdrawal syndrome. And what will happen after withdrawal syndrome? Yes. Yeah. You cannot work anymore in that emergency department with an agitated patients. Yeah. And again, that's a good point. If you encounter withdrawal syndrome because of using naloxone, what do you do? Do you use, again, opioid to reverse withdrawal syndrome, or you use something else? You use benzos. And the other, why you don't use opioid? Because it doesn't work. Because your actually sites of action are occupied already by naloxone. Naloxone has a good affinity to mu receptors, so you cannot use it unless very stressful opioids like fentanyl. Otherwise, you cannot reverse agitation by using that one. Anyway, that's not a good point, that you precipitate withdrawal in those patients. You should do something else. So many actually people and many experts use little dose of naloxone. Yeah. We usually ask the patients and see the patient if they are using opioid or not. If they are naive, there is no worries about the dose of naloxone. But if they are not naive and they are dependent on opioid, the little dose should be the best. And usually we use 0.05 milligrams for starts. and see and observe the patients for a period of time, and if they need more opioids, yeah. But if you see your text, there in different texts there are different strategies, and actually we found that there are 32 algorithms for naloxone administration. Usually we use Goldfrank emergency toxicology. Some people use the Tintinelli, for example, emergency medicine, and they have different advice. And yes, we have already talked about that. Let's pass it. And what about the infusion of naloxone? If you found something, unfortunately, sometimes we cannot rely on the history of the patients that they give us. Sometimes they say, for example, I used tramadol, and finally we discovered that they used methadone. In these cases, the people may go to respiratory depression, and you lose them somehow. So actually, one of those points that lab exams would be useful for us are in these cases, because managing a tramadol overdose is completely different from managing a methadone overdose with a longer half-life. So for long half-life opioids, we usually prefer to use an infusion of naloxone for a long time. And for methadone, this is at least 24 hours if they experienced respiratory depression. So the next respiratory depression will come to you if you leave the patients alone, and most of the time, unfortunately. Just, I'm using methadone as an example. This is a good example because it has high affinity to mu receptors with a half-life. You cannot such an opioid in the community like methadone that would be harmful for the patients in terms of toxicological issues, not in terms of, for example, public health issues. Because for heroin overdose patients, we have to administer methadone for them. But we are facing them in an overdose case, so we should deal with them. Anyway, usually each 8 hours you reduce the dose until you cease the naloxone. And during this period of time, some people may experience, again, withdrawal syndrome, or they may experience opioid overdose syndrome. In each case, you double the dose, or you half the dose, or even you cease the dose. Okay, it was a rapid communication, sorry for that, because we changed our presentations in order to make everything in the morning. Bruno, if you have something to add.
Do you have any experience in Turkey? Because we have somebody who, but I don't know her, was supposed to present on opioid toxicity in Turkey. I will tell you the name, if you know her. Yeah, but I was to be sure about that. Somebody knows Dr. Arisi from Izmir. Ah, okay. So maybe because we wanted to shorten a little bit the symposium, so maybe you can make your presentation now. That's what will be the best, I think. Then we can discuss it because. She will talk about the situation in Turkey. Good. That's the best.
I think this way was much better.
And then we asked them. So we'll have this presentation about the situation in Turkey, and then we have some time. I think it's up to you. We have all our presentations, but you can choose which one we can do or which question you want us to discuss. It's up to you. But since we are not so many, we decided to shorten a little bit. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tamam. Tamam, sağ sol. Tamam. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for their invitations. My subject is overdose management challenges, best practices in Turkey. I will try to explain the role of Turkey for the world opioid supplementation, epidemiology of drug use and opioid overdose in Turkey, and the opioid overdose challenges in management in emergency services in Turkey, suggestions for problem solving. And it's also stated, I think, in previous presentations, opioids is the largest proportion of harms-related illicit drug use in the world. Right, and it has a high mortality and morbidity rates, and Turkey represents a large consumer market in terms of illicit drugs. Because of its geopolitical location, Turkey is naturally affected smuggling of opioids, derivatives, and chemical intermediates and other illicit drugs. It is located in the Balkan Road, and it's a key transport point for illicit drugs from Afghanistan to Europe. And if we look to morphine and heroin seizures in selected significant countries between 2014 and 2017, the number of heroin seizures is more than the number of morphine seizures, and especially acetic anhydride heroin precursor seizures is most common in Turkey. And according to European Union drug market report, heroin is the third most common seized illicit drug following herbal cannabis and cannabis resin, but heroin is the most encountered illicit drug among all treatment entrants, and the third graphic is showing that the number of patients treated for opioid addiction is more than the number of patients treated with the other addictive substances, and in this report also stated that all treatment entrants and first-time treatment entrants are in the European Union range in Turkey, and the quantity of heroin seizures and the number of heroin seizures are in the upper limit of European Union, and this that also confirming the important role of Turkey in drug trafficking. And if we look at gender distribution, the drug use is common in men, and overdose deaths are increasing over the years, and opioid-related deaths rate are 24%. And of course, there is a problem of drug abuse in Turkey, and in Turkey, TÜBİM is the partner of European Union, the Turkish Monitoring Center for Drugs and Drug Addiction, and TÜBİM is attached to the Ministry of Interior, Turkish National Police, Counter-Narcotics Department, responsible for the coordination and implementation of the national drug strategy and monitoring the drug situation, and TÜBİM has assumed very important that is in this area. And according to TÜBİM's report, in 2018, the number of drug-related deaths decreased compared to 2017, which is published by European Union Drug Market Report. This may be related to TÜBİM's action plan, which is published in 2018. And if we look to gender distribution, men deaths is common, and it's common in between 25 and 44 age. And also there are some literature data about drug-related deaths. Between 1997 and 2001, nearly 4,000 deaths due to intoxication were reported in Turkey, and nearly 10% of them from drug overdose and toxicity, and opioids were implicated in nearly 40% of deaths. And in Çukurova region, the rate of opioid-related deaths among the illicit drugs-based deaths were high between 2007 and 2011, and the rate of medicine and narcotic-related deaths were nearly 14%, Ankara and nearby cities from 2000 to 2011. And we know the deaths related drug overdose, but we don't know the exact rates of emergency services admissions in Turkey, because our national poison information data is very old, and there are some local studies. One of them in a study by Tüfekçi et al., alcohol with illicit drug-related emergency service admissions rate was nearly 5%. And of course, at this point, National Poison Information Center data is very important, but UZEM published its last record in 2009, and according to this report, the rate of illicit drug overdose-related admissions to National Poison Information Center within 2008 was 0.39%, with the 12.6% opioid-related admissions. And if we look to gender distribution, drug-related emergency service admissions were common in men. And if we look to age distribution, the most admission age was between 20 and 29 years. And another study from Ege University, they reported that the opiate-related emergency service admissions rate is 2% among teenagers, and all of these teenagers had families, have low education level, high levels of smoking and or alcohol consumption, and live in deprived areas and divorced. And the data about emergency service admissions is very weak at this point. And of course, these are pinpoint pupils, unconsciousness, respiratory depressions are the main clinical findings of opioid overdose. And in the treatment, of course, basic life support is very important, and timely administration of naloxone is life-saving, and it has intravenous, intramuscular, subcutaneous, and intranasal formulations. But in Turkey, sometimes to find naloxone is very difficult. There are two formulations: intravenous formulations for emergency use, and sublingual oral formulation for the use of addictive person. But naloxone is in the abroad active ingredient list. It isn't in the located National Poison Information Center's antidote list. And sometimes there are some problems of importing the naloxone, because it is brought from abroad via Turkish Medicines and Medical Devices Agency. And sometimes it can't find in emergency services or ambulances. And also, I think it's a common problem in the world. It is only used for healthcare professionals, and some relatives of opioid users who can witness an opioid overdose can find naloxone. Of course, there is no inhalational form in Turkey. And of course, for prevention is very important. And the patient who are opioid user who injects restarting opioid use after a period of abstinence are under the opioid overdose risks. And of course, World Health Organization have some recommendation for preventing opioid overdose. And one of these, naloxone be made available to people likely to witness an opioid overdose, training of the opioid users' relatives about opioid overdose, and psychosocial support, opioid maintenance treatments, treatment with opioid antagonists such as naltrexone is very important. And with the World Health Organization recommendations, TUBIM published an action report. The report's name is 2018-2023 Drug Enforcement National Strategy Document and Action Plan. And there are 4 main points in this plan. One is prevention of drug supply, one is prevention of drug demand, one is protective and preventive services, and the other is communication in the fight against drugs. And in the protective and preventive services, of course, consultancy services, drug first support line is very important, but organizing emergency rescue teams and emergency services as a part of fight against drug is very important. At this point, to training emergency service physicians is very important, and emergency service physicians may encounter opioid overdose patients in emergency services, and they must know how to manage opioid overdose, and of course they must determine the necessities of emergency services. As a summary and as a conclusion, opioid poisoning is a major problem in worldwide, also in Turkey, and the most limitation for us is we don't have the exact data related to emergency service admissions related to opioid overdose. If we don't know the problem, we can take precautions, and training of physicians working in emergency departments is important, and TUBIM has action plan at this point, and naloxone must be accessible in case of opioid overdose, and improving emergency facilities is important to effectively treating opioid overdose. Thanks for attention. Yes, it's very important at this point, because if we don't know the problem, we can't solve. And the data is very...
President of the Middle East, North Africa Clinical Toxicology Association. And I'm also a board member of the American College of Medical Toxicology and an associate professor of emergency medicine and medical toxicology at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia, and at the American University of Beirut in Lebanon. It is my honor to welcome you to the beautiful city of Istanbul. I also want to share with you that I am one more affiliation, that I'm also the assistant medical director of the Georgia Poison Center. So not to forget, I have many affiliations, so please apologize for forgetting one. And Georgia, Tbilisi, Georgia. So welcome to the beautiful city of Istanbul. This meeting has been a lot of hard work and passion for toxicology on behalf of Minatox, and as well as on behalf of the Emergency Physician Association of Turkey, that I thank sincerely for their support and their coordination and collaboration. I want to thank Dr. Bashar Jandar, Dr. Mohamed Gul, and Dr. Bashat Al for their staunch support to medical toxicology in Turkey and in the MENA region. Today you are participating in a course that is very dear to my heart. The course is titled Bridges Between Clinical Toxicology and Public Health. I selected the title very carefully because Istanbul is the sign and symbol of bridges between different cultures, between different continents. And I could not find a better title for this course today to really embody what we believe in as toxicologists. Medical toxicologists are also bridges. We are bridges with clinical medicine. We are bridges with public health. And I belong to a training school through my mentor, Dr. Ed Kilborn at the CDC, and others as well at the ACMT and then the Georgia Poison Center, that really believe strongly that medical toxicologists are essential in the public health response system or the public health structure. So you are going to hear about all of these various aspects today in this program that we put together carefully. We are short on time a little bit. We are also going to be joined by the World Health Organization, Center for Environmental Health Action from Jordan via webinar, as well as by a colleague from New York City, New York in the afternoon. So we will have some online juggling to do, but we already tested it out this morning, and I think it's going to work out. I want to thank our sponsors, Toxins, which is represented by Ms. Lucy Schiffelbein here, Randox, as well as Response System International, and Integral Global Consulting. Please make sure you stop by their booth and say hello to them and thank them for their support. Without any further ado, I would like to move on to the next, our first presentation by Dr. Edwin Kilbourne. Dr. Edwin Kilbourne is my mentor. I met him in 2003 when I joined the fellowship at CDC Emory Georgia Pogen Center. Dr. Kilbourne is the one that really instilled in my heart the importance and love for public health and injury prevention. He taught me a lot of public health principles that I use every day in my practice and in my career. I've asked him to talk about his career, his journey. Dr. Kilbourne, before retiring in 2005 from the CDC, had spent around almost 25 years at the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention as a Public Health Service Corps member. He is probably the pioneer of clinical toxicologist in public health. And his career is illustrious and marked by several key investigations that he led that really prevented thousands of injuries and death. He is going to share with us today his experience. He's speaking today as an adjunct professor at Emory University Department of Emergency Medicine, although he also works currently with another company called Leidos. Dr. Kilbourne, thank you again for being here with us, and we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning. Ziad, I'm pleased to be here. I think we probably got more from you than we ever gave you. But that doesn't matter. I'm pleased to be here. I want to thank the sponsors, and I want to thank you in advance for your attention today. Dr. Kazi asked me to speak about my career, and I found that, at least as far as I'm concerned, I'm not so terribly interesting. Can I have the first slide, please? Oh, I do it. Who do I point it at? Okay. Right. You know, I've had unusual luck in an unusual period of time when public health was changing and the world was changing in a way that brought toxicology to the foreground. And I've had opportunities not available to everyone, and I think that's part of what I've been able, that's been an enabling factor to help me do what I want to do. But let us pay attention. I cannot speak about the development of toxicology, clinical toxicology, in all of the countries of this area of the world. And so I'll confine myself mostly to how clinical toxicology developed in the United States. Let's go to the next slide, please. Oh, I have the, sorry. Oh, my luck. The location and time. The U.S. following World War II was a very vigorous economical economy. I was in the generation that's known as the baby boomers. There were a lot of children born after the war. My father was also a respected physician scientist. He worked in infectious disease and worked specifically on influenza vaccine. And I often think of him as issues come up these days with influenza and what he would have done and how interesting he would have found it. I had a couple of illnesses while a child that required specialty care, and I went into New York City from the suburbs of New Jersey frequently, and I came into contact with hospitals, and I found them to be fascinating places. I also went to my father's lab, and I think I was stimulated there. I had excellent mentorship, and I had excellent students, like Dr. Ziad Kazi. In the course of my career, I've been influenced by such people as Dr. Sir Richard Dahl, the well-known British epidemiologist who died in 2005, I'm sorry to say. Dr. Clark Heath, a famous cancer epidemiologist, Dr. Henry Falk, who discovered the link, or had a major part in discovering the link between vinyl chloride and cancer. Dr. Stephen Thacker, who is well known at CDC. He died young, and various parts of the CDC are named after him. And as I said, I have had great students and people to work with me. Now, if you go through clinical medical toxicology in the United States, you find really that the first impetus for it occurred in the 1950s. And that was because the war stimulated, we were running low on latex, for instance. And so various forms of rubber were being tried. A substance called neoprene was developed instead of rubber for tires. But the chemical industry just went really forward in great leaps and bounds. By 10 to 15 years ago, the numbers of known and frequently used chemicals in industry was in the tens of thousands, close to 100,000. The number of compounds that had been synthesized, developed, or reported on was in the millions, 6 or 7 million. And the American Chemical Society has a registry by which they keep the numbers. So it becomes a very difficult field when people are being exposed to all sorts of things. And so it was with increasing complexity that pediatricians, particularly because children, well, I remember having very young children, they'll eat almost anything. And you can, and any poison center knows that, that so many of the calls are about children and what they ingest. Many of the more serious cases are related to adults because sometimes their motives are suicidal or towards self-harm. That's infrequent with the children, of course. In the 1950s, there were literally hundreds of poison control centers. It became a popular thing for every hospital or healthcare institution to have this as something that would make add luster to their prestige, add something. But there was really there was little, if any, quality control at that time. And there wasn't a process for evaluating. There was no certification. Also in the 1950s is when Dahl, who I think read medicine in the 1940s, started to get results from the British physician study. And one of the things he looked at was smoking. And it started to come out that there was an association with lung cancer. Dahl's work was was pivotal in terms of the United States response when Surgeon General Luther Terry made the announcement that lung cancer and smoking were associated. Of course, we know now that smoking tobacco is associated with many, many health conditions, but this is certainly one of them. So I believe it was for that and in his related work that he was knighted by the Queen of England. 1958, people started to be concerned with cancer, and there was some legislation which was not given great importance at the time, but it was called the Delaney Clause. and it was added to a piece of legislation regarding our Food and Drug Administration, saying that the FDA could not allow any known carcinogens to be in food. So this is a time in the 1950s of many chemicals starting to realize the problems of chemicals and what they represented for public health. So the precise words, I believe, are the Secretary of the Food and Drug Administration. That is odd because it's called the Commissioner of Food and Drugs, but perhaps that came later. Shall not approve for use in food any chemical additive found to induce cancer in humans or after tests found to induce cancer in animals. The problem with that is that as chemistry progressed, it's hard to say, it became harder and harder to say that there was nothing, not a single molecule of a carcinogen in food. If you think about it, foods are very, very diverse group of chemical substances. And so to swear about that, you have to be a very, very good chemist. You can't actually swear that I have not put in anything that is chemically a problem. So as chemistry became better in response to the synthesis of new chemicals, we really didn't know, and it was hard to follow the Delaney Law. In United States jurisprudence, there is something called a de minimis exposure. De minimis means that it's such a small thing that we're not going to pay it any attention. And ultimately, that was the concept on which low-dose exposures were regulated, such that if you have a risk for some additive ingredient in food that is less than 1 in a million in a lifetime by estimates, or perhaps 1 in 100,000, that you might that could be called de minimis, meaning it's not big enough to worry about. And that is a legal concept. That is not a health concept. But we developed it into a whole new area of public health and medicine, in toxicology. So let's move along. We'll return to Delaney. Clinically, in the 1960s, poison centers and clinicians continued to struggle to treat an ever-growing spectrum of causes of intoxication. The chemical industry was off and running and was extremely successful. Pollution became a problem because there weren't definitions of pollutants, and there weren't clear-cut rules about who could dispose of what and where they could dispose it. The US government tried to assist, at least the clinical side of the equation, by providing sets of reference cards on particular toxicants. And these made their ways around. I talked with my colleague, Dr. Barry Rumack, who is old enough to have practiced during that time, and who told me that the cards were usually one set per hospital, that frequently the cards, they were meant to be easily replaced when they were lost, and they actually migrated to patients' charts, away from the set. People would mark them up and so forth. So public health had developed further by having fewer poison centers recognized as, they became recognized as a critical public health resource. But the problem of funding started to emerge, and it continues to this day in the United States. Dr. Rumack, I believe he made a great deal of money, but he managed to get consumer product data, including proprietary formulas, and to put them in a database, which became widely used as computers became available also in the 1960s, were available to medical toxicologists. Sorry, I'm just going to say next slide. Yes. The 70s, the same trends continued. Certification of clinical toxicologists became an issue. And I think the early, I guess what we call now the first board in the United States started to function. And Paul Wax and Chuck McKay are here. Is that approximately the right date? In the 60s, or was it the 70s? 60s, okay, good. In public health, our air in big cities had become so polluted that President Richard Nixon, who's a Republican, who's not, not typically the party that is seen as safeguarding the environment, actually created the EPA by an executive order, which was later confirmed by the Occupational Safety and Health Act, the OSH Act. Poison control consolidated even more into fewer but much better centers. And the quality control of poison centers became a concern and started to be addressed. U.S. public health agencies began to study with this began to have to deal with this Delaney concept. But it was a difficult area. How much are you going to absorb? Well, in FDA, if you have medicine or food, USDA safeguards food, EPA, the environment, how much, if it's in the soil, how much dirt gets in people's mouths. There were really no data at that time to really help move that study along. That's since been addressed, but slowly. And CDC got into the act, especially with regard to Love Canal. The Love Canal incident changed the country. It led to legislation that created the so-called Superfund. In other words, a way to clean up some of these dumps where people had just left all sorts of chemicals without regard or any thought for future contamination, the likelihood of very toxic chemicals getting into groundwater, whether those chemicals were toxic or what. So in the 70s and beyond, risk assessment became an important area, mostly done with animal data, which of course raised the question of how similar humans are to animals. For instance, even in mammals, we don't all have the same organs. There's a distinct area of the mouse, I believe, called the forestomach. If the forestomach, which we don't have as humans, generates a tumor after exposure to a certain chemical, does that count? Does that make sense? How much is de minimis? And how do you estimate that from animal data? How do you even treat the animals. Animals with, such as mice, with I think 1.5 year lifespans, rats with 2.5 year lifespans. How do they compare with a 70-year lifespan of a human being? The area of animal extrapolation, full of theory and not much data, became a very important concern. So that remains an issue and an area for study. Poison center quality remains an issue, but the American Association of Poison Control Centers has developed criteria to review poison control centers to see if they're adequately staffed and can provide information that's adequate to the public and to physicians or other healthcare professionals that come in. So that's an issue of which we should be proud, and we are proud because of the concerted effort of toxicologists. There are not very many of us that are clinical and see patients, but we're scattered throughout the country. But we come together and we make these kinds of decisions, and it's an important aspect of the way we function. Public health surveillance of intoxications began in a really meaningful way in the more in the late 1990s, the early 2000s, and continuing to this day. The Superfund legislation took a lot of money, and right now that is ratcheting down. On the other hand, the most severely contaminated sites have been addressed. They're not necessarily clean, but there are rules for disposing of hazardous waste now, and they're under the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, as we call it, RCRA. It's not a word, it's just a bunch of letters. But those are the initials of that legislation. So let me conclude. Where we're going, both as clinicians and in terms of public health, is in a pathway that is coming together. When I got my certification in medical toxicology, I wondered if it was even appropriate, because I thought of medical toxicologists as seeing emergency patients. They're, the patient comes in, they're unconscious, the skin is wet, the skin is dry, the pupils are big, the pupils are small. What is the toxidrome? How do you think through this case? And that's not something I had been doing. I had been looking at outbreaks, and we'll talk more about outbreaks later in the week. And so I'm not going to address it a lot today, Ziad, I'm sorry. But also I see that my 20 minutes is up, so perhaps I should stop talking. But clearly what we do in public health affects what the clinicians do, and vice versa. I found that when I was in government, to work with Dr. Paul Wax, who I see over there, and others in the American College of Medical Toxicology was tremendously beneficial. And I think and I hope that when I served on the board, that tests U.S. physicians for competence in toxicology. I did push, and Paul will remember this as well, for knowledge of public health and the importance of public health such that it's become embedded as part of our culture now, our professional culture. Anyway, I thank you for your attention. I look forward to seeing you later in the week. I'm pleased to be the lead-off speaker. My gosh.
That's a tough job.
It's an honor.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Gilmore.
And I'm pleased. I don't know most of you, but I'd be pleased to meet you as we go through the week, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kilgore. As well as fellowship trained in clinical toxicology. He's a regular supporter and staunch supporter of MENA Talks, and is going to talk to us a little bit today about the poison centers, the US model for poison centers and public health.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor once again to be with you and participating in this great conference. Dr. Kazi has been very instrumental in getting me involved in these conferences, and today I'm going to be speaking about the involvement of poison centers in public health. As you heard from Dr. Kilbourne, you know, it started with physicians who were very much involved in identifying public health concerns, and then it was the role of poison centers to execute on some of these. Now, I've been blessed that I've been part of an organization that has been very much integrated into public health, and so as soon as I get my slides rolling. Will it show up on this screen? No. Okay. So I've been very fortunate that the program that I work for has been very much involved in public health. And so just a little bit about me. You heard Dr. Kazi talk a little bit about me, but I am trained in pharmacy at the University of California. I went ahead and did extra training in toxicology, and I have been working in the same poison center since the late 80s. So with 32 years of experience, I've been able to see our program develop. Now, just to let you know, I don't have any conflicts, but if you're unaware of where Atlanta, Georgia is, this is where I am based, is in Atlanta, Georgia, and my state is one that is, it has over 10.5 million people. We were a brainchild of a pediatrician. You heard Dr. Kilbourne talk about pediatrics being the primary patient pool, and it was very much that that a pediatrician wanted to figure out a way to get information to his residents, because these were the most common poison cases that we were getting. The key for us was in the mid-'80s, where our health department, public health, said poisonings are a public health concern. It was one of the very few poison centers early on that had an established relationship with public health. And so with public health recognizing that this is a concern, the health department not only designated us, but they also started giving us money. You heard Dr. Kilbourne talk about money as being an issue, and when you're talking about hundreds of poison centers that started when this whole program began, now we are down to just a very small few poison centers, and I'll show you those numbers in just a bit. So in my particular poison center, you know, we've grown tremendously since I've started. And so just a little bit about us. We're one of now only 55 across the United States. At a time when the early 70s saw poison centers proliferate, just in my state alone, there were over 200 people that call themselves poison centers in the state of Georgia. But the state public health recognized we need to centralize this, these programs and designate only one center to cover our entire state. The staff that we have consists of nurses, pharmacists, and physicians. And when you talk about the kind of call volume that we have, nationally across our country, over 2.5 million poison exposures have been reported and collected. And in Georgia alone, we are recognized as the second busiest poison center in all of the United States. So up to 350 human exposures are called into my center alone. A good majority of those, nearly 9 out of every 10 calls, comes from the average person, not a healthcare professional. And certainly the ones that are, the cases that are most difficult are the ones that we get from healthcare professionals. The data has changed fairly dramatically over the last 30 years in terms of the call pool that we get. You heard about pediatrics being the primary pool. In 1988, when I got here, about 65% of our calls were about pediatrics. Now, that has decreased significantly to 50%. Can someone tell me why the pediatric exposure volume has gone down? I'll give you the answer in 2 words. Dr. Google. The reason why volume has decreased is the proliferation of the internet. I mean, you could treat everything from broken bones to poisonings now. So people are less apt to call us. Therefore, you see the decline in the numbers of cases that we get. As I tell my population in Georgia when I'm lecturing, I try to promote the Poison Center services because I ask them, would you rather trust an algorithm or would you rather talk to a healthcare professional? What do you think is going to be most beneficial to you? So well, yeah, and Alexa and Siri, they could, they're not as good as the people who are, familiar with the most up-to-date data, using the most up-to-date resources, whether it's toxins or micromedics. Trying to convince them that a human is much better is difficult. And even when you tell them it's a free service, still someone wants to pick up their mobile and ask Siri if, silica gel is a problem. So it's something that our generation now has to deal with because we've become so enamored with quick answers and bullet points. Oftentimes the conversations about poisoning just don't happen. And that's why we're seeing such a decline in the number of cases that we're getting about pediatrics. They are still happening. Don't get me wrong. Pediatric poisonings are still happening. But people love their Google. So what are we getting called about? Well, this should be familiar to you because across most of the U.S. poison centers, their data is going to look fairly the same, but analgesics obviously are at the top of our list, all the way down to foreign bodies and pesticides in terms of the calls that we get here in our office. Now, the striking fact that makes us such an incredible public resource is our ability to handle these cases and keep a majority of these cases at home. This is where our money is, in preventing the unnecessary visits to doctor's offices and to emergency rooms. So when you think about the cost savings, yes, public health is investing in us, but their return on their investment is tremendous. And that's why when our state realized that in terms of the cost sharing of Medicaid and Medicare, giving us a little bit of money will result in tremendous cost savings. And the insight and think about this, this is the early 80s where public health said this is an important program to have. What's really disappointing and disheartening is that in the 80s, we were one of the very few poison centers, if there were even any, that were integrated with public health. If you fast forward to 2020, the numbers are not very much better. What is the primary reason why some of the people in public health don't integrate with their poison centers? Everybody claims poverty. Everybody claims poverty. And of course, as you look at everything from the CDC budget being cut to other poison centers' budgets being cut, our state has remained steadfast in saying poisonings are a public health concern. This is an important project for us. We're going to continue to fund. That doesn't mean I'm waking up every day and happy with my funding. In fact, before I came to Turkey, I was alerted that I was going to be cut about 15% of my budget. And I am pleased to tell you that while I was visiting a palace yesterday, I got a text message that said for this year, our money was restored. That's right. People who write the laws recognize that, you know what, being penny wise and pound foolish, cutting our budget would result in far more millions of dollars. They wanted to cut us hundreds of thousands of dollars, but yet the cost to them would have been millions of dollars. And finally we got, after a couple of communications with state public lawmakers, they realized this was a very foolish decision to cut our money. But not everyone is successful as us. And so we've been lucky that we've been able to convince state public health that we need to be funded at the levels we're being funded. So when you look at the collaboration, as I said, I've been part of the program for over 30 years. We've been integrated with public health since before I got here. When we first started with public health, nobody else in the country was doing this, and we were managing animal bites and rabies. We were the depot for getting cases about foodborne illness. We were being asked to provide information in major public events, and I'll be talking about some of those in just a second. And then also, they wanted us to be able to provide a 24-hour hotline for people in our state that had other public health concerns, and you'll see some of those in just a second. So they recognize that poisoning is a public health concern, whether it was environmental, whether it was occupational, whether it was in drinking water. They recognize that if they provide the public with a resource to call for information, number one, their jobs would be made easier, so their phone lines wouldn't be filled. And then they chose us because we're a 24-hour resource with medical professionals. So we established programs here that I'm demonstrating here, and I'm going to go into these more in depth because, for example, a poison center and its ability to handle cases regarding hurricanes, does that even make sense? You think maybe it's just medical, maybe it's just, an antihistamine overdose or a cardiovascular. Why is our poison center involved in H1N1? Why is our poison center involved in the latest coronavirus? These are all public health issues, not poisoning issues, yet they're coming to my center and saying, we need help, and can you provide it? So let's talk about some of these here. For example, rabies. Back in the 80s, they asked us to work with them to provide care about animal bites. And one of the things that I tell people when I'm lecturing, here's the beauty of rabies. If you get bitten by a rabid animal and you start having symptoms, I tell my audience, there's only about 100% chance you're going to die. Only about 100. But the need for medicine, the need for rabies prophylaxis, the need for the antidote is importantly held, and the decision-making should be held by people who are more knowledgeable. Instead of just giving everybody the antidote, even though it's 100% fatal, you need to be able to have a program that identifies those patients at high risk. You need to be able to do it in a manner very quick, and you need to be able to do it on a 24-hour basis. We were that organization. And in the early 80s, unlike the other colleagues in poison centers, nobody had a program. If they did, there was probably less than 3 or 4 of us that had an active program that managed animal bites. looking at the cost savings just in making the recommendations or not for rabies antidote resulted in a cost savings of over, $5-7 million. And just for funding us for a few million, you save $7 million. Hey, who wouldn't want to invest $1 million, and every year you get $7 million? Get in line with me, because if you have that money, we could make this kind of cost savings, right? What's another program that the state said, can you help us with? Well, there's a program that's a federal program that individual states are able to take part in, and that is the strategy of locating certain depots of antidote in strategic areas in the state in the event there's an exposure, a mass exposure to organophosphate poisoning. So the federal government gives the state quantities of organophosphate combating agents, and the poison center is the gateway to be able to utilize these resources. We know the secret of where all these antidotes are stashed throughout our state, and when a mass occurrence happens, whether it's a truck that overturns or whether there was a spill at a factory and it involves nerve agents, we have the ability to identify where the closest resources are. We have the ability to then release this antidote for use. One of the other things that we do is for our state, we provide our state the number of 1866 Pub Health, and you see the number spelled out there, but we have separate call center staff who answer certain public health questions, ranging from notifiable diseases, bioterrorism events, and other public health emergencies. And these are people that are utilizing the call center capabilities, and we're able to do this on a 24-hour basis. Now, who are the folks that call us on this special hotline that's contained inside the poison center? You see everyone from healthcare providers, pharmacies. We get calls from the quarantine office at our airport, veterinarians, a number of agencies, but the primary call base is going to be people who come from just the general public. Now, the thing about our hotline, our separate hotline, is this is a way for people to talk to us about everything from diseases, dead birds, mold, if there are feces in swimming pools. Where do people turn to when they need information? Who are they going to call? The state said, can you handle everything, like these, like restaurant complaints, mosquito complaints, hotel, food complaints? All those calls come into the poison center. So again, it's resources the state says, hey, we can provide it to our residents of Georgia. We could do it on a 24-hour basis. Now, the unique thing about these calls is we document these calls, and these calls immediately get uploaded into the state public health database. So there's no duplication of effort. A public health call comes in, we enter it into our system, our electronic medical records, and every 10 minutes, these cases automatically get uploaded to public health so that they see cases in real time. Now, those hotlines that I talked about, we know the clinical side of this. Acetaminophen overdoses, aspirin overdoses, calcium channel blocker overdoses. Those of us who are toxicologists know these are the routine things. But remember, we're talking about public health today. We're talking about the bridges of public health and poison centers. These are not traditional things that poison centers do. As I mentioned, we are dealing with cases that involve pandemics, endemics, hurricanes, disease monitoring, mass messaging. What are some of the examples? Well, I mentioned in 2005, the state said, can you help us with hurricane victims? Not from a toxicology standpoint, but from a resource management standpoint. People from Louisiana were forced to go to our state but they had no idea about housing information, medical information, food, people who needed glasses, everything like that. The state said, we need your assistance and we think you could do it. Why? Because we had the infrastructure. We had a call center. We had an electronic medical record. We had a way to answer calls on a 24-hour basis. And so we partnered with Georgia Department of Public Health to provide these resources to the people who were coming to our state. This is not a poison center function, but the state says, we need your help. You are a public health arm. You are an arm for public health and public information. Can you do this? So we hired extra people. Within 2 days, I was able to train staff, and we were able to use our infrastructure and be able to deliver this program. What other things have we done on a mass scale? Well, we've been fortunate that we've had major events in our state. Those events include the Super Bowls, those of you who are football fans, 1994, 2000, 2019, and of course, the big event that we had to prepare for because of public health was the Olympics. In 1996, the Olympics came to Atlanta, but it was in 1992 that we were awarded the Olympics. And from 1992 to 1996, we were working nonstop to be able to provide certain public health information to the people who came to the state. Now, primarily, we were looking at bioterrorism events, and so we all got fairly familiar with anthrax and nerve gas, and so we were ready to provide that information, and I'm going to share with you the mechanism that we were looking to use to do that. So, when you look at pandemics and such, in 2009, the state asked us, Dr. Lopez, can you provide a call center for people who have questions about H1N1? Again, this is not a poisoning, but they wanted to use our infrastructure of healthcare professionals who could work in a call center around the clock. And so they gave us a little bit of money that they would never be able to use to spend, to develop a program, but they knew they could use our infrastructure and be able to do and deliver these programs immediately. We started not only with H1N1, but we've done work in Ebola and Zika. Again, a poison center and infectious disease. You don't think these are partners, but we are in bed all the time. And lately, our latest project is working with the state on the novel coronavirus. Again, what is our role? We have been asked to take monitoring capabilities, meaning monitoring temperatures, monitoring symptoms, not a poisoning, but a valuable public health resource. So when the patients arrive at Atlanta Airport, they are told to call a certain number. They don't know they're calling the poison center. They know they're calling public health. And so again, we feel, honored to be able to help in these particular events. The one that happened that was a public health emergency happened just a couple years ago. We were in the news across the United States. You might have heard it, in your country, but with the opioid crisis that we're experiencing, there was an incident that occurred while I was on call where at 10 o'clock at night, a doctor calls me and calls our center about how can we alert the public about an event that's happening in my area, and over the course of the last 24 hours, we are recognizing that there's something unusual going on. Can you help spread the word that we possibly have an epidemic in our state? Because in the last 24 hours, 5 patients have presented very similarly where they have needed high-dose naloxone because of severe respiratory issues, all after getting drugs on the street, all having taken only one pill. We later find out that this exposure involved purchasing off of, in a drug house. A small amount resulted in major problems, and our cases were being fed electronically into our system, and hospital data later confirmed in a syndromic surveillance study that there was something in fact going on. But who was the first agency to recognize it? It was the Poison Center. Now, this is a case where we're talking about poisoning now with a public health event. And so we were able to document a number of these cases. Our state public health director, our head person in public health said, hospitals in Georgia, starting now, anybody who meets patient criteria must be referred to the Poison Center. They must be able to report these incidents to the state Poison Center so that we could track these patients. So over 2 weeks, we identified almost 30 cases, and a number of these folks, you could see here the statistics on these individuals, and you could see that they all presented fairly similarly. When all was said and done, we understood all these patients were looking to buy Percocet, and when they ended up taking these Percocet, they almost died. In fact, 5 individuals died of the 27. We later identified this as cyclopropylfentanyl, not Percocet, and it also had another novel opioid, and we were able to immediately work with public health and our partners, our Department of Public Health, GBI, and other law enforcement. It's all because of how that call ended up coming to the Poison Center. Now, another program that we use that allows us to talk to people and multiples of people is using this problem called SUFER, and it stands for Surge Public Health Emergency Response System. What is that? In short, what it is a phone system that overlays on top of our existing phone system to allow us to simultaneously receive calls of from nearly 600 people at the same time. Now, we don't have 600 agents in our office, but you're able to develop messages that the public could hear regarding an event. So we used our existing infrastructure, we put messaging into the system, and it was a text-to-voice program where you put in the most common frequently asked questions and answers, and the public goes in and they make a call to the number, they enter their code of their county, they select a message, and if they're satisfied with the message, we've done part of our job. If they're not satisfied with the message, then they're able to find someone who is a live agent who can speak. So, in summary, it is an incredible relationship that we have with public health. As I mentioned at the very beginning, many of our other partners throughout the United States don't have this relationship. They don't have the luxury of being able to work with other public health agencies. And when you think about our collaborations, they've recognized that at least our Poison Center is an efficient way and a cost-effective way to deliver public information. We are always surprised to hear why other Poison Centers don't have the same relationship. But slowly but surely, I think public health is recognizing the importance of having a Poison Center, helping them with these kind of situations. And for us, I've been lucky to be part of a program that for over 30 years has been partnered with public health to not only provide poison information and treatment information, but also to provide valuable information for the public health in a variety of areas. It doesn't matter if it's bioterrorism, it doesn't matter if they're worried about mold or a dead bird or of course now some of the pandemics we're seeing. We've been involved in H1N1, Ebola, Zika. We got called about, now we're doing so many things with the novel coronavirus. These are non-traditional things that we are doing, and we've been very fortunate that public health continues to support us. And yes, I will continue to fight for money that they take away from me. I will continue to tell them that if you cut me a little, we're gonna cut some of the programs to you a lot. And when they realize the people who push pencils, the lawmakers who write the laws, it's easy on paper to say, well, cut Dr. Kilburn's program by 10%. We have to achieve a bottom line. We realize that people do listen to us. We realize that lawmakers, know that the Poison Center helps us. And I've been very fortunate that I work for a program that integrates with public health very intimately. Thank you very much.
Dr. Lopez, thank you. Any questions? The center is unique because it also contributes a very important toxicology resource for the world, an information resource called toxins. And oh, you are okay. Sounds good. So Gaylord is still on stage, and then we are going to look at the poisoning emergency from the scene to the poison center and beyond. And what they want to do here is they want to share with you various stages of poison center involvement with paramedics, with the hospital, etc., and how they are able to assist along the way.
Okay, so I'm going to open quickly on, again, poisoning is a public health issue. Both Lucy and I will be talking about what happens from the scene to eventually when you get seen. Because those of us who are in a poison center model where we have our poison specialists working primarily to provide information as opposed to, physicians who do it from start to finish, we're going to share with you a few cases where our poison specialists are the ones who are managing these very critically ill patients. And so, just as a reminder, my state is populated with 10.5 million people. The Poison Center is staffed with this kind of organization. We have poison specialists. We have 19 full-time people. We have computer people. We have trainers. We have residents. We have fellows. We are probably the most best staff group of toxicologists in all of the United States, with our resources at Georgia along with our resources with the CDC. The staff that primarily handles the emergencies are nurses, pharmacists, or physicians. So those are the people who work in our call center. And these are folks handling the calls on a daily basis. Now, I'm going to go over 4 cases really quickly, cases that we get on a day, very commonly, and it starts with these routine cases that our folks handle. So let's take case number 1, where we have a pharmacist who's calling the Poison Center for information. So the pharmacist is calling us about a 4-year-old patient who gets 4 tablets of iron pills. Now, what the mother is asking not the Poison Center, but the mother is asking her pharmacist for advice. Now, what I would have preferred the pharmacist to do is tell the mom to call the Poison Center, but instead he calls us. Okay, so that's not uncommon, but the pharmacist doesn't know what to do because they're not trained. So they call us and we take history, and so we put the pharmacist on hold, and what do? What is our next step? Well, I've been at these conferences and we've talked about the development of guidelines so that your staff can do the majority of work for you. So we have a guideline on our internal internet that allows us to look for cases that have specific protocols, specific actions you take. And when you go to our protocol book, you'll find that we do have a guideline on how to handle iron ingestions. So our poison specialist says, hey, let me read the protocol, let me see what has to be done. And when you read the protocol, you'll realize that for pediatric patients, we have a guideline of how much they could take without having to go into the hospital. So when you figure out that you could do calculations and realize that your patient did not get enough iron, you do your simple calculation. This is a case where we performed a calculation. We recognize it as being not a problem, being subtoxic. We decided to do an additional call 4 hours after they got a hold of us, and we realized that the patient only had minor effects, maybe some nausea and some vomiting, and then we decided to keep the patient at home and we closed the case. Very cost-effective way, you know, and think about how much an emergency room visit would cost if this patient went directly to the hospital. Think about how much cost it would be if they just went to their pediatrician. And think about the time that it would take to do all this. The Poison Center, a public health partner, said we can do this, we could keep them at home, and these are one of the 85% of cases we keep at home. What about case number 2? A dad tells us that his 3-year-old son just had awoken from a nap. He took a nap for 5 hours, and when the child wakes up, he tells his father that he ingested a penny. And so, again, a poison center is in place, the father recognizing that there is a resource for me to call instead of immediately going into the emergency room. He calls Poison Center. Now, for those physicians in the room, some of you are probably saying, oh, it's probably nothing, just leave it at home. Well, in order for us to make a decision, we turn to our guidelines again. Do I have a guideline on foreign bodies? And we take history, we look at our computer system, and wouldn't you know it, we have a guideline on foreign bodies and choking hazards. So our poison specialist goes into the guidelines and they read what is our medical backup wanting us to do in the event of foreign bodies. So again, this is not a case being handled by the medical toxicologist. This is a case being handled by the poison specialist who has direction from the medical toxicologist because we have a guideline written and approved by our medical toxicologist. Now, because our protocol advises that that patient needs to be seen, we want to make sure that the penny is beyond the esophagus. So how do we do that? You can't do that at home. You must take x-ray. So we were able to send to the hospital, they performed a abdominal x-ray, and they did isolate and find that the penny was in fact beyond the esophagus into the intestines, and the patient was now safely able to be discharged. Again, by following our guidelines, we were able to manage this case appropriately, tell the hospital in this case what has to be done. In fact, one of the key elements that we do is if we recognize a patient has to go in, we will call the hospital ahead of time and tell them a 3-year-old patient's coming in, this is what you have to do, this is what you have to monitor, so there'll be no waste of time. So again, it's by use of guidelines. The third case I want to talk about, mom, I told you about this earlier, decides to consult Dr. Google. So she's Googling what happens when you ingest Visine. Everyone's familiar with Visine, the eye drops, if you have red eyes, right? So now the internet tells her this is a major problem. This is an issue. The mom's not sure what has to be done, but she tells us that the ingestion is not witnessed, and the kid is a little drowsy, but it may be nap time. So now the mom says, I read Dr. Google, It sounds like it's a problem, but let me talk to a real person. So she calls us, and after we take a history, we want to look up if we have a guideline. And wouldn't you know it, we have another guideline. We have a guideline for imidazoline compounds and vasoconstrictors. And when you look at our guideline, you'll notice that we have a specific protocol that if you have this ingestion, these symptoms, you must be evaluated. Again, these are written by the medical staff, Dr. Kazi, Dr. Geller, Dr. Morgan. These are the physicians who write these guidelines so that the staff has directions on what to do. It's not cases that you have to deal with on a minute-by-minute basis. Many poison centers have these guidelines, and they are basically instructions on what to do in the event of a particular type of exposure. As per our guidelines, we noted that the child had to be referred into the hospital. We went ahead again and called the hospital to say that little Johnny is coming in. This is the poison center. This is what can occur in this particular overdose. These are my steps that I want you to take, and these are the things you need to look for. The child gets to the hospital fairly quickly, within 20 minutes, and the child is noted to be altered, is noted to be somewhat CNS depressed. We follow up with an additional calls to the hospital. After the child is admitted, we follow up. Our protocol calls for continued follow-up of these patients, and we do 2 more, and we realize that the child is fine after 24 hours. Boom, boom, boom, they go home. And because the hospital is waiting for our specific recommendations, they will follow our directions. In this case, the outcome was good. Now, the last case that I have is the following. We have a 20-year-old patient, a female, who calls us and says, can 1/2 bottle of insulin, if I inject 1/2 bottle, I hope I will be able to die. That's what she was asking. And she's asking because she wants to make sure she dies from the insulin. Why? Because she's tired of always being admitted to the psych ward. She now is tired of her life. So this is an unusual call for us where someone says, did I do enough to kill myself? So you might be thinking, well, how do you handle a call like this? You could go to your resources. That's what we did. You could go to the databases. That's what we did. But I want to share with you what steps we took. So we asked the patient to go into the hospital immediately. And for many cases, they simply don't follow our recommendations. Now, when we called the hospital, we advised them early what they have to do to treat this patient. Now, one of the things that we, as part of our protocol, for anybody who we refer to go into the hospital, we always call the home back within 1 hour after they call us to make sure they followed our recommendation. So, number 1, we called the hospital and we told them patient X is coming. Within an hour, the hospital didn't call us back. We realized the patient may not have gone to the hospital. So we called the home and there was no answer. But how are we guided with a case like this? Because it's a situation that's life-threatening, guess what? We have a guideline. We have a protocol. What are the cases when you need to call a medical toxicologist? When is it that it's important for the poison specialist to seek extra help in managing a case that may be difficult? We have a protocol for it. So, we have a protocol here. Within 45 minutes of a call, I told you that part of our procedure is we tell you to go in. Part of our procedure is if you don't arrive at the hospital, we're going to call you back to see if you left, if you're following our directions. Over the next over the next 2 days, our office calls the hospital to give them further instructions on admission. Let's see, 2 hours after the initial call, the hospital calls us, the patient in fact arrived. Voila, this is good news. The patient arrives, they have a blood glucose of 22, so they immediately, initiate therapy, D50, D10, IV glucose, and then they're calling the poison center for more advice on what to do. They're waiting for us to tell them if there are other complications with so much of this product being exposed. Our job was to help with hand-holding of managing this patient. Over 2 days, we called 5 additional times to make sure everything was good. And our last follow-up on day 3, the patient was deemed medically stable and now transferred to psychiatry, which she doesn't want in the first place. So it just represents for you, at least for us, the steps that we have to take in order to manage these cases. And my colleague will present a much more complicated case that will dive into managing poisonings and the amount of work that goes into handling a very serious case. So I'll turn over the podium to my colleague, and then after the presentation, we would be open to answering any questions.
Dr. Hamoudi, question? Yeah, go ahead. Click on it.
First one, can we take a copy of this guideline management to my center in order to update our knowledge about?
So the question is, we have guidelines, we have protocols.
Can you send us a copy?
So I will answer it in the best way I can. The guidelines are written by our doctors who evaluate literature. Now, a lot of physicians in the room today, when they read an article, they may not see the same things I see. So these guidelines were written by people who know the literature, and they decide on their own actions they would take. Because our poison specialist, myself, we work under the umbrella of the medical toxicologist.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I know.
So now, to answer your question as best I can share with you our protocols. Now, you could follow them if you like. If you trust us, you could follow them. But I would be open to sharing some of these protocols.
Yeah, if it is available in a software, it would be easy us to get an access, but not an internet access, because the internet services in my country is not so good.
Yeah, so
if you
for
have
us,
a software, this is the first
look,
question.
these are all contained within our own internal internet, right? So we have easy access. We could talk after the presentation about specifically how you might want to evaluate our data, look at our data, and maybe use it in your setting. We could talk afterwards.
Okay.
Okay?
Thanks. The second question about the financial funding of these numbers of calls, because no one in my country might fund or pay for these calls. How would you manage it?
So funding is a very tricky problem. Some of us get state funding, some of us get federal funding, some of us get no state funding. Since the early 80s, Georgia has recognized this is a public health concern. So we had insightful leaders in public health. That's what it takes. I have a fellow who just graduated from my program. She went to a state with no public health money, no public health relationship. Her job is to establish a relationship with the leaders in public health, and I'm understanding she's making some progress, even though she's only been on the job for 2 months. So you have to make progress talking to the people in public health. It doesn't happen just by magic. And we could talk more about some of our strategies.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Hamoudi. For the sake of time, we're going to move on. That's great. That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
you. So I'm going to follow on. I've got a bit of a complex case that I'm going to present. But first of all, there we go. Okay, so first of all, I just want to say I've got no direct conflicts, but I would like to disclose that I am also the manager of Toxins, Poisons Information, who are sponsoring this conference. So I just want to be clear about that. So, as you know, I'm from the New Zealand Poison Centre, and there's a wee photograph of the green building where our poison centre is housed. And for those of you that haven't been to New Zealand, you should come visit us. So I'd just like to say that Dr. Kazi's title for this stream, Bridges Between Clinical Toxicology and Public Health, I think is absolutely perfect. How are bridges built? Bridges are built using struts. One strut on its own cannot support a bridge. So a strut essentially provides outward-facing support. So if you look at that, we are essentially all struts on that bridge. So I just want to talk a bit about when a poisoning occurs, who gets involved? And why is it important to all be on the same page? And how do you ensure the best care and outcome for the patient? So you look here, poisoning is a bit of a puzzle sometimes, and there are multiple people involved. And that can be everything from the caller or the patient themselves, the caller's family, spies who take the initial call, medical toxicologist who becomes involved to consult, paramedics, the ED doctors, the ICU consultants, and then finally mental health or public health. So looking at a typical scenario, we have a person who calls the poison centre. So that's one call. They talk to the spy. That spy then advises them to call an ambulance. The caller then makes a second call, talks to ambulance. Ambulance calls back the poison centre to get advice. So how many calls are we up to so far? 3? The ambulance then transports the patient to the emergency department. At the emergency department, the staff then call the poison centre back for further information. Then the emergency department will hand over to ICU. So we have multiple conversations going on here about the one case. Are we all speaking the same language? Are we all doing the same course of treatment? It's very important that we are. ICU then potentially calls back the poison centre to talk to the medical toxicologist for further guidance. And then finally, if mental health are involved or public health, potentially they're also calling the poison centre. So if you look at all of those calls or conversations, they all add up to support that one case. So how do we record this? We were talking before about funding, and we know that funding is very difficult. If you underreport calls, you're not doing your job, so potentially you could lose funding because you're not seen as taking enough phone calls and providing enough support. If you over-report a case, you could end up with sending public health into a tailspin because they think the situation is actually a lot worse. There's more poisonings happening than there are. So it's really important that we record calls and record them accurately. So just looking quickly at calls versus events versus exposures, they're actually all very different things. And as you can see there in the middle, I failed art class at school because I can't draw people. So typically, about 80% of our calls will be one phone call involving one patient and one substance. Generally, they're pretty straightforward. So it's typically mum calling the poison centre about their child who has ingested paracetamol. Very easy, no further involvement, one exposure. You can have one call involving multiple patients and one substance. So again, mum phones up, both her children got into the paracetamol. So again, one call, multiple patients, but still just one substance. You can have multiple calls involving one patient and one substance. So we talk to mum goes to the hospital, then the hospital phones us. Still only one event, but it's 2 phone calls. You can have multiple calls involving one patient and multiple substances, and multiple calls with multiple patients and multiple substances. So for example, some sort of public health emergency, a chemical spill, there's going to be a lot of phone calls backwards and forwards to the poison centre about a large number of patients and potentially, several chemicals involved. Again, how do you record that accurately? So just going back through, so one call, one patient, one substance will be put down as one exposure. One call, 3 patients, 1 substance would be 3 exposures, but still just 1 phone call. 2 calls, 1 patient, 1 substance, 2 phone calls, but only 1 exposure. See, it gets confusing. 2 calls, 1 patient, 6 substances will be 2 calls, but 6 exposures. And then, for example, if we had 4 calls involving 2 patients and 2 substances, that would be recorded as 4 calls, but 4 exposures. So just looking at this case that I just want to walk you through and the calls and the conversations that were involved. Got a 37-year-old male attempted suicide by ingesting Cilazapril and aspirin. Quantities of both drugs were unknown, and the male is a type 2 diabetic. So the first conversation, day 1 of the exposure. His distressed partner calls the poison centre. She calls in a distressed state, tell us about the suicide attempt that happened last evening. She thought her partner would be okay, but he's just had a seizure which lasted 30 minutes. What's the advice? So we look up our protocols for Cilazapril and for aspirin. And in this case, for an acute on chronic dose of Cilazapril, medical observation is recommended for ingestions of 5 times the patient's usual single dose. Well, we don't know how much he took, so that's an uncertainty. Symptomatic cases are all referred. We know he's symptomatic because he had a seizure, so that ticks the box. And exposures with intent of self-harm, well, we know it was a suicide attempt, so that was another reason for sending him in. Second conversation in this case. The stressed woman has to ring the ambulance because of his symptoms, and he's just had a seizure. Our advice is to talk to ambulance direct. That way, if he deteriorates while he's on the call, they can guide her through CPR, etc. Conversation number 3 in this case. Ambulance then call back the poison centre. So they've talked to the woman, they're now transporting the patient, they want to know what to look out for en route. So again, we look at some advice and give some basic monitoring advice, looking at things like blood pressure, heart rate, level of consciousness, and perhaps putting a line in to get some fluids in. Conversation number 4. Ambulance has now arrived at the hospital, handing over to the emergency department staff. So they're going to talk through what they've found, their observations, and the advice that the poison centre gave them. Conversation number 5. Emergency department then ring back the poison centre for treatment advice. So the information provided to the poison centre by the ED physician is the patient has just arrived, so all they've done is vitals and blood gas at this point, and they've not started any therapies. They can't really do it. Well, they can do a salicylate test, but it's sent out, so the results aren't going to be back on time. Vitals are all over the show, and the patient has a history of poorly controlled type 2 diabetes. And glucose is currently at 53, and we know he's had a seizure. pH 7.23, lactate 12.2, sodium 129, and he's had a chest x-ray which shows possible pulmonary edema. So that's the information fed back to the poison centre. So based on that information, we do an assessment and we'll give some advice back. So our advice was ICU admission. Given that they weren't going to be able to do meaningful salicylate levels, in cases like that, if we can't get a result back on time, we always look at worst case scenario and treat for worst case scenario. It was advised to start hemodialysis, and there was some caution advised if the patient needed to be intubated. And again, the last thing we always say is call back the poison centre for that advice. The poison centre is kind of a central cog in the wheel and the keeper of the information. So we've had conversations with that many people, we know what's been said to each person. If these conversations were happening outside the poison centre, we can't coordinate the care plan. Conversation number 6. We now have the ED staff handing over to ICU. So again, they're going through all their observations and their treatment recommendations. So I'm not going to go through all those, but that's the numbers that the patient presented with by the time they got to ICU. So they're pretty poorly. So now ICU staff have had a further conversation with the man's partner, and it was revealed that diltiazem, not Cilazapril, was involved in the ingestion. So suddenly we had to rethink what was going on here. It's now a different drug to what we thought was happening. So we're now up to day 2 of this man's care, and we're up to conversation number 7. So the ICU staff call back the poison centre and disclose that they're now dealing with a diltiazem overdose. So again, looking at diltiazem and our treatment guidelines, the first thing you'll see is consultation with medical toxicologist through a poison centre is advised, because this toxicity can be life-threatening. So it's right there, first thing we say, call the poison centre for a discussion. So an update from the ICU at this point, GCS 15, pH now 7.2, 26, lactate 9.7, no other updates compared to the previous call. Advice from the poison centre, it was to start or continue hemodialysis, monitor for onset of bradycardia, hypertension for diltiazem toxicity, and again, keep the poison centre involved and tell us what the progress is. A few days later, so the ICU have been supporting this patient for several days now. We're now up to day 6 of his care, and we're now up to conversation number 8 involving the poison centre. So high-dose insulin has been stopped, but patient's still receiving adrenaline. Patient is deteriorating pretty badly, and they've developed slow atrial fibrillation. At this point, their neurological exam had worsened. One of the things that was not clear was the symptoms of CNS depression were not in line with what we thought he had taken. Let's just skip through this. So at this stage, there was concern for brain death. The patient was too unstable to move to MRI. Every time they tried to move him, his vital signs dropped. So discussing the history that there were known drugs that should cause significant CNS depressive effects that would mimic brain death, we advised to check medication history again just in case there was anything that had been overlooked or missed. Turns out that there was some colchicine tablets missing, but again that didn't fit the profile of what we were seeing, but it highlights the importance of getting a really clear history and knowing what else could be going on here. At this stage, a family meeting was planned and any further care and support was withdrawn, and unfortunately the patient did pass away. So we've got one case, 8 conversations, and 7 very, very long days. It gets complicated. So how is this recorded for public health? Most poison centres have a due diligence to report to their funders or to public health to advise them of events that are happening for funding reasons, but also for surveillance. So it's important to get this accurate. So this was one event involving one patient with 2 substances, and even though there was 8 conversations, there were 5 phone calls. So you see the difference between phone calls and events. If you under-report or over-report, it can skew the numbers a bit. So basically, in order to achieve the best possible outcome for a patient, information needs to be consistent and flow freely. We all need to be on the same page to make sure that bridge does not collapse. And so from the initial call, from the scene, right through to hospital discharge and follow-up, the treatment needs to be consistent and have the same treatment plan.
Thank you. Thank you for this nice description of your everyday work, which is a model to consider and follow, but in different parts of the MENA region. I would open this up for a couple of questions before we can go to the break. From the audience, if you need to speak, we have a microphone. Any questions? Everyone's ready for the break, I guess. Okay, so let's take it again, and let's go to the break and come back at 10:30. Please be on time because we have a webinar from Dr. Mazen Melkawi from WHO, EMRO, Center for Environmental Health Action from Amman, talking about the WHO efforts regarding poisonings in the region. Thank you. All right, psychology. It is my honor to present to you our next speaker from Amman, Jordan, Our next speaker from Amman, Jordan is Mr. Mazen Malkawi. Mr. Mazen Malkawi is the regional advisor for the WHO Center for Environmental Health Action. He is going to discuss with us a little bit about the regional framework on public health preparedness and response to chemical events for the purpose of the International Health Regulation implementation. He will share those remarks with us over 20 minutes. After that, we have rapid updates about various poison centers in the region from representatives from 5 poison centers. Each of those presentations will be a 10-minute presentation. And hopefully we'll finish on time for lunch, lunch around noon. With no further delay, Mr. Malkawi, please go ahead and you can start your presentation. You can go through slideshow if you like, slideshow mode on your PowerPoint.
Good morning.
We can hear you good.
Okay. I'm glad to speak to you this morning, and I regret that I lost the opportunity of participating face-to-face to chat and discuss, issues of mutual collaboration with colleagues.
Mr. Malkawi, do you want to go on slideshow? You can go on slideshow mode. All right, very good. We can hear you well.
Oh, great. In this morning's session, I will be speaking a brief introduction on the international health regulations. I'll shed some light on chemical events and the joint external evaluations that we are doing jointly with the countries to determine their capacities of responding to chemical events. We did some analysis for the joint external evaluation mission, and last year actually we developed a plan of action, to help countries to respond to chemical events in the year 2018 and 22. International health regulations is an agreement between most of the countries of the world, 196 countries, including all WHO member states, to work together for global health security, actually, including events like biological and chemical and radiation hazards. The new thing about IHR, it does not just focus on infectious and non-infectious diseases.
This meeting is being recorded.
It focuses actually on the what we call the all hazard rather than specifying specific type of hazard. Through the IHR, countries agreed to build their capacity to detect, assess, and report public health events. And during the couple of slides, I'll show how this is very much linked, to the subject of your meeting. Within the IHR framework, or the multi-hazard dimension, there are 19 capacities or 19 things that are being discussed. And if you notice in red, the chemical event is one of the issues that I will focus on. One basic thing you know it better than me, that the global understanding of the complexity of the health impact of chemicals is not as easy as we can imagine. The number of chemicals is on the rise. The latest estimate of WHO that 2.7% of the global deaths, about 1.6 million people, are dying because of exposure to chemicals. The chemical releases arising from technological incidents, natural disasters, conflicts, and terrorism, the man-made, are common. And during the 10 years from 2000 to 2009, about 3,200 chemical disasters, killing about 100,000 people and 1.5 million affected. But it is there, it is on the rise. A chemical event in one country can lead to health consequences in another. This is the main issue that we are concerned. There are a lot of examples where a chemical spill happens at a water river, and affects several countries. It is essential to talk that the IHR implementation is not just the responsibility of the Ministry of Health alone. And when we come to toxicology and poison centers, it's very clear that it's not necessarily the Ministry of Health alone. But the collaboration, that's a very good example, about an incident that happened in a factory on a water supply where several countries were affected. If we look at the number of unintentional chemical poisonings in the region, which is unfortunately a bit old estimate, in the region, about 8,400 people lost their lives actually because of toxicity. And we all know that registration of toxicity is not that bad. I would say the real number is much higher. In 2014, the countries of the region did what we call the self-assessment actually, and they identified the gaps in different aspects of IHR. And a sort of, I don't expect you to read, this, but these are the capacities that are linked to chemical events and preparedness. And if you see, the picture is, from a self-assessment, is good. It seems that green capacities are there, more or less a lot of green is in the screen, which means that the capacity is fair. But unfortunately, when we did the assessment jointly with the countries, the picture was a bit different. And in the joint external evaluation, actually, we are measuring two main indicators. The first indicator is mechanisms are established and functioning for detecting and responding to chemical events. And we give usually a score from 1 to 5. And the other one is that is there an enabling environment in place for the management of chemical events. Again, the scale is from 1 to 5. Yes? I'll continue. Capacity 1 means there is no capacity. Capacity 5 means that the capacity is there and is sustainable. And there is a detailed way of estimating that. This is the result of the evaluation of 18 countries of the region. As you notice, it's almost the blue and red, which is yes and no, or the capacity is there. Roughly speaking, 54% of the capacity is there, which means that unfortunately still we are not ready to deal with chemical accidents or chemical events. And one of the main issues that we are losing is non-existence of poison centers and the poor clinical management, let me say, at hospitals. This is in a nutshell, the evaluation of the different aspects of chemical safety. As you notice, the picture is completely different from what we see in the self-assessment. A lot of red, which means that the capacity is not there, and one of the lacking capacities is really the poison centers. And actually, in most of the countries, either see this is, if I know if the pointer is clear, in most of the countries of the region, either the poison center is not existing or is not functioning to the level that it is serving 24/7 the whole country. In the first indicator, we see clear gaps, and we know the chemical event and poisoning surveillance system is weak or not existing. Chemical laboratories for testing and sampling is weak or not existing. Functional poison center is weak or not existing. I think this is closely related to what you will be discussing in the coming 4 or 5 days. And accordingly, we built actually a plan of action for the countries of the region, in order to bridge these gaps. I'll just browse through those main activities. First is to design and introduce a model event-based surveillance system for detecting and reporting on chemical events, strengthening existing evidence-based surveillance systems for detecting and reporting chemical events, provide technical support to help all countries in having at least one functioning poison center, strengthening the laboratory capacity of countries of the region for sampling and analyzing chemical public health concern, technical support to help countries in maintaining reliable access to information, and strengthening the capacity of the health sector for assessing, communicating health risks on chemicals. I don't want to go in all the details. This is a very rough talk about what we are planning in the coming 3 or 4 years to help countries and region in responding to chemical events. And back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mazen. I think think your points are very important and actually really validate why we are here today. And it's actually an opportunity for us in the MENA region as toxicologists and public health professionals and emergency physicians. It's an opportunity for us to build on the attention that is given to us by WHO and call to action to enhance our chemical toxicology, or medical toxicology, clinical toxicology, poison center, even laboratory capacity in the region. So I thank you for joining us. I wish you were here with us. Mr. Melkawi is going to be here with us with the network of their network that they formed in the EMRO region. However, the novel coronavirus led to them being occupied with this epidemic, and we had to do this online today. Hopefully you will join us next year, Mr. Melkawi, with your group.
Inshallah.
Now we are going to keep going. Mr. Melkawi, if you'd like to watch the slides, we are going to keep the WebEx going. And actually, I don't know if we'll be able to do that. Actually, we're not going to be able to do that because of the technology. We will share with you those slides for the Poison Center updates. I can email them to you afterwards so you can look at them. But we are going to go through now several countries' updates about their Poison Centers. And we are going to start with Qatar, with Dr. Lina Amin. Dr. Lina Amin is a clinical toxicologist who is the director of the Sidra. Did I make a mistake? Well, pharmacist and clinical toxicologist. Yes, clinical pharmacist and clinical toxicologist, director of the Sidra Poison Center in Qatar. And she's going to give us an update about the Qatar Poison Center.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lina Amin. I'm the manager of the Qatar Poison Center in Doha, Qatar. And I'm a clinical pharmacist by training. And actually, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I got my doctorate of pharmacy at Mercer University in Atlanta, Georgia. And after that, I moved to Chicago, Illinois to do my pharmacy practice residency at the University of Illinois at Chicago, and then did some emergency medicine training and actually worked as the emergency department clinical pharmacist at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin, before I ended up moving to Qatar and helping start the Poison Center there. So I'll tell you a little bit of history about Poison Center and toxicology in Qatar. So I know some of our colleagues from Qatar are here and can attest to this, but Qatar is a booming nation. It is rapidly developing. Some of you may be aware that Qatar 2022, the World Cup will be hosted in the state of Qatar. And with that, the infrastructure and development in the country is going at an astonishing rate. And that's not just for the infrastructure and the amenities that are available in the country, but also for the healthcare sector. And a few years ago, the WHO actually visited Qatar to assess the availability or the state of toxicology services and found that there was really a lack of, obviously, a poison center and no standardized tox services available. A series of events then led to the development of the Qatar Poison Center, which has been running now for a year and a half. We opened October 1st, 2018, and it's the first and only poison center in the country. Some of you may, I don't know if you can see very clearly on the map, some of you may recognize it. It's actually the WHO directory of poison centers around the world. I wish I had thought of taking a screenshot of the before they recognized us as a poison center. So I could show you that like Qatar didn't have a red dot. All the red dots on the maps are actually poison centers that exist around the world. But before we opened the poison center, Qatar did not have any poison center established and didn't have any recognized resources available. But with the opening of the Qatar Poison Center, we were able to get that red dot on there for us. And to me, that's a small, big win in a way. Okay, so with our services at the Qatar Poison Center, if you were to visit us, which I encourage everyone to visit Qatar and come see us, we're practically identical in structure, organizationally, and in function to standard North American model of poison centers. I know the Georgia Poison Center has some additional public health activities that we don't, but in general, our functions are very, very similar. We're staffed by US-trained and board-certified medical toxicologists and clinical pharmacists who are also specialists in poison information, or what we refer to as SPIs. And we run the call center that serves the entire country, but we also, where we dispense poisoning management advice, but we also have additional activities like research, education, training, and lots of public outreach. So Dr. Ziad mentioned that we're Sidra Poison Center. We're actually the Qatar Poison Center, but we're located at Sidra Medicine. Sidra Medicine is a state-of-the-art tertiary care center for women and children in Qatar. It opened, the outpatient clinics, I think, opened 2015, and then the hospital opened in 2016. It's an amazingly, incredibly beautiful building. It's probably the most beautiful hospital that I've ever worked at and probably will work at. I have some pictures on there that you can see. But Sidra was, or is, part of Qatar Foundation. Qatar Foundation is a nonprofit organization in Qatar that was actually founded by Her Highness Sheikha Moza bint Nasser, who's the mother of the current emir. And it's comprised of over 50 academic research and healthcare facilities that serve the country. All right, so what do we do at the Qatar Poison Center? Well, obviously, our bread and butter, what we do every day, is to manage poisonings, and we do that through our nationwide poison helpline, through our call center. We also promote the development of toxicology in Qatar through education and training. We're involved in research, and we're heavily involved in public education, promotion, and awareness about poison prevention and management. And I'll discuss each one of those further. So for poisoning management, as I mentioned, our bread and butter, our day-to-day activity is providing care through our call center, which really serves everyone in Qatar. We get calls from public, we get calls from healthcare facilities all over the country. Surprisingly, we've actually had some international calls as well from over 10 countries over the past year. It's always a pleasant surprise to hear someone talk from or request your advice and help from somewhere outside of Qatar. So it's nice to know that our reach and our help is able to extend beyond our borders. And our clinical management of poisoning complies or is standard with guidelines, policies, and procedures that follow regular standard of care that's in the US. Who works in the Poison Center? So our Poison Center, our call center is staffed by specialists in poison information, or SPIs. They're all PharmD, so they all have doctorate of pharmacy degrees with specific background in critical care and or emergency medicine, and they've received some specialized additional training as specialists in poison information. They are the ones who receive the calls from the public. They're the ones who receive the calls from physicians, nurses, pharmacists, and various healthcare facilities all over Qatar. And they triage and manage those cases, they document them, and sometimes they involve our medical toxicologists in certain cases depending on our guidelines. And they're all, actually everyone in our poison center is bilingual, speaks Arabic and English, except for our medical director who only speaks English. Our call center is also fully electronic. We have online resources. We also document all our cases in a database that we maintain. Some of you are familiar with it from the US. And we have a very advanced telephony system that supports our large-scale functions. As far as education and training, as I mentioned, this is something that is part of the vision of the Qatar Poison Center, is to develop toxicology in the state of Qatar. We actually have started a medical fellowship in toxicology that's soon to be ACGMEI accredited. We actually have our first fellow from Kuwait who started in July 2019, Dr. Abdul Latif. Yes. We also offer lots of poison center rotations in toxicology. We've had medical students from Weill Cornell and also from Qatar University. I also precept pharmacy students in both the Bachelor's of Pharmacy and the Doctorate of Pharmacy programs from Qatar University, and I do some teaching at the university as well. We also offer the Specialist in Poison Information training that's specially tailored and customized to what a SPI would need to do or how they would need to function in a poison center in the Middle East. So it takes into account the challenges that they would face, takes into account language issues, and is really a fully comprehensive, very detailed, very intensive program. And we've also hosted several BHLS and HLS courses and others throughout the year. Just as this is for our medical fellowship program, just wanted to let everyone know that we are actively accepting applications. And if you have any further questions, you can speak to me or to our medical director. So in addition to our education training, I'm really proud to say that in almost less than 1 year since we've opened, we have completed 10 research studies. We've had 7 abstracts published and presented posters and or oral presentations at 13 local and regional conferences. Actually, one of our spies right now is presenting some of our studies at a primary healthcare conference in Qatar. Actually, I think her presentation was or is tomorrow. And we're also heavily involved in public education awareness. Public health awareness is not an area that's highly developed in Qatar, especially poison prevention. And so we have, over the past year, we have been involved and active in a lot of public events, public holiday events, health fairs, and pretty much every opportunity where we could have access to a large gathering, a gathering of public, we've made sure to attend. And it's always gratifying to have people come up to you and say that they've called you, that they've spoken to you, that you've helped them in some way. We've also introduced National Poison Prevention Week to Qatar. This is something that did not exist before, and we've copied the idea from the US. And we did host an art contest for students from schools all over the state. We've had, last year, we had over 600 applicants or art entries. So it's always really nice to kind of have the public get involved and become aware of poison prevention and just what you can do to serve them. Obviously, other than that, we've participated in media appearances, and we have social media accounts that we use to raise awareness further about the Poison Center. So if you're not following us, you can follow us at Poison QA. And with that, end my talk.
Thank you, Dr. Dina.
Any questions?
I follow you on Twitter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we leave the questions till the end, Mazda, because I have to keep going. And then Dr. Badria Hattali, Director of the Oman Poison Center. Dr. Hattali completed her fellowship at Emory University in medical toxicology. She's also a university physician consultant at the Royal Hospital. She's also working as well at Hamad Medical Center in Qatar. So she has multiple hats. And she is a board member and treasurer of Minatox. So she has all the money.
That's not completely true, by the way. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here and helping us with Minatox 2020. We are delighted to have all of you. And we would like to thank EBAT for hosting us this year. I've been giving an updates about what is the process and how we are doing in Oman for the last probably like 2 or 3 years. So this is just a follow-up of what we are doing so far. So we are in Oman, we are like a population of around 4 million. Half of us are Omanis and half of us are expat, and you can see that there is a challenges when it comes to the kind of the exposure that we are facing, because it's like a different, we get like from different countries all over the world. If you look at the outpatient morbidity in the Ministry of Health, and this is for the last update 2017, you can see when it comes to the injuries and poisoning, we are just like way down compared to communicable and non-communicable diseases. And so it was really hard and difficult to convince the ministry how important is this specialty and how do we need to advance care in this field. Now, the majority of the cases that we are seeing are in pediatric population, and most of them are unintentional exposure. Though we see some of the occupational and environmental exposure, which is quite significant in the country. When it comes to all outpatient morbidity, there are around, this is basically based on an ICD-10 coding, so we are not 100% accurate, but we see around 90,000 cases related to toxic exposure per year. And when it comes to the inpatient morbidity, there are around 900 cases. Now, the vision to start the poison center in Oman was started in 2015. And that's basically after I finished my residency and my fellowship and joined the Ministry of Health. We struggled to have like, you know, a section, like let's say poison control section in the Ministry of Health. But eventually we were able to establish that and we published it by 2018. So now we have what is called a poison control section, which is part of the occupational and environmental health in the Ministry of Health. We are currently 4 medical toxicologists that have been trained in US, including me, Dr. Nadia Al-Hajri, Dr. Suad Al-Abri, and Dr. Walid Al-Sukaiti. That being said, all of us do a hospital-based service, medical toxicology service. So we are, most of our job is basically related to seeing patients in the hospital and giving advice rather than a proper poison control center. The whole process is meant in collaboration with the, as I said, Ministry of Health, the contact center in the Ministry of Health, and the Oman Medical Specialty of Board. And the reason why the medical specialty was involved in this, because we were trying to push further this subspecialty and get the attention of the Ministry of Health. So the current situation where we reach, as I said, we will be able to establish a section in the ministry which was not there before. We are running multiple workshops and educational activities for the hospitals related to the Ministry of Health, and we did not reach to the public yet. We were able to do some sort of guidelines and policies, and we were able to distribute them in different institutes in the Ministry of Health in collaboration with the Minatox. Dr. Ziad Kazi was a lead in that. We also sent leaflets and educational materials about different aspects of tox-induced exposure in the country. Let's say, for example, snake envenomation, scorpions, different plants, different household products as well. Within the guidelines, we list some of the antidotes that is available in the country and where they are located, so that was easy for them to know exactly whom to approach, but we did not have a dedicated line. So most of the antidotes are not actually allocated in one place, but we have a pool of data that each hospital has this kind of antidotes, and so we were able to approach them if we needed. That being said, we are lacking few expensive antidotes that is not available in the country. We also created somehow minimum, or let's say a minute triage dosing list for the primary health care facilities, which is the main, most of our cases, they go to the health centers, and then from there will be referred to the hospital. So we said if we provided this kind of list for the most common medications in the country, maybe we are decreasing the load on the hospitals by doing that. And we also created some charts to help them with the management of the most common exposure in the country. Now, when it comes to the laboratory capacity, we have a small lab within the section that runs basically heavy metals. We don't do more than that. And the reason why we are having heavy metals on board, because we see lots of cases related to mercury and lead exposure, specifically because of the preparations like the local or the traditional medicine that's been used, quite common in the country. The last step that we approach is we asking the contact center in the Ministry of Health to take our calls. And we are starting to train the nurses in the center basically to receive and triage the cases for us. So let's say, for example, a patient who's coming in the primary health care, we have a facility which runs from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. at night. So we are covering that section basically with a direct line that can give an advice whether they need to go home or they can be referred to the health center. And we have the medical toxicologist will be 24/7 on call for that facility to give us. In terms of the surveillance and database software, we had a manual notification forms that's basically entered through and fed through the EB data, and then that goes directly to the surveillance department in the Ministry of Health. And recently, we will be able to change it to the electronic notification. And so we get, direct number of cases from all the institutes that belongs to the Ministry of Health. Now, we were able to create electronic data entry system in the contact center, which is basically similar to the notification form that we distributed. And this is basically will give demographic feature, the kind of exposure, and the follow-up for the patient as well in an electronic form, which is locally prepared and distributed. So hopefully that will work. We are still in the first year of using that one. Now, the challenges that we are facing, I guess it's the main thing is that we still did not convince the ministry how important is to advance this care, and one of the challenges is the financial support. Unfortunately, because of the crisis that the country is going through, we could not advance this in a rapid way. The human resources have been asking for more and more toxicologists, more of poison information specialists that can provide the care for us, the equipment, facilities, and technical support, of course, to increase the laboratory capacity. And there is a step forward in terms of the Central Public Health Lab, where all of this will be integrated together. We have issues with toxicovigilance. We don't have that yet in the system. We have only a simple surveillance system, and that should be. And then we started with the collaboration with different countries in order to help advancing the care, and hopefully we can reach somewhere in that. So that's basically an update about what is going on in Oman.
Thank you, Badriya. Some of updates about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's poison centers. By the way, for Turkey, there's a session on Turkey. We are going to collapse it with the afternoon session on Turkey. So Dr. Ainur Shaheen is going to do the Turkey update in her afternoon lecture. We did that because we had to add the WHO speaker last minute.
Good morning, everyone.
Dr. Al-Maliki, sorry, Dr. Al-Maliki is currently a medical toxicologist in Riyadh at King Saud Medical City. He's actually probably the first medical toxicologist in the MENA region whose salary and job description includes medical toxicology, bedside care, consultation at the hospital. And he actually completed internal medicine training, and we will not hold that against you, Dr. Maliki, and then a fellowship in toxicology at Emory University.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to give you a brief background about the poison centers in Saudi Arabia and the toxicology services. I'm an internist and working at King Saud Medical City in Riyadh as consultant internal medicine and medical toxicologist. So I has nothing to, no conflict of interest to declare. So basically, what I'm gonna cover in my presentation is I will give you like a history about the poison center development in Saudi Arabia and what they do. Plus, I will share with you some numbers from the previous years. And at the end, I will give you an overview about toxicology consultation services in the kingdom. So as you can see here, this is the mortality rate secondary to unintentional poisoning in the MENA region. As you can see here, rates are very high in both African and countries in the Middle East, like 3.8 and 3.5, as compared to other countries in the world. Despite having this high rate of mortality secondary to unintentional poisoning, there is a huge gap in poison centers in the MENA region. If you can see here, this is from WHO. This is the map of the poison centers all over the world. Like if you can see, there's a gap in poison centers in MENA regions. as compared to other countries in the world. So again here just to show you like few poison centers in MENA regions. What about poison centers in Saudi Arabia? Poison center in Saudi Arabia like under umbrella of the Ministry of Health, and there's like a General Directorate for Poison Control Centers. Basically, the first poison center in the country has been established like 40 years back. It was in Riyadh. Year after year, some other centers has been opened in other areas in the country. So as you can see, this is the map of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is like one of the largest countries in the Middle East. The population is around 30 million. So there is 13 poison centers distributed all over the country. We have the first poison center that has been opened in Riyadh. Also, we have poison centers in other regions, like we have in Dammam, we have in Jeddah, in Mecca region, in the south, in the north. So basically, the total number is 13. So poison centers in the kingdom is like the function is not similar to the US model. They have different rules and functions. Basically, they have different functions. They have consultation services for drug and poison information. Also, they are handling some lab stuff. So they are doing forensic toxicology lab, also TDM, plus also they are doing like screening for drug of abuse for both like workers or even from healthcare facilities. They are doing some occupational and environmental toxicology, like screening for substance of abuse, biological monitoring of pesticide, plus trace metal analysis. Is poisoning issue in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? I will share with you like some data from 2017. This was like cases that has been reported to the Poison Control Center in the Kingdom. Total number of cases was 12,566. Still, this does not represent the whole number of cases. These are the reported cases. We have large number of cases not reported. Majority of cases were in kids under 6 years of age, and 12% of them has been admitted to the hospitals. 2/3 of the cases came from the public, while 1/3 of the cases came from healthcare facilities. So just if you will see here, 85% of the cases occurred in children less than 6 years of age. In terms of substances that has been encountered, different substances like vitamins, corrosives, chemicals, hair dye, antacids, corrosives and chemical constitute the majority of cases. In terms of most commonly encountered medication, so vitamins constitute 13% of the cases, while exposure to paracetamol constitute around 8% of cases. So recently, over the last few years, what we did, we established a new hotline to receive consultation for poisoning and issues related to poisoning from healthcare facilities. So just for hospitals, if they have like someone in the emergency department and he need consultation regarding a patient with drug overdose, they will call the hotline 1937. So then if the caller is from healthcare facilities, calls will be handled by a medical toxicologist. But if the call is coming from public, it will be handled by a general practitioner and sometimes clinical pharmacist. So basically, the medical toxicologist at the time being, we are only covering calls from healthcare facilities. So what we do in the medical toxicology consultation services? We are doing different tasks. We are handling consultation for poisoning and poisoning related issues. We are doing training staff, delivering courses in the field of medical toxicology and some public health awareness. So basically, if a medical care facility, they have a patient who was exposed to a chemical substance or intentionally ingested any medication, what they will do, they will call 1937, and again, the call will be directed immediately to a medical toxicologist in call. We are covering 24/7. We have 12 medical toxicologists on the service, covering all hospitals from all governmental and even private sector in the kingdom. We give immediate advice about how to manage these patients, disposition, and follow-up. For some cases, if they need bedside consultations, we provide bedside consultations for some critically ill patients, or in case we need to do that, plus follow-up. This is basically what we do for the consultation service. We are doing training during this service. We have trained fellows. Majority of our fellows are pediatric emergency fellows. So they rotate with us for 4 weeks. And they are the first one, or the first on call for the services. Then they will discuss the case with the on-call medical toxicologist. Also, we trained residents from different backgrounds, majority from emergency medicine, but we have residents from rotating in ICU, pediatrics, and internal medicine. Also, we trained some clinical pharmacists. This is in terms of training. In terms of courses, we are trying to increase awareness about the importance of toxicology services in the kingdom. So we are conducting training courses in medical toxicology all over the kingdom. We covered 6 areas per year. The courses are directed toward emergency physicians, GP, and even nurses and pharmacists. Basically, the course is like 2 days to cover main aspects of how you can approach poison patients and management of these patients. Also, what is the impact of this service? Is it important to have a toxicology service? Yes, there was a huge impact in the kingdom. So impact in patient care. So it has been found that a lot of unnecessary investigations has been stopped, unnecessary admissions to the hospitals, unnecessary antidotes, even unnecessary visits to emergency department. So it has impact on patient care, the mortality rate. The cost, again, a lot of unnecessary investigations, drugs, etc. Has been saved. Resource utilization. Previously, before we have this service, each hospital is working alone. Each hospital will stock its own antidotes, and some of these antidotes are very expensive. Now, after we have this service, we can share the resource between different hospitals. Like if we have someone who will need fomepizole and it's not available, immediately we can allocate resource from other facilities in the same area. So it will help them to save money. So unnecessary antidote stocking has been decreased. Public health. After the service, we have been involved in a lot of outbreaks. For example, last year, because we received 4 or 5 cases about methanol in different hospitals in the same area. Without having this service, you will not discover these scattered cases. But because we receive over 24 hours, we received like 5 cases of methanol in different hospitals, and this has been raised to authorities and Ministry of Health, and it has been found that the common source was like contaminated juice in one of the restaurants. Needs assessment, toxicology, medical toxicology services helped the Ministry of Health to know what is needs for medical toxicology. Now they know how many cases we have per year. They know, like, for example, how many cases of ethanol or methanol would we have per year, so that they can plan, for example, where to have antidotes, which area is in high need for this antidote or that. Before having this medical toxicology service, these figures were not there. What we are planning to do in the future, we started to have training courses for specialists in poison information. Last month we trained 15 new spies. The majority of them, like if you can see here in this, the females are clinical pharmacists, the males are nurses. So we are planning to recruit these spies and to be like a first responder for to receive calls regarding toxicology from both healthcare facilities and the public. They will do like triaging for the cases. For us, we are preparing specific guidelines for them to know which case to be managed at home, which case, when to refer the case to medical toxicologists, which cases to be referred to healthcare facilities. Still, we do not have a lot of awareness in public health about poisoning, chemical safety, etc. So we are planning to have more awareness programs in the future. Also, we are hope that we will have a fellowship in medical toxicology in the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Malki. Our next speaker is...
Good evening, everybody. In this opportunity, I would like to thank you, Dr. Ziad, for his logistic and scientific support. In fact, I will talk about a brief introduction about poisoning control, Baghdad Poisoning Control Center. Yeah. Baghdad Poisoning Control Center, located on the ground floor of Al-Ghazi Hariri Hospital for surgical specialties within the Medical City Complex. It is established in 1998. It is nearby the General Emergency Departments of Baghdad Medical City, about 2 meters. About the infrastructure of our poisoning control center, in addition to the administrative departments, we have an information department for which usually the patient presented for either consultation or information of agent. Of course, a special case report form were done, and after that, after interpretation of the whole presentation and clinical picture, we usually send for the command toxicological unit or screening in the other department, which is called laboratory departments. And then these data were kept in a special statistic unit for research for retrospective studies. Why Poison Control Center is important? As I said before, it provides a database about the drug intoxication and chemical exposure that involve our local society, and has the ability to diagnose and to suggest the guideline management for each type. Second, training services for emergency departments. We are a part of the training courses of those in emergency medicine, pharmacists as a clinical toxicologist or non-medical toxicologist, and biochemists. In fact, many research have been achieved with the aid of these animal statistics, retrospective studies like lead poisoning, organophosphorus, and so on. And the information about any agent, it is always available, and about the antidotes, indication, uses, side effects. Also, its role in participation in mass gathering people exposure and CBRN teams. In fact, how does it work? Either directly, the patient presented by his relative, with his relative, for example, chronic lead poisoning, thallium, or indirectly by phone call or written request. In this case, we ask for the complete data about the clinical picture and complaint and their investigations. Also, we ask a blood and urine sample, gas clavage, or a container of the suspected drug to be poisoned. This is a summary of the mean number of patients presented with positive clinical finding and confirmed by laboratory diagnosis. For example, of insecticide people exposed to, whether it is organophosphorus or organic chlorinated compound or pyrethrin, about 60. This is the mean level, and usually presented from the emergency departments. Paracetamol poisoning, I mean paracetamol poisoning, not overdose. I mean it is more than 150 milligram per kilogram body weight. And of course, the guideline management for all of these patients usually supported by the Poison Control Center. In addition to our work, there is a special request from other, for example, GIT centers. It is about 100 and 250 in order to exclude Wilson's disease because the availability of these devices for levels of estimation. There is certain historical events during the last 20 years. The Poison Control Center plays a major role in diagnosis of something that have a major effect on the community, on the health, on the environment. For example, this is one of them. In 2,000 years, there are more than 2,000 cases of lead poisoning reported to our poison center. This is, was recognized at that time because of first, they were using a tetraethyl lead in order to increase the octane number of petrol in oil refinery system. The second reason, that lead oxide plates for batteries locally made in a closed ventilated room. During the period of embargo and low socio-economic states, most of people recycle the old batteries. And usually you should change the lead oxide plate for these batteries, which was illegal and does not meet the requirements of Ministry of Environment. I mean, it is not licensed. Of course, many of them are presented even of fit encephalopathy. We have treated so many of them with combined therapy, BAL and calcium disodium acetate. Another important historical event, this is during the wartime, kidnapping and theft by using benzodiazepine, lorazepam, clonazepam, midazolam, or directly spray directly over the face, or these substances usually injected to the Pepsi or any juice cane. The taxi driver are the most likely victims. Another historical event which happened, criminal, most likely from 2008 up to 2015, about 82 cases reported. It is included, also Al Jawiya Sport Club, it is included in these statistics. The first one, this is the most likely patient presenting usually crippled and alopecia. This is the most likely with subacute or chronic poisoning. Sometimes they presented with alopecia alone, or rarely it is presented with a bluish discoloration or desquamation of the skin. Another historical event, mustard agent by ISIS. In fact, Taza village involved, which was belonged to Kirkuk city, the formal number was 60, and the public number is thousands. Also, many of our soldiers exposed in Abar region, and there are so many times they were exposed to in Mosul city, many times, 10 times. This is the most likely, Abulle is the most likely typical appearance of a blister agent. Chlorine gas exposure for more than 10 times. This is an example. Al-Taji area, more than 100 people exposed. Al-Sadr area, more than 300 people exposed. We treated them, we gave them the major guideline for the treatment of chlorine gas. Yeah, this is the mass gathering people exposure during a religious celebration. In fact, millions of Al-Shia usually walk to the Imam. In this religious activity, we have to support them by referring a special team to walk the medical team at that time in case of poisoning. These are the usual antidotes available nowadays in my center. In fact, the antidote is problematic for all of them. We don't have, for example, FAB for digoxin and other. Some of them are deficient. Of course, there are atropine or naloxone are available in the other departments, like anesthesia and so on. These are the devices that usually used by my lab. The first one is atomic absorption. We have 3 devices. Routine work, we measure copper or lead, but for some research, of course, we can measure some other materials like cadmium and so on. Spectrophotometry device and telechromatography, these are both procedures for drug screening test and HPLC. A new device were added nowadays for therapeutic drug monitoring and drug of abuse, still in the process. We hope in the future we can estimate the serum level estimation of some drugs. Our vision for the future, the antidotes should be available all over the time. Updating our devices, for example, GC-MAS and ICP, inductively coupled plasma emission, unisolated equipment and fully equipped with high-skilled medical personnel. A new academic study in clinical toxicology that offers a master or board-certified region participation in scientific conference in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamoudi. Last but not least, Dr. Tar and is going to give a brief presentation followed by lunch.
So the slides will be there, right?
Yeah, we can see the slides.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. So basically, in Lebanon, we do not have a poison center. We have a toxicology service. And this service was established in 2015, and really all the efforts go to Dr. Ziad Azzeh and Dr. Evelyn Hatte, our chairperson of the Department of Emergency Medicine. And it's and I recently joined in 2018, and we are co-directing this service, myself and Dr. Qazi. It's an MOU between Emory University and AUB. It's basically a telephonic consultation service that's offered to the healthcare providers, the patients also who present mostly to the emergency department. And lately we've done agreements with other hospitals, so now they have our call system. They can call us, but not really from the public. And it's a 24/7. There's a call system. The first on call are the international toxicology fellows at Emory University. And it is directly supervised with different attendings. Myself, Dr. Qazi, and we have Dr. Brent Morgan from Emory University. And we have collaborations with the Emergency Medicine Department, the hospital pharmacy, the lab, and environmental core lab for additional testing. The Emory faculty team, Dr. Brent Morgan, Dr. Pomerlew, who is now in Australia, and Dr. Melissa Gittinger. Our toxicology officer, Ms. Zaina Mnaimne, who maintains the data in RedCap and follow up on the patient 24 to 48 hours after discharge from the emergency or from the hospital if they got admitted. And we recently published our data at Clinical Toxicology. We basically reported, it was a descriptive analysis, and we reported on our challenges. And recently we're working on another paper to report on how this tele-service works, maybe other areas in the Middle East or the areas where there's no clinical toxicology service could benefit from this. Mostly the age group that we had most of the ingestions were from 20 to 50 years old. And interestingly, the pediatric exposures, 24% occurred in children less than 5 years. And these typically are unintentional ingestions, we know that. And if we have a poison center, they could easily be triaged without really presenting to the emergency department. And here comes the benefit of having a poison center. And we're looking at this subset specifically now, myself and Ziad, to see how many of those could have been just triaged at home without even presenting to the ED. In the US, 12% of the children who had the toxicological exposure were managed at a hospital, and the majority really could be triaged through a poison center. We had the predominance of female in general, and specifically those who had suicide ingestions were mostly females, and we're looking at this subset separately now and just analyzing them to see what really were the risk factors for this. In the age group that were less than 12, we had female and male nearly equal, but in the adolescent and the adult, females just had the majority of exposures. Mostly we had unintentional, and interestingly that the intentional was around 51.6%. Usually unintentional are more than the intentional exposures, but in our setting, but we have some limitations. This is just one toxicology service at a big tertiary center. Household chemicals were mostly unintentional in children, and this is mostly because of improper storage. We do not have really any child resistant. We do not have a poison center that spread awareness regarding the safety and safe storage methods at home. And the top 5 pharmaceutical exposures that we had were mostly sedative, analgesics, antidepressant, cardiovascular medications. This is similar to the AAPCC US data, except that we had more of sedatives and antipsychotics. Among the non-pharmaceutical, we had cleaning household exposures, pesticides, bites, and stimulants who were among the top 5 categories. Some interesting data is that we know all this opioid crisis in the US and other areas. In our country, we had more of benzodiazepines and sedative exposures. And this is part of it because people perceive benzos and sedatives as safe compared to opioids. And we're looking at this separately now in an ongoing research study, myself and Ziad. So this was the most category that we had. And acetaminophen, like other data in other areas in the Middle East and in the US, was the most reported pharmaceutical. We do not have IV and acetylcysteine. We use the PO. We've been doing well with the PO and acetylcysteine so far. We didn't have really any issues, and it's really excellent. The benzodiazepines, as I mentioned, really is a common problem in our country. People are really more just scared to use opioids. And even we have another thing is that other than the perception of the patients, we have regulations regarding dispensing of opioids. We only have tramadol that requires a prescription. We do not have Percocet or other really medication that could be dispensed. And just at the hospital, you have the morphine. So this regulation helped in limiting the opioid misuse and overuse. Special situations, we have Deoxyde. I don't know if you're familiar in some areas in the Middle East with this medication. It's banned in the US. It's a combination actually of a very terrible combination where you have an antipsychotic and a tricyclic antidepressant, melitaricetam, and it is very commonly used. I mean, literally people would go to death ceremonies, you will have Deoxyde. It's something like, if you're stressed, they will take a pill of Deoxyde. This is very commonly used. And also we're looking at this separately. And it was reported in our 13 cases of our exposure. We had also interesting cases that led to death because of a tumescent liposuction that occurred at clinic, mostly with lidocaine. We had 2 cases. And an intragastric Botox that led to bad neurological outcome. Also, this was used. And also we had other non-pharmaceutical environmental exposures due to Datura stramonium, where patient presented with an anticholinergic toxicity, and this was also common. Another special situations where we had elemental mercury, it's still used in some areas, not that common, but it's still used. And pesticides, we also had lots of pesticides, and lately we just took care of a severe pesticide exposure. And cardiovascular drugs also is very common, and this was among our top 5 pharmaceutical exposures. We have limitations of antidote. We do not have the digibind for digoxin, though digoxin is very commonly used. I use it in my emergency department because we do not have the IV diltiazem. So it's commonly used, and surprisingly, we do not have the antidote for this. But we didn't have really much cases. We had 2 cases, and one of them, because of the use of a Jamaican stone, more of an Ayurvedic medicine, where the patient presented with a ditch toxicity presentation. That was managed with supportive care and eventually did well, luckily. For the snake antivenom, we do have it, but we do not have a local production for that. We imported from Syria. That it mentioned on the leaflet that it covers our 3 poisonous snakes. Currently, for a short time, we had a shortage because of the situation, and we were importing from different areas, but now we have it back in stock. We do not have, at our university, because it's more in the urban, we really do not see much of the snake envenomations. As far as for the medical outcome, we had no effect or minor effect. Few had the moderate to major, and we had 3 deaths in our data. We took care almost of more than 500, but at the time, 477 patients were analyzed in this data set. And the deaths were mostly due to lidocaine and tricyclic antidepressants. 18% left AMA, and this is something common. I mean, we have some limitations. Also, insurance companies do not cover for poison exposure, and usually the families want to discharge the patients, but usually there is a family member. But we were managed to follow up through our officer on 46.6% of those patients were followed up, and they did not have any major events. We have future plans. We're now trying to collaborate with other hospitals to increase the use of this telephonic service, and to collaborate with the Faculty of Health Sciences, with the MOPH, and hopefully we will have in the future to train toxicology fellows once we increase our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wat. Thank you. The US model. Dr. Lina Amin, you want to go up here so you can use the microphone. So the question is, why did the Qatar Poison Center decide to use the US model? And the question is from Dr. Mazda Shirazi, who is in the US model as well. So.
I run one, so I know.
Partly because we recognize that the US standard of Poison Center is the most established and most developed, with lots of supportive data that show the influence and the reach of those poison centers in their communities and their states. Partly also because I trained at the Georgia Poison Center, our medical director is US trained, we all have, most of us have US training. But yeah, I would say because of just recognizing the US Poison Center model as being, after observing the other poison centers around the world, just being maybe the most organized or the most systematic in their approach, with just better support and better funding, and being able to reach their communities better.
Any other questions? After lunch, we are going to tackle education and practice of clinical toxicology in the MENA region with a panel and some presentations. We are going to look at a specific example of a medical toxicologist supporting an outbreak of lung injury from vaping products in Illinois, in Chicago. We are going to also talk about chemical security and chemical inventories, and then finish up with a look at forensic toxicologists. What do they do and how do they interact with clinical toxicology? And a brief session on lead poisoning. So that's what we have for the afternoon. Sorry we took into your lunch break. Enjoy. And please come back 10 minutes after the scheduled time. So instead of 1:30, come back at 1:40 so I don't owe you any time. Thank you. The afternoon session, after your long lunch break. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Trevon Thompson, who's a colleague, a dear friend from Chicago, Illinois. Dr. Trevon Thompson is an emergency physician and a medical toxicologist. He trained in toxicology at the Toxicon program in Chicago and is currently the director of the Division of Medical Toxicology at the University of Illinois at Chicago. Dr. Trevon Thompson has had a unique opportunity and experience in dealing with outbreaks and collaborating with his health department. So we wanted him to share with us his experience in that area. Dr. Thompson, thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, good afternoon. I have the challenge of being the first speaker after lunch. I hope you can stay awake. I am Trevon Thompson. I'm a medical toxicologist and emergency physician at the University of Illinois in Chicago, and I want to talk to you about a few things here this afternoon. Most importantly, maybe I have no conflicts of interest to disclose. Probably important when talking about poisons, so I'm not trying to facilitate or encourage poisoning. I want to start just a little bit by giving a little bit of background before I go too far into my talk, and that is to talk about medical toxicology in the United States. I think you heard a little bit about this morning when Dr. Lopez was talking. You're going to hear some more about this from Dr. Wax and some others, I think, this afternoon. But I think it's important that we understand kind of some foundational background from where I come from in talking about some of how these outbreak investigations have occurred. So quite obviously, I think, we may know now that medical toxicology is a subspecialty. In the United States, it is primarily a subspecialty of emergency medicine, though there are other pathways into medical toxicology, internal medicine, pediatrics, preventive medicine, et cetera. But it is an organized subspecialty that requires fellowship training. It's a 2-year fellowship training program. There's a certification exam, and then there's maintenance of certification. This is all important, I think, in understanding that medical toxicology is well developed, as was talked about earlier this morning, in the United States. And we have a built-in collaboration with our Poison Control Center network and the National Poison Data System. So through our poison centers, which you heard a lot about this morning, we are able to collect both regional data. So in Illinois, for example, the Illinois Poison Center, we're collecting on a daily basis our regional data regarding poisoning and reports of poisoning to our poison center system. But also all of our poison centers in the United States feed into the National Poison Data System so that we can actually track data on a national level as well. Now that's important as we think about the concept of the medical toxicologist as a collaborator. And I think we are uniquely situated to be a collaborator in many regards. One may also seem obvious, but I think it's worth mentioning. We, at least the way I function in my service at the University of Illinois Chicago, we are a consultation service. So an internal medicine team or an emergency department or sometimes even surgeons or neurosurgeons may consult us, asking for our recommendations on how to care for someone they're concerned about a poisoning, is poisoned, et cetera. So we're naturally working with many others as it relates to the management of a case. But it goes beyond that. If we think for a moment about those of you in the room today and some of the others that you may have heard from, we collaborate with pharmacists, with nurses, with other healthcare professionals on a regular basis. My division, for example, of medical toxicology consists of 2 pharmacists who have extra training in clinical toxicology. The SPIs, the specialists in poison information who may answer the phone at the poison center, might be a nurse, a pharmacist, or a physician. So we're always collaborating just as a natural function of what we do on a day-to-day basis. With that, I want to highlight a couple of outbreaks that I was involved with and have been involved with. And these are just a few of several, but these are ones that have been published that will really highlight some examples of how the medical toxicologist can function as a collaborator with public health in dealing with poison outbreaks. So this case here, this was a fentanyl outbreak that occurred, not the current one that's going on in the United States, but the one that occurred in 2005. This centered in the Midwest, primarily in Chicago. And there's an interesting story here. So I was a first-year fellow when this happened. This was an evening. I was actually leaving from my office, my fellow office, to walk to my car when I got a page from our emergency department saying, hey, we've got several cases of heroin overdose that are acting a little bit funny. The first thing is that we've got 6 that have come in a shift, and some of them have required more naloxone than regular. So at least in the United States, many times the medical toxicologist is not being consulted for a heroin overdose. That's sort of a routine type thing that you may take care of in the emergency department. So already alarms may be going off a little bit that an emergency physician is consulting us for a heroin overdose, because that would seem ordinarily to be bread and butter emergency medicine. But these cases were unique. Several of the cases were people who were using what they thought were their usual doses of heroin and then immediately dropped, were becoming apneic or unresponsive. Many did require more naloxone than usual to reverse. And then when I started talking to folks after they were awake, some interesting features were going on. In this case, we had 6 in our emergency department at that time. They all said they got their heroin from a new drug dealer, which is always a little bit suspicious. But this drug dealer was giving away the heroin, which is also even more suspicious. No drug dealer is giving away their drugs. But this was a new dealer who was trying to drum up business and had a deal where you could get your first dose literally for free. It turns out, so we alerted the Illinois Department of Public Health to these cases. A larger investigation ensued, and it turns out that there was an importation of fentanyl into Chicago. This was imported from Mexico. This quote-unquote heroin turned out not to be heroin at all. It was all fentanyl, which is why these patients were dropping so quickly. And it turns out we, in about a 1.5-year period of time, had about a little over 300 deaths in just the Chicagoland area. We had 2 at our own hospital. So this was my first introduction to an outbreak as a fellow, but really I didn't know if this was bread and butter yet or something kind of out of the ordinary. So we'll fast forward just a little bit towards the end of my fellowship time. And so this was the report of a case of pufferfish poisoning that we had in Chicago, initially at least. So this was interesting in that through the Poison Center, we got word of a case where a lady, she was of Korean descent, but living in America, went to a Korean groceries market, bought fish labeled as monkfish in English, but labeled as pufferfish in Korean, brought the fish home, prepared a dish for herself, for her husband, and for her daughter. She drank or ate about 3 cups of the soup. Her husband ate about 1 cup, and her daughter just took 1 teaspoon of it. She knew it was pufferfish that she was buying, and just as a quick reminder, pufferfish contain tetrodotoxin, which is a poison that can lead to paralysis and kind of sensory deficits as well. So she eats the soup. She becomes almost immediately symptomatic, has some GI upset, and then develops severe paresis of her lower legs. She developed numbness and tingling in her arm. She had gross truncal ataxia. Goes to the emergency department. The emergency physician, thinking this might be pufferfish poisoning, calls the Poison Center. We're looking at this case thinking, yes, it does certainly sound like pufferfish poisoning, but another alarm went off in that in the United States, pufferfish is very heavily restricted. It can only come in through 1 route in the United States. It can only be sold in certain establishments, particularly restaurants. The regular consumer should not be able to go to the store to buy pufferfish. So our alarms went off with just this one case. We alerted the Illinois Department of Public Health. We actually sent some of our own team to the family's home to retrieve the soup. That was ultimately sent off to the FDA and to some other bodies for testing for specifically tetrodotoxin and genetic testing of the fish to prove that it was pufferfish. A larger investigation ensued that led to the determination there was an illegal underground black market importation of pufferfish in the United States through California. And it was deliberate. So again, this fish product was labeled monkfish in English, but labeled as pufferfish in other languages. It was designed to skirt the regulatory guidelines for importing the fish in the United States. Also, it turns out that there were 2 other cases of pufferfish poisoning, one in California that actually occurred a few months before ours, but it was never reported. Then there was a subsequent case in New Jersey, all related to the same illegal importation scheme. So again, highlighting a little bit of where medical toxicology can help with collaborations with public health, and I'm going to come back to this in a moment. The last outbreak that I want to talk about is more modern. So this was about March of 2018 in Illinois. Our service was consulted on 2 index cases, it turns out. This was a father and son who presented to an emergency department with bleeding, primarily hematuria, and really no exposure for why they should both have hematuria simultaneously and other bleeding. Turns out they looked a lot like rotificum poisoning. Their INR was almost undetectable. It was so high. Didn't really make sense though because they had no known exposure. They were both factory workers and they thought that perhaps there was some dust in the factory they were exposed to. That was the only exposure they could identify. But there was nothing that really explained why this father and son all of a sudden developed a profound coagulopathy. So those two cases came into our service through the Poison Center, and we immediately actually alerted the Illinois Department of Public Health in this case as well, mainly because we couldn't understand what was going on. The circumstances did not make sense. So a few days go by, several more cases of patients randomly sort of showing up in emergency departments in Illinois with profound coagulopathies occur. Through history taking in these subsequent cases, we learned that there seemed to be some sort of association between this coagulopathy and people abusing synthetic cannabinoids. And then we were able to go back to the two index cases, ask them direct questions, were you using synthetic cannabinoids? And they answered yes. That actually began the investigation to determine that there was in fact a big outbreak of synthetic cannabinoids contaminated with or adulterated with long-acting anticoagulants, primarily brodifacoum. So I highlight these three cases, not to highlight because I was involved with them. These just happen to be three cases I was involved in. A lot of my colleagues in medical toxicology have been involved in similar outbreaks. I think if you were to go around the room, you'd find that many, you see some heads nodding here, have been involved in outbreak investigations or alerting public health officials about a potential outbreak. This seems to be a common occurrence within medical toxicology. And so in thinking about medical toxicology and also our Poison Center network, we are often the first to know about a toxicologic outbreak. Our eyes and ears are to the ground, so to speak. We're sort of like first responders in a sense, in that we have a sense of what's going on, whether in your local areas as it relates to either drugs of abuse or pharmacologic agents or what have you. So we tend to have our nose to the ground and can sense when something just isn't quite right, even before perhaps there's a large number of people involved. So what has my experience taught me with dealing with these outbreaks and some others that I've been a part of? And I'll talk a little bit about EVALI, or e-cigarette and vaping associated pulmonary injury, on Friday, so stay tuned for that if you want to come back on Friday morning. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. But I want to highlight a couple of concepts that I think are really important in understanding where the medical toxicologist plays their role in public health outbreaks and collaboration. So I think this is probably obvious. We're all here sitting here at Minatox. Medical toxicology is an amazing field of specialization. I think that goes without saying. In addition to the breadth and depth of cases that we may take care of, we are really in a unique position to, one, prevent many poisonings, but then also manage poisonings, because many poisonings are treatable when you know the right treatment to provide. So we can be a big benefit to not only individuals, that individual patient that we may be caring for, but populations at large. And I think that's an amazing thing that I'm glad to be a part of as a medical toxicologist. This is an important part here. We are truly a clinical specialty, sort of the old-fashioned investigators of medicine. What we do is really take the historical features of a poisoning, the complete, not just the history of present illness, but the complete circumstances surrounding a poisoning, relate that to the clinical presentation that we have based on our clinical exam, and then add to that whatever laboratory data that we may use to then come up with what an answer may be for a case. And a good example might be acetaminophen. You can have an acetaminophen concentration, but without the full picture of what's the clinical circumstances, that level by itself is hard to interpret. Pick a level, it doesn't matter which. That level could be different, have a different meaning if it's 4 hours after a single acute ingestion of acetaminophen versus 20 hours after a single acute ingestion versus 4 days after. What if it's a repeated supertherapeutic ingestion instead of a single acute ingestion? Or what if the patient presents with an undetectable acetaminophen level, having told you they took acetaminophen, but your liver enzymes are completely abnormal? Again, we take all that clinical information and kind of put it together like detective work to come up with an answer. There's not a single test, an on-off switch that we can use to make a determination. And it's that little feature, that detective nature of who we are, that's really important in how we can function from a public health perspective, in that oftentimes we may just sense that something is just a little bit off. For example, those alleged heroin cases that I mentioned that we were consulted on, they just didn't seem right. They didn't look like a heroin overdose. That was an alert. This pufferfish case, yes, it was just a single pufferfish case, but that should not have happened. We were able to sound an alarm. And with these synthetic cannabinoids, we didn't know it was synthetic cannabinoids at first. But again, why would these two individuals present with such a presentation that looked like brodifacoum or another long-acting anticoagulant? Something just didn't seem right, and that was the trigger to alert the public health officials. Again, we're a natural collaborator with public health in ways that I've just identified. And if you're paying attention to some of these cases, you realize we didn't have to wait for outbreak numbers or a huge number of cases before realizing that something was amiss. I think that's a key point in understanding what we do as medical toxicologists. We don't need to wait for there to be 100 cases or 1,000 cases to realize something is going on. We can oftentimes be that one single case that just, again, is not quite right that can lead us down the pathway to collaboration. So, what roles can we play as medical toxicologists in collaborating with medical toxicology, or in public health, excuse me? Well, I think there's just a few things that really encapsulate what we can do to solidify this role. The first we've alluded to already, and that is surveillance. With having our kind of eyes and ears to the ground, we can be the first ones to alert public health officials that something is going on. I think that's highlighted earlier when we were talking about poison centers in general. I think we've seen a couple of examples here. That surveillance piece is key. We are subject matter experts, and this is really important. When it came to, for example, the synthetic cannabinoid anticoagulant outbreak, our toxicology service were the ones who developed the treatment algorithm that we use throughout the state of Illinois, and even some other poison centers asked us for our treatment algorithms in determining theirs. Is that subject matter expertise that was important. We could be useful in helping determine what a case definition may be for a particular outbreak. We can help with resource utilization. There may be times when antidote may be costly or not widely available. We can help determine what the resource allocation may be in these sorts of situations. So being a subject matter expert is really important in these public health realms, realizing that our public health colleagues may be experts in public health, but they may not know a specific poison to the degree that we might know them. We can help inform law enforcement and investigative measures. So this is a little bit tricky in that we want to keep a divide between clinical care of the patient and sort of the med-legal system as it relates to, or the legal system as it relates to police and crimes and that sort of thing. Many of our patients may be doing something that may be considered illicit. For example, buying heroin off the street is an illegal activity in the United States. So whereas a patient may not tell the police where they got their drugs from or some of the circumstances regarding their poisoning, they may tell us as healthcare professionals, and it's then important for us to feed that information back appropriately to public health officials in a way that keeps our patients in a safe space, understanding they can trust us with information without directly necessarily becoming involved in a law enforcement issue themselves directly. So while there's a tricky balance that has to be played there, it is important for us to know that certain pieces of information we may want to feed back to our public health officials in helping to realize what's going on here. And for example, the case of the fentanyl cases that we took care of, the dealer was on the west side of Chicago. We got that information from the patients directly, what corner they actually bought their drugs on. They were not willing to tell the police that directly, but they were willing to tell us as healthcare professionals. And lastly, we can help inform legal responses. I think this is important. Lawmakers are, I don't know how laws may work or how politicians, more importantly, may work in some of the other countries represented here, but oftentimes in the United States, politics is based more on image than what's actually the right thing to do. But there are times when we as healthcare professionals can help inform the law or the legal response. For example, and I'll talk a little bit about this on Friday with the e-cigarette pulmonary injury issue that's been going on recently in the United States. Many jurisdictions, in response to an outbreak of pulmonary injury from electronic cigarette use, thought to just ban e-cigarettes outright, or ban some of the flavorings that may be involved in e-cigarettes, or change the age requirements used to, or before you can buy these products. Thankfully in Illinois, before making any sort of rash response, our governor decided to form a committee to hash out some of the details behind what a legal response might look like. I was fortunate enough to be part of that and was able to offer some medical toxicology thoughts on what some of the outcomes might be for particular actions. Ultimately, we did not go with a ban in the state of Illinois and focus more on education, but I think informing legal responses can be part of the responsibility that we may have in helping with a public health outbreak, so that laws that may be passed don't have unintended consequences and ultimately lead to harm or driving more patients to underground use of something that would be easier for us to take care of if we're above ground. So with that, we'll keep things nice and simple and keep us on schedule here. Medical toxicology and public health are natural collaborators, and I hope I made that case before you today, that the true nature of what we do as medical toxicologists directly lines up with us and keeping us as collaborators with our public health officials in many regards, not the least of which comes with informing legal responses and helping to be subject matter experts, to being that bridge between perhaps the patients and law enforcement, and being just that, again, natural collaborator to help surveil what's going on in the landscape of poisoning and outbreaks. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions. We should have plenty of time for questions, and I think we're close to on schedule now.
We have time.
Yeah.
Any questions for Dr. Trevon Thompson? Anybody has experience in outbreaks, being involved in an outbreak in your country? If you'd like to share it. Dr. Ihab, your microphone please, Dr. Ihab. Dr. Ihab Aki from Doha.
We have not like an outbreak. We actually, what happened that first case was seen by me, patient coming with severe bradycardia, hypertensive, after ingestion of some honey, which was made, homemade honey. The other case came after 1 week, or after maybe a few days, and this was 4 cases actually. And we discovered that one guy brought honey from Nepal, and he distributed for friends, and all of them came in the hospital.
Well, that's a great example of an outbreak of, this is from Turkey?
No, the honey from Nepal.
Nepal. Because I think there's also we're going to have a lecture about mad honey poisoning in Turkey by Dr. Gunduz.
And we are raising the issue now for the public health, and it was a big issue actually. They start to investigate from where.
Yeah.
And when
that's a great example. Thank you for sharing. Dr. Balla.
Mm-hmm.
You had that pufferfish poisoning. So you detected 3 cases, and what were the agencies, law enforcing agencies you got in touch with? Did you go back to that Korean supermarket and see how many other of those mislabeled products were sold? Did you go and kind of track them, any one of them?
Yeah, so those are great questions. So we started with the Illinois Department of Public Health, was the first agency we notified, and then they made the further notifications to the FDA, the CDC, and some other areas. Interestingly, so I and my co-fellow actually went to that market. So both of us actually shopped at the same market that this outbreak occurred. We went looking for the fish, but there was none left. And it turns out the Chicago Department of Public Health ultimately also went to that market, and it turns out they had sold all of their product before we showed up. So it was actually all gone. They were able, they meaning Chicago Department of Public Health and some others, were able to retrieve some other specimens from the community that also highlighted exactly what I mentioned, that it was labeled monkfish in English, but pufferfish in Korean. And if you're interested, if you Google a picture of monkfish, it looks nothing like pufferfish at all. So it was clearly deliberate mislabeling. But we actually tried. We tried to be our own, as a medical toxicology fellow, I tried to be my own little investigator, since I did know of the market where the fish was purchased, but there was none left. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Balla?
And except for the wife and the youngest child, everyone was involved. We could never come to, it was the food which was mixed with OP, because 4 or 5 members showed up with classic OP poisoning, organophosphate poisoning. And when we went back, then we kind of investigated that the lady who prepared the food, the wife, and the youngest child, they consumed the food which was prepared as lunch. And rest everyone had the fresh food prepared as dinner. So whether it was deliberate or whether it was accidental, we could never figure out. But what we figured out was that they were storing the grain in a container which was earlier used to have, to store organophosphate. So that, and it is heat resistant. So that's how it got into the food, and that's how they kind of ended up having this problem.
I think you'll find in outbreak investigations, you have to really understand the local culture. You have to understand a little bit about the physical properties of the chemicals, the chemical properties, you know, what do they, their persistence in the environment, their heat, stability, all of that. You have to be a real investigator. We're going to highlight some of these things in our outbreak investigation workshop on Friday morning. If you're interested in attending, please let me know, because it's more like a limited space. We have some open space capacity if you're really interested in that. It's a 4-hour program, and you have to go through the entire program to get through it. So.
And I think you highlight a point that it's important to know and have an understanding of your local customs and practices. For example, with the pufferfish case, had we not known that pufferfish importation is highly restricted in the United States, we could have just chalked that up to some sort of fish poisoning and never investigated it. And it turns out that's what happened in those first California case. It wasn't thought of as anything in particular. But when you kind of have your, again, that nose to the ground and understanding what is the common custom practice, et cetera, in your region, when you sense something amiss, again, you can be that first alert that, hey, this just isn't quite right.
Okay, Dr. Gunja from Australia.
Hi, thanks, Trayvon. Very nice talk. I think I just want to highlight, we've all been part of many cases, I'm sure. I just want to highlight 3 which kind of complement what you've just been talking about. One was about 10 years ago, we had cases which were in the US and Australia, and they'd been going on for several months, where it was finally detected when these children were swallowing little beads and then became unconscious. And it finally came out that one of the children actually vomited and also passed through the stool hundreds of these tiny beads, and we found out that the manufacturer in Hong Kong had switched, because it was cheaper, 1,5-pentane-diol, which was used to stick those little beads together to make a toy, to 1,4-butane-diol. And they thought, oh, that's the same thing, it'll work, it's cheaper. But we all know what 1,4-butane-diol does in the body when metabolized to GHB. Another case we had, and your Korean case made me think of it, we had these Chinese patients that had all bought a certain product from a Chinese supermarket in Western Sydney and turned up with methemoglobinemia. They came into several hospitals, all within about a month of each other, and it happened because we have the poison center as well as emergency physicians end up being like a beacon that people call. And what happens in one location, it stays a secret. Nobody knows about it until it happens in multiple locations. And what had happened was this particular manufacturer had switched sodium borate to sodium nitrite to cure meat and so forth, and ended up with multiple cases of methemoglobinemia. And the last one that we've had just in the last few years was similar to the US and other places where there's been lots of heavy metals in Ayurvedic medicines from the Indian subcontinent taken by lots of people. And what I've learned, what we've learned from these several cases and others, is that the various agencies themselves were historically not talking to each other very well. So food is only interested in food. They don't care about lead, for example. Even if you ate the lead, they don't care about the lead. The environmental people are only interested in if you breathe something or touch something. They don't care if you ate something. And public health seems to also their funding issues are also tied to what is naturally what's most, where they're going to get the biggest bang for their buck. So often I find the Poison Center, like what you've just mentioned, ends up being like this tie-in organization that can talk to all these different people and provide that subject matter expertise.
It's an excellent point. Thank you, Dr. Gunja. All right, for the sake of time, thank you, Dr. Thompson. Move on to the next presentation with Dr. Andy Nelson from Sandia National Laboratory. Inventories promote security. So I asked him to talk a little bit about chemical inventories at a national level, why they are important, and how they improve security. Dr. Nelson.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to talk about a very seemingly simple topic, inventory management. It's going to access a slightly different part of your brain than the medical toxicology talks. But this inventory management is actually a very complex problem. So first I'm going to start with a story. In 2005, there was a new university formed in the United States in California, University of California, Merced. And they started a new chemistry program. And they had a new graduate student, Jason West. And this student actually had a history of creating methamphetamines. He'd been making methamphetamines for many years. He was an addict himself. He was also selling to friends. Well, he joined the university, and now he had access to large quantities of chemicals he could use to make methamphetamines. And he stole about 9 kilograms worth, or enough chemicals to make 9 kilograms worth of methamphetamines, which would be several $1,000s worth of equipment, several $1,000s worth of materials. And this went on for a couple years until he got really greedy and stole a vacuum pump. And that's when his research advisor noticed that he had been stealing things. And when the police investigated, they interviewed his advisor. His name's Matthew Meyer, and he has this quote: "Researchers generally assume that graduate students will recognize and appreciate the importance of the opportunities and responsibilities they are entrusted with to carry out research in cutting-edge laboratories. I am, of course, deeply disappointed that the trust I placed in one of my graduate students appears to have been broken." So what this highlights is that the only safety and security mechanism in place at this university at the time was trust. There were plenty of opportunities beforehand to catch this student, prevent him from having access to these materials. So why am I here today? So by training, I'm actually an environmental toxicologist and cellular toxicologist. So I PhD trained, 10 years of laboratory experience. So the main difference between my training in toxicology and most of yours is that if you have a problem, if you're sick, don't come to me because I'll just make things worse. And secondly, I never have to wear a tie to work. But in more sincerity, we're focused in risk assessment. And the environmental toxicology world has developed many different approaches to risk assessment, which actually leads nicely into the field of chemical security and chemical safety. So most recently, I've been working on some initiatives, actually along with Dr. Kazi. I'm leading a special edition in the Journal of Chemical Education to look at safety and security education practices in the United States. And we're finding some quite alarming results that very, very few universities, only about 30% of universities provide any form of security training. Fortunately, there's quite a bit of safety training. And actually, Dr. Kazi has a publication in this edition that just came out a few weeks ago that looks at some very interesting results for first responders and the safety and security practices of first responders. So I represent Sandia National Laboratories. We're one of the largest national laboratories in the world with about 14,000 employees. Our main site is in Albuquerque, New Mexico, which is we're in central New Mexico. We started actually as a nuclear weapons laboratory as part of the Manhattan Project in the 1930s and 40s. And since then, we've grown into a much larger organization, diverse organization that's committed to promoting global peace through various non-proliferation approaches, to include nuclear, chemical, biological, and radiological interventions. Albuquerque actually looks very similar to parts of Turkey. We have a balloon fiesta similar to parts of Turkey, so it feels very comfortable coming to Turkey for my first time. We work all over the world, so if you have interest in anything I say today and you'd like to collaborate, we're always happy to collaborate and share our experiences. We come mostly from a laboratory or a chemical industry perspective, but I think in the spirit of MENA Talks, sharing across different disciplines is extremely important, and that's how we learn and grow in each of our disciplines. So mostly what we teach is this concept of safety and security and different approaches to improve safety and security. So I think we're all familiar with the concept of safety, where we're protecting people from chemicals, unintentional exposures, be it in the environment, in the laboratory, through our workplace. Whereas security is a little bit different. It's essentially the opposite, where we're trying to protect chemicals from people, so from bad guys that want to do harm with these chemicals. So effectively, we're trying to prevent the misuse, theft, and diversion of hazardous chemicals. And we do this through a variety of means in a systems-based approach. This includes physical security, transportation security, inventory management, personnel management, and information security. So these are what we call the 5 pillars of security. These apply throughout the systems-based approach for managing security.
Do you mind highlighting that a little bit more?
The systems-based?
These pillars.
Yeah, so physical security, the idea of physical security is pretty obvious. Physical things that you can touch. So gates, guards. In the biological world, biosafety cabinets could fall into this realm as well. Transportation security, this is how we securely move a biological sample, a radiological sample, or a chemical material from its source to the laboratory to the clinic, and then ultimately to disposal. And I'll show you a life cycle picture that will highlight that. Inventory management is really the tracking of materials throughout the entire life cycle. How much do we have? Where is it located? And how can we protect it? Personnel management, this is the idea of how much do we trust the people we work with. So if we look back to the California Merced example, they didn't really have a formal personnel management system in place. They could have done criminal background checks and found out. And I'm sure this happens in a lot of medical settings. There are criminal background checks of employees, but again, this differs around the world. Another thing with personnel management is access control. Who is given the opportunity to enter certain restricted spaces and not? And then information security, this is the idea of what information do we share with people of different access? How well do we protect our information? For instance, if you're sharing patient information, do you encrypt that as you email it to someone else? In the United States, we have HIPAA, the privacy protection for patients. That would fall well within the information security realm. So along with this security approach, we really just ask 5 questions. What do we have, be it chemicals, biological agents, pharmaceutical agents, radiological materials? What can it be used for? What kind of weapon could be created from it? What kind of abuse could be attributed to it? How badly does someone want it? So this is there a bad guy out there that wants to take it? Do you have an employee potentially that wants to take it for abuse, misuse? Why us? Why would someone want to take it from our facility specifically? And then lastly, how can we reduce our vulnerabilities? How can we protect ourselves? So coming back to this life cycle, what do we have? Particularly in the chemical life cycle, it differs from biology, where any chemical that comes to your hospital or clinic was transported from somewhere else. It was produced somewhere, transported. Then you have to store it and presumably or hopefully put it in your inventory. At some point you use it. In your case, you're delivering this to a patient. And then ultimately you have to dispose of what's not used. In other chemical industries, they're much more complex. There's recycling, there's reuse of chemicals. But from the clinical perspective, you're mostly looking at these top two areas, the storage and inventory and the chemical use. So question for you, what kind of dangerous chemicals do you find, or dangerous compounds do you find in the hospital setting? Yeah. Well, I'd imagine you don't find too much nuclear or high-yield explosive materials, but certainly you'll find chemical materials.
Nitroglycerin.
Sure, okay, so sure, nitroglycerin. Chemicals, you'll find fentanyl. Fentanyl is actually considered a chemical weapon by the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons. Biological, certainly you have patients coming in all the time that might be infected with various biological agents, be it Ebola, hopefully not in the Middle East, but MERS, SARS, different biological agents. And then radiological, this is certainly an area that many hospitals have to deal with, particularly with blood irradiators, cesium-137, and also in some cases there's generation of nuclear imaging materials, such as gallium-68, FDG, these sort of things. So question for you all, what is this chemical called? Yeah. Very good, very good. Thiomersal. Any idea what it's used for? Preservative of? Awesome, very good. So this compound actually showed up in an inventory for a research laboratory I was working with. And I had never seen it before, but it makes perfect sense you know what it is since it's a vaccine antibiotic. It stabilizes vaccines. One of the names for it is thiomersal. But the challenge with this name is that depending on where you are in the world or who you're talking to, the name can vary greatly. So these are just some of the names attributed to this compound. Same compound. All of these names refer to the exact same compound. You have similar issues with acetaminophen, paracetamol, right? Depending on where you are in the world, it has a different name. So for that reason, in the chemical risk assessment world, we tend to use the CAS number as the main identifier for the chemical. Because regardless of where you are in the world, the CAS number always remains the same. So the CAS number, CAS stands for Chemical Abstract Service Registration Number. So this is actually made by the American Chemical Society, or at least an off-branch of the American Chemical Society, and they have very tight controls on what CAS number is attributed to which compound. Now, the reason we like to use this for our purposes is that from the CAS number, you can easily track it throughout your inventory, and different people coming in won't mislabel the compound. So it's always the same. And then also, it's very helpful in risk assessment because you can easily look up the hazards by searching the CAS number in a variety of databases, such as the ToxinZ website. You could search that. You could also search PubChem from the NIH, National Institute of Health in the United States. There's a variety of resources. You can also see whether it's a chemical of concern for abuse, such as like Captagon. We know it can be abused in certain situations, and similarly for chemical weapon precursors. If you can search the CAS number, you can find out this information. So we're going to skip over how badly does someone want it and go to why us. Well, in security world, we like to think in systems, and particularly when we're applying mitigation measures, we like to have a systems-based approach. And we specifically put in different, what we call barriers or controls. And there are three different types of these. There's physical, so these are things you can see. Operational, these are the practices that we operate by. And then organizational, so these are our company policies, our clinic policies. So a good example of this is speed control. You've all seen speed bumps. There's about 300 of them getting out of the airport at the Istanbul airport. So those help slow his car down. There are also organizational barriers in place, such as speed limits, and then operational police cars, or the police going out and actually enforcing the laws. So I don't know if any of you have been to Albuquerque before, but we have among the world's worst drivers. People are constantly speeding and running red lights. And part of it, we have physical speed barriers. We definitely have speed limits, so laws, but we don't have enough police. So without the police, it's hard to really maintain this system together. Now, looking at this more in the context of laboratories, clinics, and science applications, with using inventory as an example, inventory itself, especially an inventory system itself, doesn't directly protect a chemical or a pharmaceutical. You have to put it into the system. So you have to have a physical control. So this would be the locking cabinet where you would store your compounds. You also have to have a policy to enforce that you will actually do inventory. So your clinic would have to say, inventory will be done. And then you have to have an operational aspect of, this is how we actually do the inventory. So the operational is, we would take that CAS number, put it into our inventory software, and then ultimately do inventory checks of chemicals that are in our actual locking cabinets. So Sandia National Laboratories has developed some software packages that can be helpful. These were primarily developed for chemists, chemical laboratories, but I think they could be easily adapted to clinical settings if you don't have current inventory software. These are freely available from the website listed here, csp-state.net. It has a user's guide available in English, French, and Arabic. And here's a kind of a screenshot of what it looks like. Once you put chemicals in by CAS number and barcode, you can then attribute various health hazards associated with it, quantities, expiration dates, and also it automatically populates whether this chemical is known to exist on an international control list, such as the Chemical Weapons Convention.
Did you say this is in Arabic also?
The manual is in Arabic, English, Arabic, and French. Completely free. We have this implemented in a variety of laboratories around the world, to include Southeast Asia, countries in Southeast Asia, South Asia, the Middle East, and North Africa. We are currently in the process of developing a new software that will be a network-based, so you could adjust it to your own needs. My understanding is that this will be used by the Ministry of Higher Education in Iraq as their formal inventory system. So our goal is to provide software packages and solutions to everyone that fits their needs. So if this is of interest to you, please reach out to me later and we can see if we can make something that's more specific to the clinical setting. So then lastly, it's important to remember that every barrier can fail, even really good barriers. So if you design, say, a BSL-4 laboratory that is extremely physically well controlled, those physical barriers only do so well if you have an employee that's going in that gets infected and then spreads it outside of the laboratory. So the same is true in chemical inventories. If you have a chemical inventory that works really well, sure, there are always holes associated with that. There's always a way to beat the system. So because of that, we suggest multiple overlapping barriers, such as physical storage, inventory, personnel management systems, and so on. So with that, thank you for your time, and take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments about our role in this area of chemical security? The study that we did was looking at paramedics and the emergency medical services. What is their role in detecting chemical security problems? Because paramedics and emergency physicians as well are sometimes able to access the scene early, where evidence is still there, signs of a criminal activity is still visible. So paramedics and emergency medical services have a role in that. And same as well, I think, in the emergency department. If you have a patient that comes in with a chemical exposure, practice asking the question, what are you doing with that chemical? Why do you have that chemical? Especially if the chemical is suspicious. And wonder why you are stockpiling this chemical in your house. And we see that with the amphetamine labs. They come in with burns or explosions after, they'll say something exploded in my house, and then you find out there was an actual illicit drug laboratory at the house.
Yeah, and to that end, you know, chemists, biologists in your country can be very great resources if something doesn't make sense to reach out to them and ask, could this chemical actually cause a burn like this? Since most chemists have experience with acid burns, we can always help in that regard.
Personal experience.
Personal experience, yeah. Hence the reason we don't wear nice clothes very often. So.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Nelson. And then I want to hear from Dr. Aynur Shaheen about what is being developed in Turkey. There are some important steps that have been taken in the last couple of years. And at the end, I want to invite some colleagues from the region to think through these problems and challenges, how we can adapt them and resolve them at our own level. So that with no further ado, Dr. Paul Wax is our next speaker. Dr. Paul Wax is a professor of emergency medicine at the University of Texas Southwestern. He's also the past president and the current executive director of the American College of Medical Toxicology. He has a tremendous wealth of experience in education, issues in toxicology, practice issues in toxicology, and it's really a unique pleasure to have you at MinaTalks after so many years of supporting us. It's our first time that you are actually here in person. So, Dr. Wax, thank you again for being here.
Well, thank you very much, Ziad, and it's really a great pleasure to be here. And my first time to Turkey, my first MinaTalks meeting, and I'm just really privileged to be here. You'll hear from me several times over the next few days. Ziad
he has 6 lectures.
6 lectures. Ziad has put me to work to earn my keep, but it's really my great delight to be able to have this opportunity and this platform. And so what I'm going to talk about now is medical toxicology practice and training with a U.S. perspective and some insights about the future, perhaps. And the objectives of this talk is to understand some of the training pathways in medical toxicology in the U.S., to learn about some of the educational opportunities for lifelong learning, to review key take-home messages from the ACMG practice survey, and to learn about areas of medical toxicology practice growth. As Ziad mentioned, I'm the executive director of the American College of Medical Toxicology. I've held that position since 2008 and was previously on the board of directors in a volunteer capacity since 1998. So I'm well versed in at least the history of the college and toxicology in the U.S. And we'll be talking a little bit more about ACMT tomorrow in a different session. But several of you in the group are members of the college, and we have international membership, and we're open arms to receiving more members. I'm glad to talk to anyone about ACMT membership over the course of this conference. This is our board of directors. Ziad Kazi has been a board member now for the last 7 years, and it has really provided a tremendous asset to the board and his perspective, particularly bringing in an international perspective as well, because even though we're the American College, we are a global association. We have members from all over the world, and that makes it more robust to encounter folks who practice in different ways from around the country. And Dr. Chuck McKay, our past president, is here as well, and we'll be hearing from Chuck over the next few days as well. So I'd like to talk a little bit at the outset about training in the United States. Now, I should also provide a little bit of historical context. You've heard earlier today with Dr. Kilborn and others about some of the early history of medical toxicology, and the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology back in the 1970s established a certification exam in medical toxicology. At that point, there were no really formal fellowship training programs, but there were interested physicians who wanted to get some sort of certification. And so this was actually a subcommittee of the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology. They put together a rigorous examination, and at the annual meeting, they offered the exam to those who were interested in taking it. Over that time and through the 1980s, a variety of preceptorships developed where one spent some time with a board-certified toxicologist. One needed to gain that sort of experience in order to sit for the exam, and the first fellowships were established at that point as well. But it remained rather informal, although if one sat for the exam, it was quite the rigorous exam, and the pass rate was, I think, about 60% or so. It was a very difficult examination. It was in 1993 that the American Board of Medical Specialties conferred specialty status on medical toxicology. I'll be talking about that in a couple of minutes. And it was only in 2000 that the ACGME oversaw the development of fellowship training programs in medical toxicology. So right now, as you'll see, I think on the next slide, there's 28 training programs in medical toxicology across the country. Many of them are at poison control centers, although not all of them. These programs are 2 years in duration. There's rigorous requirements to get these programs approved, and this is for subspecialty fellowship training. And so the prerequisites to go into medical toxicology includes a primary residency in something. Now, depending on the fellowship, some of the fellowships, because of certain internal requirements, require the physicians to be trained in emergency medicine, while other fellowships have broadened it, and the initial primary residency is not mandated in a particular specialty. So it could be emergency medicine or pediatrics or occupational medicine or internal medicine. We even have a scattering of some psychiatrists and neurologists that have also done fellowship training in medical toxicology. This is a slide that looks at the number of toxicology programs and the number of fellows in training over the years. It's been relatively flat with a little bit of an increase in recent years. It's certainly a tiny specialty as specialties go. I think in emergency medicine there's close to 2,000 residents at any given time, and I looked back and looked at the percentage of emergency medicine folks that went into medical toxicology. I came up with a number of about 1.5%, so between 1%, 1 out of 100, or maybe 3 out of 200 go into medical toxicology. So it's a small number, but it's an important growth put. Now, there are different sorts of training opportunities, and on the ACMT website, we do have a list of these programs. So there's both the fellowship programs, which I briefly described, as well as some clerkships, for instance. So medical students who are interested in medical toxicology, there's about 40 programs across the U.S. that offer usually 4-week-long rotations in medical toxicology. And then there are these 28 two-year fellowship programs. Some of the fellowship programs welcome international applicants, while others, because of usually internal funding necessities, limit it to domestic citizens. Now, the way fellows are selected is that they go into this match program. This match was just initiated for medical toxicology just a few years ago, and one applies. Many candidates apply to multiple programs, and for those programs who review the applications, and then they decide to interview the candidates, and then they put together their rank list from 1 to whatever, 5 or 10, based on the number of applicants they've interviewed and like to rank, and the applicants do the same thing, and this goes into a computerized algorithm, and the selections are then determined by the choice of both the candidate as well as the program. This is used in many of the other specialties, emergency medicine, internal medicine, surgery, and only recently has been used in medical toxicology. This is some of the results from the match in the last several years. As you can see, in 2020, there were 26 programs that were in the match, and 60% of those programs filled the slots that were available. In terms of the numbers of positions, of the 51 positions, 76% filled. So while these numbers are not at the 100% or the 95% or higher that you might get in some specialties. It's not bad, and several years ago I did a study looking at other comparable specialties that don't fill their match, and there's a number of them, particularly some of the subspecialties in pediatrics, for instance, and there are a number of different factors that lead to these positions not getting filled, but I think in general we've done okay, and certainly we'd like to fill as many of these positions as possible so we can add additional medical toxicologists to the workforce. If you compare medical toxicology with some other emergency medicine specialties at the bottom part, clinical ultrasound and EMS, which are relatively newly recognized specialties as emergency medicine specialties in the U.S., medical toxicology has been around a lot longer, but as you can see, there's many more now ultrasound fellowships and EMS fellowships. So I think medical toxicology has a place and has a loyal following, but the numbers are relatively small. For both clinical ultrasound and EMS, the fellowship duration is only 1 year, while in medical toxicology it's 2 years. And we recently discussed whether we could short track the medical toxicology training experience, but the overwhelming number of medical toxicology fellowship directors insisted that it remain at 2 years just because of the tremendous knowledge transfer that's required during the training program. This is looking specifically at the 2020 match in terms of the number of matched applicants. As you can see, there's a couple of international physicians who matched, and then there are several people that did not match as well. Now, once one goes into the medical toxicology fellowship, it's again 2 years full-time, and then to become board certified in medical toxicology, there's a rigorous exam at the end of that 2-year cycle. This exam is put together by what's known as the Medical Toxicology Subboard, which has representatives from the 3 specialties that endorse the medical toxicology examination, emergency medicine, pediatrics, and preventive medicine. If a candidate is from some other field like internal medicine, they're also eligible to take the exam if they've completed their fellowship. And it's the American Board of Emergency Medicine that administers this examination. So way back when, before 1992, it was the American Board of Medical Toxicology, which was a branch of the American Academy of Clinical Toxicology that oversaw that exam. But that's now all been transferred out to the under the American Board of Medical Specialties, and in this case, the sub-board is just described. Now, the exam is based on the core content of medical toxicology, and I had the opportunity when I sat on the sub-board to be the lead on this paper, which put together the topics that fall under the rubric of medical toxicology. This was updated in 2012, although it remained fairly similar. And it's a long list of topics. It's not an exhaustive list, but it gives the candidate an idea of what they're responsible to know to sit for the medical toxicology board examination. And the exam is put together using a blueprint, which essentially gives you the percentages of exam items based on area within medical toxicology. And I won't go through the list here, but you get a sense of that it is a diversified examination with items pulled from a number of different components of medical toxicology. These core content includes a listing of many of the types of drugs and chemicals and other sorts of components of what goes into medical toxicology, but it's not all inclusive. For instance, it mentions antibiotics, for instance, but it doesn't mention which ones. So the applicant is responsible to know really all the antibiotics. It's hard to have exhaustive lists on every last topic, and this is some more example of drugs that affect the nervous system. Again, they're groups of classes of drugs, but not necessarily specific drugs. Now, in terms of the number of folks that have become board certified in medical toxicology, once again, it's a tiny field, but you can see the number at the very bottom, 686. So those are the total number of people that have ever been board certified in medical toxicology in the U.S. And most of them came through the current sub-board examination, which was initiated in 1994. So 611 of them were certified under the sub-board. Now, as far as I know, this sort of rigor in terms of credentialing someone in medical toxicology is unique to the United States. I realize there are those in many other countries that have toxicology training. Some of them are within programs in clinical pharmacology or within internal medicine, but the maturation of training programs I think lags behind what's occurred in the U.S. In addition, the exam for the U.S., as just described, is limited to those who've trained at ACGME accredited fellowships in the United States. So there's certain limitations, and the exam in the U.S. is not open to those who have not, fulfilled those prerequisites of training in the U.S. But I will add one other thing, and it's something to talk about and perhaps network on over the course of the next few days. ACMT has also developed a separate examination, which we call the in-service exam. The in-service exam is an exam we used for the fellows who were in training as a metric during their training in terms of how much they're learning. It's a rigorous exam. It's developed by ACMT. It's not developed by ABEM or the ABMS group. And we currently just use it internally for our current U.S. fellows. But putting together an exam is a very time and resource intensive process. There's a lot of rigor that under necessity is required to put the exam together. But Ziad and I on multiple occasions have discussed perhaps rolling out such an exam in another setting for those who might potentially be interested. A lot of factors would go into that decision making, but it's something that I'll just throw back out onto the table. Now, in terms of the primary board status of medical toxicology diplomats, as you can see, majority of them are from emergency medicine, as just described. There are some from pediatrics and from occupational medicine and internal medicine as well. This looks at back in the early days of what specialty they came from in the U.S. And back then it was about 56% emergency medicine and many more pediatricians and those from internal medicine. This has shifted over time, and now it's predominantly emergency medicine. I think this has its attributes and its drawbacks. Medical toxicology is not just emergency toxicology or acute care toxicology. I strongly believe of the heterogeneity of the field, and the fact is that in toxicology we deal with the xenobiotic exposures to human health, whether it be at large dose or small dose, whether it be in the acute setting or more the chronic or even the environmental setting. So it's really important to have physicians who are comfortable in all those settings, and this is not something that's unique to an emergency medicine physician by any means. So those who come from an internal medicine background or pediatrics or occupational medicine or even anesthesia, I think are very valuable in what they can contribute to the field, and we need to get more non-EM folks into medical toxicology. And again, this is looking at the total number of diplomats whose only board is in emergency medicine. As you can see, it's been in the mid to low 90s in the last several cycles, which I think is not necessarily the best trend, as just iterated, and it's important to get other folks into this field as well. So in terms of education beyond fellowship training and taking the board examination, ACMT, for instance, offers a number of educational opportunities. We just recently, just a couple of years ago, developed this Total Tox course, which is a review course not set just for the board exam. We also have a board exam review course, but this is more for the emergency physician or others that are interested in toxicology. The next course is in Minneapolis in August in 2020, but we thought there was a niche for this sort of course. There really wasn't anyone else providing such a comprehensive review course, and it's a 3-day course given by great faculty, including several of the American toxicologists that are here at this meeting. In addition, ACMT has our annual conference. The next conference coming up in March, just in a few weeks, and in 2021 it will be in Portland, Oregon, and 2022 it will be in San Antonio, Texas. This is a conference that's really evolved over the years, and now we have approximately 350 to 400 people that attend from around the country and internationally as well. And we have a lot of research presentations, plenary sessions, sessions, and it's a great place to network. This conference has really grown tremendously over the years. But not only do we provide conferences as a way to provide professional enrichment, but we also have a whole series of webinars, and particularly in the last 10 years, it's been so much easier to provide information via webinar, and it really has no geographical limitations either, for that matter, other than some time zone challenges perhaps. And ACMT, we put on approximately a webinar every single week. These webinars are open for any of our members. You have to be a member to attend, but there's lots of webinars. Like I said, we have a webinar case conference, a journal club, a grand rounds, an addiction medicine journal club as well. So we have a lot of opportunities educationally. Finally, we also have a mentorship program. This is meant for any of the ACMT members, whether they're junior or mid-career, and with the idea that education continues beyond training programs per se, and there are new skills that some may have not been indoctrinated in during their fellowship that they want to brush up on, or develop more skills to help further their professional career. And we just reinstituted this mentorship program just over the last year. So with that said and done about education, I just wanted to move into practice. And this is some data from a survey that ACMT did several years back, looking at how people practice and some of their thoughts about the practice and what they kind of needed for further professional development. And as you can see, in the U.S. at least, the majority of physicians do practice in an academic setting, although certainly this doesn't account for all medical toxicologists. One of the things medical toxicology provides is a nice academic niche, for instance, for both teaching and research purposes, so it kind of lends itself to that. Most specialties, say internal medicine or pediatrics, the majority of physicians are practicing in the community. They're not academically affiliated, but in medical toxicology, it's generally the reverse. In terms of time engaged in medical toxicology practice, the majority of the U.S. medical toxicologists, or those who filled out the survey at least, only practice medical toxicology part-time. It's my sense that that many of our medical toxicologists in the U.S., not all of them, but many of them, if they had their preferences, would like to practice medical toxicology full-time. But there's certain barriers that we can discuss over the next few slides. Many of them, like their emergency medicine practice as well, and want to pursue practicing both emergency medicine and medical toxicology. But there are certain challenges. Speaking personally, when I did my emergency medicine residency, I thought I was going to be an ER doc, and that would be the extent of my practice. And as I took my medical toxicology fellowship, that really pivoted my career aspirations. And after that, I certainly wanted to do as much medical toxicology as I could, although I still, even at this date, still work in the emergency department as well. To work on expanding medical toxicology practice opportunities. I think this has been really a wonderful symposia that Ziad and his colleagues put together today with the convergence of both the clinical and the public health. And I think I'll briefly mention some of my public health interests in the next few slides, as well as a short talk I'll be giving tomorrow. But I'm a very big believer in gravitating toward both components, and part of the mission of ACMT is furthering the practice of medical toxicology, both clinically and also in the public health sphere. So this slide looks at some of the barriers to expand medical toxicology practice. Some of it is just the volume. If you think about your typical clinical practice, one of the reasons emergency medicine has turned out so well for most hospitals is they have this natural catchment of many, many patients seeking emergency care. So they put up a shingle at the emergency department, and plenty of people come, and you can make a fairly viable existence out of that sort of practice. It tends to be, in many places, the volume tends to be quite high, but you have the demand, which will help offset the costs. With medical toxicology, we're kind of so niche that it's sometimes hard to see enough patients to practice solely as a medical toxicologist. We don't have a particular procedure like many of the other specialties, and many of our patients are very complex, and they take very long to see, and you can't see many patients an hour like you could either as an emergency physician or doing some routine work in internal medicine or pediatrics. So there's some inherent challenges, I think, to building the practice, but there are also opportunities as well, and you have to kind of sell yourself and your knowledge. And earlier it was mentioned about the subject matter expertise, and you really have to fall back on that and try to market what you can potentially provide. In terms of income derived from medical toxicology practice, this pie chart gives you some example of that. And as you can see, the majority of medical toxicologists don't derive the majority of their income from the practice of medical toxicology. I think many would like to see the paradigm shift. And I think with some folks it is gradually shifting, but it's been a challenge and a struggle, and remains left to us and our creativity to figure this out and try to make for a smoother transition in the future. The ACMT also has a practice committee. We have a lot of practice resources on our website for members, and we've built this up over the years and try to provide more and more guidance for folks who want to learn about the practice of medical toxicology. We also have a bunch of position statements. I believe that advocacy is really one of the core missions of a professional society, and some years back there was some reticence about getting into the advocacy field, but I think one needs to represent themselves to promote their specialty and their members and to stake out positions. And so we have a variety of position statements and guidelines, and some of these really kind of help you get recognized as well. So for instance, and we'll talk in a second about addiction medicine, but with the opioid epidemic and the necessity of really confronting this head on, and the use of buprenorphine, which can start in the emergency department, we wrote a position statement last year. And even though we were the primary authors of it, we got the support from the American College of Emergency Physicians, from AAEM, and ASAM, which is the Addiction Medical Society. And we went to them after we primarily wrote the statement and got their endorsement. So I think it goes to show the potential leverage one has if they take the lead, even with the much larger societies. This is another statement we put together on interpretation of cannabis metabolites, and there really wasn't much out there. A lot of folks were obviously doing these sorts of testing, and we put together an expert panel to come up with the statement. And we have a number of other position statements on our website, and are always in the look for developing further position statements as well. Now, a couple accomplishments in the last several years was that in the U.S. now we do have a billing code for medical toxicology. Up until several years ago, for those who saw patients at the bedside and wanted to bill for those services, there wasn't a specific medical toxicology billing code. So it took quite a bit of an effort and perseverance from some of our members to get this through the CMS, but now there's a billing code for medical toxicology. We've also developed some quality measures in medical toxicology. This was another big effort, a lot of work behind this, and it's still an evolving process, but these were the initial metrics that we developed. Most specialties do have their own metrics, their performance measures, and which they're held accountable for increasingly, particularly from the payers. And medical toxicology didn't have anything, and people practiced every which way. There wasn't much consistency. So this is a start, and it's ongoing, and some of that needs to be continued to be addressed, I think, and taken seriously. I mentioned briefly before addiction medicine, and with the opioid epidemic, it's really provided an opportunity for medical toxicology to advance beyond its traditional boundaries. I look at other specialties that are really embraced new technologies, whether it's in surgery or even emergency medicine with ultrasound and other advances, and going beyond what they were initially configured. And medical toxicology had remained somewhat static in many ways, but with the opioid epidemic, despite the fact that there is a separate specialty of addiction medicine in the U.S., many of our members have taken this on and developed some additional skills. Some of them have become board certified also in addiction medicine as well, but there's certainly a societal demand for this sort of clinical service. As a result, and part of this process, ACMT has recently been awarded a $500,000 grant to do education in this area, and we put together a program called Sustain ED, which is substance use screening and treatment approach in the emergency department, with the caveat that we in emergency medicine and other fields don't do as good a job as we can in terms of identifying patients with substance use disorder. And so this is funded by the U.S. government. This is through SAMHSA. A number of specialties did get some grant money to put together some training, and we're just rolling out this training as we speak. Actually, it's going live this week, and we hope to expand this to other folks as well once we get this launched, but predominantly right now it's tailored toward emergency medicine residents and medical toxicology fellows. Lastly, I'd like to just mention our toxic program, and I think I'll mention this maybe tomorrow as well. So back in 2009, a colleague of mine, Jeffrey Brent from Denver, and myself, we put together the Toxicology Investigators Consortium as a way to utilize what we do at the bedside to improve surveillance, epidemiology, and research into poisoning. And seeing that more and more folks were seeing patients at the bedside, we thought if we develop a database for this, it may be very worthwhile to use this as a tool, as a research tool that stands apart from, for instance, the National Poisoning Database system, which is poison center data. And they all have their pros and cons. The toxic database is certainly much, much smaller, but we have about 80,000 cases in this database at this time. And when we initially launched it, we were hoping to get some international collaborators, and over the years we've had a few from Australia and Thailand and from Canada. There's something that probably needs to be revisited again. It's all web-based. And it's easy to use. One just has to put the time into putting the cases into the registry. But I thought, and I still believe, that this could be really a rich opportunity in terms of the sort of data we gather. What makes this stand apart from poison center data is that all the cases in the database are based on the physician's interaction with the patient at the bedside under the guise of a toxicology consultation. So if it's just an ER visit without a separate toxicology consultation, it really doesn't qualify. But if a toxicologist has been called to consult, those are the sorts of cases that we've put into the database. And we're starting to get some traction and some funding from CDC, FDA, and others. And I think goes to the robustness of what the medical toxicology community can contribute, that we're finally beginning to get some recognition. Again, this is easy to adapt internationally. It's all web-based. All you need is a computer, but one needs the commitment to participate as well, because to put in the cases is time commitment. On the other hand, once the cases get in, you have a rich database to do research on. And if anyone's interested in talking more about this, I really would welcome that over the next few days. And we've published a number of papers on this. And last year, I think we published about 10 papers based on this database. So at that point, that's a kind of a brief purview of education and practice in the medical toxicology based on the U.S. model. And I thank you very much for this opportunity, and welcome and open it up to questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wax. Wow, I've been really fortunate to be mentored by Dr. Wax and Dr. McKay through ACMT, and I really try to emulate some of the ACMT passion and activities through Minotalks. And I think Minotalks is the little brother or little sister of ACMT. So again, thank you for your support. Dr. Bashat Al from Emergency Physicians Association of Turkey. And don't worry about the time, so we can
Thank you very much. You are welcome to Turkey, Dr. Pavlovich. It was a very nice presentation. You answered all of my questions about clinical toxicology. Even though the emergency training has started in 1994 in Turkey, but we still have not medical toxicology program. But we started it in a PhD program, not fellowship. My question is that, does everybody, every specialist, can get the medical toxicology in US in fellowship? The second question, if so, is it possible to get this fellowship program in their own clinic, or is it given in the emergency department? The third question is about the practice. When you have a patient, toxic patient in the emergency department, and you finish your first aid, and the patient is need to be hospitalized, which clinic do you send this patient for hospitalization, for further investigation? Thank you very much. You are welcome again.
Thank you. Again, it's really a wonderful opportunity to come to Turkey. The medical toxicology training programs, the majority of them are associated with emergency medicine programs, but not all of them. And they don't need to be associated with emergency medicine programs. There's a program actually in Phoenix, which is really apart from emergency medicine, really has nothing to do at all with emergency medicine. They have their own toxicology inpatient service, and so it's not part of the emergency medicine program at all. And even the ones that are housed within departments of emergency medicine, the medical toxicology group is often a sub-department or a section of emergency medicine, and depending on the program, some of the fellows in training may not even work in the emergency department. They may just see the patients clinically. Usually the clinical component of the training program for many of them consists of serving as consultants to the Poison Control Center, although that is not even a requirement itself, but is usually having some sort of bedside service, some sort of clinical service. The majority are as a consultant, although some of them have their own inpatient service. So as a consultant service, you're consulted by, it could be by the emergency department or the intensive care unit or some other service around the country, around the hospital, and you come in and provide a consultation, just like an infectious disease specialist would provide a consultation, or a rheumatologist. It functions in a similar way.
That's a key point, though, to highlight that, the training must include a clinical component at the bedside. That's what's important to remind.
And there's certain requirements. So as I mentioned, each of the fellowships have to go through a very rigorous application process to be approved as a fellowship. And in the fellowship application, they have to ascertain that their fellows will see a certain number of patients at the bedside, or perform a certain number of toxicology consultations. In terms of the clinic, most of the, in fact, I guess all of the training programs have some sort of clinic where they will see often non-emergency toxicological cases, occupational cases or environmental cases, or depending on the situation, they may follow up some of their inpatients like snake bites and whatnot in the clinic. And that clinic may be, sometimes they use the space in the emergency department for the clinic, or they may have access to other outpatient clinics.
Thank you, Dr. Wax. This is Yeşim Tunçok from 9 Eylül University. Medical pharmacology department, and when you are talking about the emergency medicine and the medical toxicology, many beautiful memories came up to my mind, because 29 years ago I was medical toxicology, clinical toxicology visiting fellow in United States for a year, and in Cincinnati, Ohio, University of Cincinnati, with Leslie and with Curtis, and I think they are your friends also.
Yes, yep.
And after went back to Turkey, we set up a poison control center in Izmir, in 9 Eylül University, and we set up, I think Aynur will talk about that, but after your talk, I would like to tell my memories to you. And after that, we developed Poison Center, and we set up a clinical toxicology division in the pharmacology department. And I would like to ask if you have any medical pharmacologist in U.S. fellowship program. We are in Turkey, medical pharmacology departments have medical physician residents. That's why in Turkey we try to do medical toxicology training in our division, also in collaboration with emergency medicine department, not ourselves. Because I think in the multidisciplinary approach, every medical toxicology certification program can be established in Turkey also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And Leslie and Curtis are dear friends of mine. So, so in the U.S., what you referred to, I think, as medical pharmacology would be considered clinical pharmacology. And there are some programs in the U.S. Currently, although we investigated this years ago, we don't have a tight connection with the clinical pharm community. My sense of it is it's even a smaller community than medical toxicology. It's struggled to grow, often because of the compensation issues that we've discussed. Although certainly there's overlap in content. I do think that many of the medical toxicology programs try to teach basics of clin pharm, but the majority of programs don't necessarily have a clinical pharmacologist associated with them, although those that are closely aligned with the poison control centers will have clinical pharmacists, for instance. So we're a little bit different than clinical pharmacologists.
Dr. Balla from Chandigarh.
Yep, very interesting talk. We are going through this phase, which you went ages ago. We still have interested internal medicine people, some pediatricians, who would take up clinical toxicology. And now, since last 5-7 years, we've started emergency medicine as a specialty. My question to you is, if we are trying to set up a clinical toxicology fellowship program in India, what should we be aiming at? Because what happens is, with the emergency medicine growing in the country, we would have only them as the front man in the emergency taking care of acutely poisoned patients. But they won't be there for the occupational and environmental hazards if there are some disasters which are happening. So the second problem which we face is that if we include pediatrician into an adult clinical toxicology program, they can't sustain themselves. And the problem which clinical pharmacology people, if they come, because they haven't seen a patient in years, they haven't seen an adult patient in years. So if we bring them into a clinical toxicology bedside program, I think it is going to be very difficult. It's not difficult to train a person who knows a little bit, but it might be difficult if we put them up front in the care of acutely poisoned patients. So I just want
you are a role model of someone who's successfully evolved your career and embraced medical toxicology. It's as you allude to, it's very challenging, and I think. Again, it doesn't have to be done in the emergency medicine department. Now, so why should someone do a medical toxicology fellowship? Why should they get a certificate to begin with? And that's really an existential question that I've thought much about. Because my wife, for instance, is a gastroenterologist. She did internal medicine. She did her GI fellowship, and she learned skills and procedures where she practices gastroenterology full time. Like many medical specialties, the subspecialty training allows you to then practice and earn a living doing the subspecialty full time. except for a few. That hasn't been the case in medical toxicology. I put up some data about what might be some of those reasons why and some of the challenges. So given that, why should one do the medical toxicology? And it's certainly not to make more money. It's to develop intellectually a particular niche talent, I think. It's potentially to allow you to do other things beyond working in the emergency department, but you have to be very proactive. You have to go at it. It's not going to be delivered to you on a silver platter by any means. It does have the potential of opening up some doors. That's why, as I mentioned, for every 100 people that train in emergency medicine, maybe one of them goes into medical toxicology. That's a very, very tiny number. My perspective over the last number of years is as you start to develop partnerships with others, you start to awaken them to the idea of medical toxicology as a bona fide specialty and what we can offer. I've spent many times over the last, particularly the last several years, trying to interact with folks who were interested in, say, in addiction medicine or whatnot. We'd never even heard of medical toxicology. I mean, we're kind of we remain kind of an invisible field. But we're never going to change that paradigm without working on that and getting people enthusiastic about the field. Many of the folks that go into medical toxicology go in there because they get the bug somehow and they develop this passion. But it doesn't make for any easier professional path afterward by necessity.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take the last two questions. Well, quick questions because we still have to go through one more presentation before the break. So, Jalal. Dr. Jalal is in Doha, Qatar.
Yeah, thank you very much for this really interesting topic. And I can see from the audience they are so interested in solving this problem in MENA region especially. If I talk about myself, that we started something called Emergency Medicine Fellowship and Toxicology in Qatar, which has ended up after 3 years only. Then we were looking for, improving our toxicology training to look for other subspecialty or other countries to enforce our training. So maybe this is correct for other countries, which is that difficult to get a proper training in an easy way and with a good cost and with better experts. So my question, because after building up of MENA Tox, and we reached to this level, whereas there is a lot of toxicologists in the all MENA regions, and with recognition from ACMT and other association, why we don't start something called International Fellowship or Training in Medical Toxicology that is run in the country itself, whereas there is a patient, there is some toxicologist, and it is recognized by ACMT and supervised by ACMT. So there is a requirement, there is a bedside teaching, and there is a curriculum to be followed with direct supervision by ACMT and upper supervision by MENA Tox and upper supervision by ACMT. This is a time I think we should think about this part, because if you tell me I want you to come to US, first of all, I'm Yemeni. There is no visa for Yemenis. Second of all, there is a high cost. Third of all, I need to go for that training out of my career, my family, my things. So why this training not come to my area? Thank you.
Yeah. There's no reason why this shouldn't happen.
Yeah, well, I think it's a good question. As some of you know, Ziad is also our chair of our international committee, and we've talked about this over time. But if there's enough groundswell of support, it needs to be kicked into a higher gear in terms of putting together some sort of plan, some sort of plan that has buy-in from folks. It's never going to happen without the effort, but I think we should capitalize on our successes that we've described and try to broaden out that to others and to share the expertise that we've developed in the process. And I'm very much supportive of that.
Okay. Dr. Shirazi, then Dr. Bashat. then Dr. Andy, and then we're done.
Okay.
And then Dr. Noor Shaheen gives her presentation. Please make them quick questions, more like sound bites. Elevator speech.
Well, I just wanted to reaffirm one of the things that Paul said. I think I'm one of the few, if not the only, fellowship director from the US. And one of the problems we had is actually emergency medicine. As Paul said, for emergency medicine department, you open it up and they're patients. For toxicology, you got to work on it. You have to have a reputation. You have to have a value added so that you're consulted. And many of those things come from having clinical pharmacology background, working with the departments of pharmacy and such. And I think to be honest with you, I think every country needs to look at their workforce, especially their healthcare workforce, and see how they're going to allocate that. We, now are moving, and I agree, we're moving away from emergency medicine being the only source. Because we're finding actually internal medicine, psychiatry, those guys are much more interested in the area of toxicology, and they want to make a living out of it, and they're working hard at it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Bashar? Dr. Bashat, I'm sorry. I know, do you want to get set up? You're ready.
One simple question, thank you again. Just, we have so many residents there sitting here. I'm wondering that we always talk about the past of the medical toxicology, what happened in the past. What is your opinion about the future of the medical toxicology, about the toxicologists, for example, 10 years later? What's your opinion about this subject?
That's a whole hour lecture. Dr. Nelson, please.
Yeah, so can I respond?
Yeah, I'm just getting the microphone ready.
Well, I started my training in 1989, and I finished in 91, so it's really 30 years in 2020. And there's been a slow improvement over that time. A lot of the same challenges. We certainly have a larger workforce. I think we need to continue to look outside of our box. That's why I've been embracing the addiction medicine paradigm, something that we really didn't do much of in the past. Even the presentation that Gaylord gave earlier this morning about what his Poison Center does and all the kind of varied responses to what a Poison Center can do. I think we need to embrace that sort of approach. It's not just going to be seeing acute overdoses. I think the acute overdoses is a core part of what we do, but it's just part of it. I think some of it's in education and consultation. As a society, we provide consultation on a variety of areas. We just heard that talk about chemical security, and we actually have a contract that we provide some consultation on that. So it's kind of going beyond the acute overdose paradigm. And just one comment about the pediatrician that Ashish mentioned. We've trained pediatricians over time that did not have primary training taking care of adults, but during their toxicology fellowship, they've become quite confident of at least taking care of adult toxicology patients. Now, they're not going to go back and say work in an adult emergency department, but as part of their portfolio, seeing an adult toxicology patient, they're quite confident at. And what does board certification provide also? So some hospitals, to do consultations in the U.S., you have to be board certified in medical toxicology. So that barrier to become credentialed to provide consultations, whether you're a pediatrician or ER doc, if you have the board certification in medical toxicology, you can take care of those patients. Now, of the approximately 5,000 hospitals in the U.S., maybe about 100 of them or 125 of them have medical toxicologists. So most hospitals, there are no medical toxicologists, but we've made some inroads.
Thank you. Yeah. Last question, soundbite.
So I was just thinking about alternative pathways into medical toxicology, and I personally, I'm married to a preventive medicine physician, and one of the challenges with this pathway into medical toxicology is typically the preventive medicine residencies come after some other residency program. So you're looking at a first residency, then a second, and then a fellowship, and at that point the spouse is frustrated and enough training. So I'm wondering if it would make sense for medical toxicology, addiction medicine, occupational and preventive medicine to team up together to make a more streamlined residency process so that the second, third year of occupational medicine can be linked more directly with the first year of residency training.
Yeah. Good question. These sorts of issues have been discussed over the years in multiple different guises, depending on what specialties you want to combine. It's very difficult. Everyone has their own turf, and they don't want to give up, and you try to shorten it, and does it get shortened from this, does it get shortened from that? There is a recently approved pathway for both addiction medicine and medical toxicology, where you can take off 6 months if you have the right training programs on a given campus. I know with preventive medicine, and again, I'm a big believer in folks that come from that field, sometimes they wonder, well, do we really need to learn all this acute care stuff? We're more interested in the chronic toxicities and whatnot. But it is kind of what it is, and the core content right now, medical toxicology, has both in it, and I don't think it's going to get chopped into finer pieces. I've trained some folks who've come from occupational medicine and internal medicine that have really warmed up significantly to the acute care stuff as well. So it kind of goes both ways. No easy solutions, though.
Dr. Wax, you had the most lively session. I already tweeted about it, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Medical toxicology at Emory University. Prior to that, she had a emergency medicine residency and PhD in toxicology at Karadeniz Technical University in Trabzon. Trabzon was the host of Minatox 2011 with the help of Dr. Tunçok at the time. So we are pleased to hear from her a little bit about Turkey, some data and some of the situation with education and training.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kazi. Welcome, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the presidents of and the members and board members of Minatox and IPADS to make this beautiful organization happen in our beautiful country. It's my honor to be a part of it. Now I will talking about the clinical toxicology practice and training with a Turkish perspective. I have no disclosure. So this will be a very fresh perspective. 7 months ago, as Dr. Kazi said, I certified from Emory University International Postdoctoral Fellowship Program in Medical Toxicology. And 2 years ago, I just got the first PhD in toxicology as an emergency medicine specialist. I'm actually working as a consultant in medical toxicology and emergency medicine in Karadeniz Technical University, and I'm taking calls and telephone consultation from my university hospital and other nearby hospitals and healthcare facilities. And we are about to set up a critical care and toxicology unit, which has a 14-bed capacity. We will set up it in 2 months. So we can also serve the critically ill patients and also all of the poison patients in our regions, approximately in 1 or 2 months, 1 or 2 months later. So in Turkey, the thing is that we have limited number of clinicians with subject matter of expertise. So Turkey has 1 certified medical toxicologist, US trained, and 1 clinical toxicologist, Dr. Tunçok, who is certified from US. And we have 10 ED specialists who are in toxicology in doctoral training recently, but lots of emergency specialists, pharmacists, pharmacologists, anesthesiologists who are really interested in toxicology. The thing is that medical and clinical toxicology is not a subspecialty right now, and we have still disagreement between the other disciplines and emergency medicine and other disciplines. So we need to collaborate more. We have few toxicology PhD programs. I graduated from 9 Eylül University Department of Pharmacology, a clinical toxicology fellowship PhD program. But also a couple months ago, Gaziantep University Department of Emergency Medicine has set up a clinical toxicology program, but they have no student right now. They will approximately have maybe in next years. So the other programs, toxicology programs, are generally pharmaceutical toxicology, and they are under the division of pharmacy. So we have lots of pharmaceutical toxicology PhD programs, like 8 or 9, the number is like this. And the thing is that just 3 of them has a local poison center. 9 Eylül is one of them, and also Hacettepe University and Uludağ University has local poison information service. The thing is that the working hours are like in between daily hours and service on the local university, hospital, healthcare professionals. 10 years ago, actually, 9 Eylül University was serving 24 hours poison information service, but depending on the shortage of the faculty and the other problems, they only can serve just like daily hours, yeah. So future steps is absolutely we need set up a specific medical toxicology fellowship program with a collaboration between the other discipline and other programs, and absolutely with a National Poison Center. So we need to improve the interdisciplinary connection between other disciplines. This was my first presentation, and do you have any questions? Because I will talk about the National Poison Information.
Let's keep going because we have the microphone and we can do the other one.
Okay. So also I would like to talk about currently our National Poison Center of Turkey, which is in Ankara. We have just one National Poison Center who serves 7 to 24 hours, and it has established in 1986. They got approximately 2,000 calls per year, and 80% of these calls called by healthcare professionals. I wish I could make this presentation by the Director of Poison Information Service, but his schedule was not available, so I would like to provide the information that I could get from the team in Poison Center. So these are the basic numbers. The numbers are increasing, depends on the years, but now tell us that the number is about 2,000 calls per year, but sometimes it can increase mistaking the calls can increase the number, but only for the poison control information, they got just 200,000 calls per year. They have a call management system. They can handle calls 3 at a time and records all calls through the system. The thing is that they have limited staff and calls answered in minutes, sometimes maybe about 30 minutes, so it's a big problem for the other physicians, especially ED physicians. They cannot reach easily if the shift is really busy. So they are working on 24-hour roster, the single coverage 12 hours per day, and weekends also they are served with the limited number of staff. The poison information officers with a clinical background provides the poison information service, but the thing is that most of them are paramedics and nurses. As to medical supervision in our National Poison Center, limited number of clinicians with a subject matter of expertise, but the thing is that there is no clinical or medical toxicology background, specific background. They are only physicians, those who have working depending on the experience in National Poison Center, and there's no specifically trained medical director in clinical toxicology right now. As to record variables, we have really good record variables. We got every information from the patient in Poison Center. This is our data save list. It's similar to the other poison centers worldwide. We got all the information from them. And as to data recording, the data is recorded as of 2006, and all conversations are recorded and saved in a different database. The other problem is that they are collecting the data, but they are not sharing with the other healthcare professionals or the public for more than 12 years. They only keep this information to just Ministry of Health and Public Health, but they don't publish any annual reports, and so that we don't know about how much get we exposed and what is the most common exposure in Turkey, so we have difficulties like that. As the information resources, they have lots of resources. They use Poison Index for electronic poison information service, and also they use textbooks, journals, and reference materials. But the thing is that the physicians are just using these materials, and they don't have any medical toxicology division. So, as to research and toxicovigilance, I have no information to provide you, but they have lots of collaboration with public health agencies, medication safety bodies, regulatory authorities. They have lots of connections. And they have key relationships between Ministry of Health, Ministry of Disaster and Emergency Management, public health, other healthcare professionals, media. Current challenges are, in a nutshell, there's a lack of medical supervision, non-accredited poison information providers with limited numbers, no follow-ups, they cannot do follow-ups, staff already stretched to the capacity, and annual reports are unavailable. And for the future strategy, maybe we can build a medical clinical toxicology as a recognized subspecialty in region, and also accreditation is really essential for the other poison information staff. Also, we need to entrenching the National Poison Center into the healthcare infrastructure in minds of officials and healthcare professionals. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Dr. Ainur Shaheen's contribution to this year's conference. She has carried a huge load, and I would like to just thank her.
Thank you.
We can take one question, then we're going to take a break, and we're going to resume at 4. I'm going to give you an extra 5 minutes. So 4:05, we start on lead. Quick presentation about lead. If you want to learn how to assess your lead environmental hazards, you should attend that session. We'll finish at 5 o'clock. Quick question?
Hi, I'm Dr. Büşra Bildik from Istanbul. So thank you for your presentation, because it's actually a leadership for us. I'm a resident of Başar Cander. So right now, actually, we're really interested in clinical toxicology, but we don't have any pathway to follow right now. Mm-hmm. So I have a question about these PhD programs. Mm-hmm. Do PhD programs have actually a bedside manner? Because we've been told that it should have actually a bedside manner to understand mm-hmm. or follow the patients in their clinics, actually.
Honestly, the PhD program, I got my PhD, and I'm really proud of that. The thing is that PhD programs are most focused on for academic research, but there are exceptions, like 9 Eylül, some of the toxicology PhD programs. For example, when I was a PhD student, we can have a bedside consultation from emergency department, and we can collaborate to each other. The thing is that I totally changed my mind for myself before the fellowship, after the fellowship. The thing is that each program should be connected with poison centers, because the more you get consultations from the poison center, you get more well-trained. So, for example, during my fellowship training, I got, maybe if I didn't go to the Atlanta and got this medical toxicology fellowship program, I need to wait maybe 15 years to get those all patients in practice. So it's so concentrated training in poison centers. This is so essential. I think we need to collaborate to other disciplines, and you know, we have already PhD programs, but we need to set up a really clinical and medical toxicology division with the poison centers. This is, I think, the most essential thing for you know, training the other professionals. Otherwise, these PhD programs is not like a fellowship program, because I have also one. We got really exposed to patients, but it's not like that I exposed in Atlanta, like during a 1 year. So we need to collaborate with also poison centers. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's enjoy the break and then come back at 4:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Toxicologist. So that's a unique area. He practices in Western Sydney, Australia. He's a colleague and member of ACMT, and he's been participating in our conferences, not in Gunja. Not in Ireland. He is going to talk to us a very important topic. In the MENA region, medical toxicologists, as you know, are rare. Forensic toxicologists are involved in poison centers in Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and many times are the only clinical toxicologist available, or the closest to a clinical toxicology available. This is the same situation in India. So what I asked Dr. Gunja to do today is explain to us the similar things and the differences between a forensic toxicologist and a clinical toxicologist. Are you up for it?
Yep. Thanks so much. Thanks, Ziad. Hi, I'm Naren Gunja. I'm an emergency physician by training originally, and then did a fellowship in clinical toxicology. Then I went to the US and did a master's in forensic toxicology, and then did some training time with the New South Wales Police Service and Coroner Service before working now equally in both medical and forensics. This photo, I put it in there because it's a kind of like a beautiful image of one of my favorite shows, which is Breaking Bad. And the world's only Breaking Bad themed cafe is in Istanbul. So if you ever have time to go to this place, it is a wonderful place. It is in Karakoy, which is on the Asian side of Istanbul, so it's not easy to get to. And there you can get dressed up in Walter White's jumpsuit, and you can, instead of making meth, you can make coffee. It's great. It's a wonderful place in eastern side of Istanbul. It's the only one in the world as well. So the owner is a big fan of the show. I just have a quick disclosure. I work for the police as well as the coroner, which is the Australian word, or the Commonwealth word that we use for the medical examiner. And anything I present here today has been slightly altered and anonymized to make sure that it doesn't breach any confidentiality, and that any perceived resemblance to cases that you may have heard of is unintentional. What does a forensic toxicologist do? It is quite a different subspecialty. Nearly all the forensic toxicologists around the world, not just in the US and Australia, Europe, are all primarily from a PhD scientific background. None of them, nearly none of them, are clinicians. So they are usually not MDs, they're usually PhDs. And they have a wide variety of expertise in what they do. Where they probably struggle the most is anything that requires clinical interpretation of people who are alive. They're very good with dead bodies because they don't have to worry about being alive. But when it comes to humans that are living and certain things that they have to interpret, it sort of reaches their limit. And we often see this, and I know ACMT has a combined forensics course, which I found very valuable over the years. And there is quite a lot of overlap in what we do. But a lot of what I do involves post-mortem interpretation, talking about drink and drug driving under the influence. Occasionally you might get drug-facilitated crime and sexual assault. There are also parts of the work that involves working around clandestine, often, drug labs. Drug seizures. Now, seizures in this world is totally different to convulsions. When they're talking about seizures, they're always talking about